Hey, what's up, everybody? Looks like we are live. Happy Friday. I'm just going to get things set up.
It's like we are live.
Oh. Always get the background noise when I start. How's it going, everybody? Thanks for hopping on the stream tonight. Going to do a little tour through anConc. I got 3 anConcs to drink, the 12, 18, and 24. So we're going to do a little quick tour of those. One of them I'm going to be cracking open, which is the 24. I've actually never had before, so that should be interesting. In the meantime, little palate cleanser, palate starter, however you want to do it. How's everybody doing? What's new in this crazy world? Everybody still on lockdown? Sure are here in Philly. Looks like we got a few folks in the chat already. Awesome. Got 5 folks on already. Super fun. Downer Pass says hi. Hey, Downer Pass, how you doing? Mr. French coming in hot. I'm ready to drink some sauce. Good evening, whiskey friends. Well, good evening to you, Mr. French. Nice to see you. Jason Coates is in the house saying evening. How you doing, Jason? Nice to see you, man. So, yeah, let's it's been a long week and should be a good time to sit back and get a nice chat going. Looks like we got 5 folks on, which is cool. As I mentioned, so tonight I'm going to do a little tasting through the anConc distillery. Oh, look at this. We're getting pop-ups. Always something. Yeah, back at you, Jason. I have recently been getting into some of the stuff coming out of anConc, particularly their anConc line. And so we have the anConc 12, the anConc 18, and then I'm going to crack open the anConc 24, which I'm really looking forward to. Be curious if anybody in the chat has had any of these anConcs before. I've really enjoyed the 12, the 18. I just opened recently, so I'm going to get the opportunity to taste a bit more of that tonight. And then, as I mentioned, I'm going to crack open that 12. But be curious if anybody has any initial feelings or thoughts on anConc and any of their whiskeys before we jump into it. Peter White is in the house. Peter, Salancha, happy Friday. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Glad to have you join us. And for my Canadian friends on here, you'll be happy I'm getting my palate ready to do some tasting with a somewhat heavily flavored Canadian whiskey. This is the Pike Creek 10-year-old rum cask finish. Or maybe it's just rum matured. I'm not sure if it's a finish or a maturation. In any event, this is a really solid pour. I've been enjoying it. I think I did a review of it about a month ago. I felt pretty good about it. 42%. Really enjoy their stuff. I actually got the opportunity to try one of their wine cask finishes too, but yeah, it's really good. I think it's a great palate starter. It's not very offensive. A little bit on the sweet side, but not too bad. Peter White's in the house says, yeah, you've had the bottles of the 18 and 24. Okay, so you're talking about the anConc. Cool. Well, I'll be interested once I crack those open, Peter. If you're around, we can compare notes. These are going to be, the 24 at least is going to be a first tasting. I did have the opportunity to try the 18 this week, but I only had 2 drams of it. So pretty new as well. And I've done a little bit of damage on the anConc 12. Really like their expressions, though. We'll get into that in a little while. But in the meantime, be curious if anybody's got anything in their glasses tonight. What's going on? What's cracking? Feel free to comment. What's everybody doing this weekend? Probably nothing if you're in the United States because you're as locked down as I am. But we make do, and we're making do with knock do. You see what I did there? Clever. Wow, man, we got 7 folks on. Fantastic. Hope everybody's doing well. I may have a couple guests joining us later. I was talking with another friend of mine who's been doing some whiskey videos here on Whiskey Tube, YouTube, whatever you want to call it, who's here in Philly as well. So we might have the opportunity to have him join later and a couple other folks. But if not, hey, let's just have a couple pours and chat. What else are we going to do? Peter White doing a real nice pour. This is one of my favorites, Knob Creek Rye. So I'm curious, Peter, if you have had the cast strength version of the Knob Creek Rye. That one is a really tasty one. But the thing I like about Knob Creek in general and the ryes, just as much as the bourbon, is their store selects are just fantastic. They've done, you can get a single barrel of their rye, or not a single barrel. You can get the regular Knob Creek Rye as a store pick around the United States, pretty cheap. I think the regular rye is relatively inexpensive here too, around $30. One of the better ryes. I mean, in Knob Creek, they bring it, and 50% ABV. So I hope you're enjoying that pour, Peter. Oh, right on. Sacramanga. Happy Friday. It's quite late here, but I've had a nice encounter with Glendronach 18. Smooth, but not as much body as accepted. Probably, okay, gonna go get my hot tub. Getting my tub, Vannock. Right on, man. Glendronach 18, that's the Allardyce. And I love the Allardyce. If you are aware, the thing about Glendronach, at least some of the recent expressions of the Allardyce, is that up until 2019, the bottles are actually getting older because they had been mothballed for a couple of years back in the late 90s. And so what has been widely understood amongst whiskey folks is that the Glendronach Allardyce has been actually gaining a minimum year every year up until 2020. So if you have a 2019 expression of the Allardyce, that is actually a minimum 24-year-old whiskey. 2018 is a 23-year-old whiskey, and then in 2020 it's going to reset. So if you take a look at that little date on there, Sacramanga, take a peek, see what year is on that, and you might be drinking something much older than an 18-year-old. So hope you're enjoying it enough. It sounds like it's not quite what you were looking for, but still a good bottle. And that is actually the only one of their core range, I think, that doesn't use PX. I know the 21 Parliament has PX. The 12-year-old original has PX, and so does that really great 15-year-old Revival. So be curious if you take a look at it and you find out which date's on it. It might be something real special. What else we got going on? Peter White just killed a cast strength Knob Creek last night, and this is another bottle kill. Damn, man. Peter White's going heavy on the rise. I don't blame you. It's still winter in some parts. It's been pretty temperate here, and I really love a heavier rye whiskey during the winter. But it's good anytime. Hey, Alan, the whiskey friend, is in the house. What's up, buddy? Nice to see you, man. How are things in Scotland? Hopefully I'm assuming you guys are locked down as well, but got some of your coins here, buddy, that I'm going to be using to rest some of these heavily aged anConcs that I'm going to get into later. So hope you're doing well, Alan. Cheers. If you're around and want to hop on at all, let me know, and I can shoot you a link in a little while if you're going to stay up past the witching hour. All right. Oh, nice. He's got a 2019 Glendronach Allardyce. That's fantastic, man. Yeah, I guess that's at least 23 and some change, if not 24-year-old single malt. So that's going to be a hard one to get. Those, once they go back to the regular age statement, that's going to be those 2019s are going to be much sought after, I think. So enjoy it. Maybe a little oxidization will give you more of what you want. Peter White. I've had an anConc 1975 in the bar, not open yet. Okay, don't open that, right? Tonight's not the night for that. Maybe it is, but not with all that rye you've been drinking. But wow, yeah, I can't even imagine. I didn't realize I've not had anything from anConc that's outside. I've had the Blaz and the Cutter, which are some NAS anConcs, but the ones I got lined up today are just the core range age statement stuff that I could find. I know they have like a 16-year-old and they have a 30-some-year-old. I couldn't find any of those around here, so I'm going to do. I'm going to go by sixes. I'm going to start with the 12, go to the 18, and then the 24, and we'll see what we get out of it. Should be fun. Jason Coates got Old Forester rye going right now, but mostly because I want to kill the bottle. Man, it's Bottle Kill Friday. We should start a theme, man. We should just do every Friday. We should do a Bottle Kill Friday. My boys in Canada are killing the rye whiskeys tonight. Man, that Pike Creek is delicious. Sacramento says, I'm in Sweden. I'm in Sweden, so it is winter. Right on, man. Thanks for joining us from Sweden. I'm a couple thousand miles away, but good to know we got some international folks joining us. The whiskey friend who is also in the house is coming to us from Scotland, so a little bit closer to you. Peter White's nail on the head. Never a bad time for rye. I hear you on that, brother. So I think before I get into these anConcs, I'll do a little bit more of something else. I have a something else I recently picked up, Johnny Walker 18. I think I'm going to do a little bit of this Johnny Walker before we jump into the anConc. All right. Just a taste. Got to get things going, you know? Can't just jump in right away. Well, you can, but. Oh, there's Whiskey Friend. Yep, lying in bed watching you. I don't think it would be pretty psyched, my friend. Arranging, yeah, but up for arranging. Yeah, we should definitely arrange something, man. Shoot me an email sometime. Would love to get on with you. In the meantime, you enjoy your cozy comforts of the bed. Cilantro, man. Right on. Wow, man, we're up to 10 folks already. Good shit, good shit. We'll get into these anConcs sooner than later. Peter White says the anConc 16 CS, but passed as the reviews were meh. Yeah, I've never seen the anConc 16 anywhere here in the States. I don't know if that's an international only release or some kind of bullshit like that, but cast strength though, damn, 16-year-old cast strength. I feel like I might want to try that at some point. Sacramento getting something spicy. Oh shit, Swami's in the house. Back at you, man. How are you? Happy Friday, brother. Ben Demon Hunter, Slancha Ma, saying hi to everybody. What's up? Good. We got a good crew in the house. Malted, you actually might be pretty happy about this. I'm going to be reviewing, if I'm not mistaken, the 2019 Whiskey of the Year of yours was the anConc 18, right? I remember catching that video. If any of you all aren't subscribed, do go check out Malted in Montreal. Go check out Whiskey Friend. They both do really great whiskey reviews as well, but I'm pretty sure that his was, I think Malted in Montreal had a lot of good things to say about the 18, so we'll see if I can disappoint him. I hope so. Yeah, yep. All right, cool. Oh, I see. So the anConc 16 CS was an anniversary release. Right on. Malted, if you hang on for a while too, I'll shoot you a link if you want to join in a little bit. Cool, man. So anConc. This is the first one I'm going to get into. This is the anConc 12. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, there are two things about this distillery that I gravitated towards. One, their prices. So this anConc 12 is about a $50 bottle, $55 here in the US. The anConc 18 I found for about 100 or less, which is a stupid good price for an 18-year-old given the way things are these days. And this anConc 24 I got for 200 flat. So, I mean, you know, if you compare the anConc 24 to say I'm trying to think of another one that's both bourbon and sherry. I think like Glengoyne is bourbon and sherry, although it might be all sherry. I mean, really, if you compare it to any 24 or 25-year-old whiskey, those are usually like $500. This anConc 24 was only 200 here. So like, this is a distillery that flies under the radar. The other thing I want to mention, all three of these, non-chill filtered, natural color, and above 40%. This 12-year, this is 43%. The anConc 2018 is 46. And these are all U.S. releases. It might not be the case overseas. And this anConc 24 is also 46%. So it's hitting all the right notes. Non-chill filter, natural color, above 40%, 46% for the older ones. The other thing, it's all ex-bourbon, ex-sherry mix. For me personally, like I really love the combination complexity that comes with ex-bourbon, ex-Oloroso sherry, or ex-sherry cask. But all three of these, I think, are all ex-bourbon, ex-Oloroso sherry. Or ex-sherry. I'm not sure about necessarily the anConc 12, but we'll get into that in a second. Let's finish off this 18-year-old. Let me catch up on the chat quick before we start pouring. You know what, actually, what I'm going to do is just to get us ready, I'm going to get the anConc 18 and the anConc 24 in glasses right now so we can rest these things and give them some time to oxidize and open up, because these are old enough whiskeys. We got to give them their respect. All right. So we'll use Alan the Whiskey Friend's coin. I got one of them sitting right here. This is coin number 36 from Alan. We'll put that right on top of this anConc 18. Let's crack this 24-year-old anConc too. Get this in the glass, start resting it. Give it a little bit of time to open up for us. Ooh, nice pop. Oh man, it smells delicious. All right. We'll get those resting. I think I got another coin somewhere from you, Alan. Where are they at? You know what? I think I know where it is. There we go. All right, coin 100. Alan the Whiskey Friend's coin 100. This is the one we're going to put on this anConc 24. So we'll let those sit for a minute. I'll put the 12 in the glass too and just let this thing do its magic. I don't think we need to cover the 12. So we'll let those rest, finish up this Johnny Walker 18, catch up in the chat. We got 15 folks on, which is super cool. All right, Jason Coates. Haven't had the anConc 18, but I've had the 12 and love the 24. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about the 24. Another guy that I do whiskey videos periodically with, a friend of mine, Telex the Whiskey Tech, says a lot of good things about the 24, so I'm looking forward to that. Alan says, be careful. Well, you know, I'll tell you, the anConc 12 is dangerously sippable, so I'm looking forward to that. But noted. Oh shit, man, chat's blown up. I gotta catch up on this. Where are we at? Folks saying hi to each other. Donner Pass, what's up, buddy? How are you? Nice to see you. You've had the 12 and the 18. Cool. Good to hear. Where are we at? Man, I feel like I'm moving this thing really slow. I'm not used to this chat thing inside StreamYard. It's kind of a pain. It doesn't populate as quick as the other ones do. Give me just a second. Where are we at here? All right. Cool. So, yeah, okay. Peter White said he had the 24, got it for 190 Canadian a while back. Damn. Hey, Rod. What's up, buddy? Happy Friday, man. Nice to see you. If you guys are beer fans at all, go check out Rod J Beer Ventures, man. He's got a fantastic beer stream channel. He goes live like every night, if not close to every night. Always fun chats over there. He's got more beer knowledge than most folks I know. I was sipping this the other day, Rod. I'm not sure if you've had this one. Somehow the can is still sitting here, but I was thinking about you when I was drinking it because I was like, damn, I wonder if Rod's ever had this one. Hope you're doing well, man. Glencore Range is all sherry. They're light and fruity. People always assume it's Glengoyne is a split. Oh, yeah. Okay. Malted knows what's up with that. I kind of thought the same thing. I actually didn't remember if I'd had ex-bourbon on any of the Glengoynes. Ben Demon Hunter anConc is another distillery I haven't had yet. Well, I'll give you the specs on it when we get started here, buddy. Those might be ones that you want to get in on. They fly under the radar. Good prices, man. Good prices. Yeah. Jason Coates says, yeah, Telex loves the 24. Yeah, he does. I remember he did a live stream of the 24 opening it and was like wowed by it. So I'm looking forward to it. All right. Now that we got that Johnny Walker out of the way to set things up, let's get going on these. So what's the skivvy on anConc? We'll start with the 12. This is the anConc 12. Nice bottle. I like their kind of minimalist presentation. You can take a look at the color here. This is 12-year, 43%, ex-sherry, ex-bourbon, non-chill filtered, natural color. anConc distillery comes out of Knockdew, which is in Aberdeenshire, which is on the east coast of Scotland. I think it's technically considered a Highland malt because it's not, or a Speyside. It's actually in Speyside. If you think that stuff matters, which I'm not actually really sure it does. The interesting thing about this distillery, so there's another distillery called anConc, which is the reason that I guess they call it anConc, so as to not release it as anConc and get mixed up with the anConc. Also to give props to the natural spring water that they get out of the anConc spring. Here's what they got to say. Yeah, they got a bunch of tasting notes. I love how they put everything right on the bottle, though. I mean, this bottle is explicit about pretty much everything. Their tube also says, the tube is pretty clear. Well, it says it on the back on this one. Non-chill filter, natural color. The other ones, the older ones here, the 18 says right there on the label, which is even better. Non-chill filter, natural color. And the 24 also right there on the label. For some reason, they don't say it on the 12. My assumption here is that anConc has a keen eye for who they know their customers are. And so I think with their older stuff, they're going to put it right on the label, which is what we would always want. But at 12, which is kind of an introductory whiskey, maybe not. It doesn't say it here on the label, but it talks about where it's distilled. 1894 is where the distillery comes from, their established date, and the tube, whole bunch of whole bunch of description about the whiskey itself and about anConc and the anConc release. The single model, it says curiously produced from the anConc distillery, is not named after the distillery, is proudly named after the anConc, which provides the pure source of pure crystal spring water that is an essential element of anConc single malt whiskey. All right, well, there you go. So they give you all the info right here on the back, which is nice. Again, love their minimalist presentation. They're not one of these whiskeys that's like trying to shove it in your face. Flashy labeling. The stats on the anConc 12, which is the one that gives you the least amount of info, I looked up here on distiller.com, previously used American and Spanish oak barrels. So Spanish oak, probably sherry. But I can't imagine a lot, because if you look at the color here, this is the color of the 12. Compare it even just to the 18, which, I mean, look at how much darker that is. I don't know. Spanish oak seems to indicate to me that this has got X sherry in it, but maybe it's a very small amount. I think the majority assumption here is that this is probably most ex bourbon given the color. All right, so that's what it looks like in the glass. anConc 12. Again, this is like a $50 bottle, maybe less. 43% non-chill filter, natural color. Flies right under the radar. Right away on the nose. Man, this is a great one. Fruity. The thing that I notice about anConc, you get the kind of fruit notes. You're getting a little bit of that vanilla. It's floral. So if floral is something that you're into in whiskeys, anConc is one that you're going to want to check out. You really get a nice floral note out of this. It's not overpowering or dominant or almost, kind of artificial, but apple, pear, bright red fruit. Man, citrus too, big time. Lemon, lime, bright. It's really bright. It's a loud whiskey, surprisingly loud. Really jumping out of the glass. And again, man, 43%. They're not screwing you over. They're not trying to swing you by. I've seen distilleries like Aberlour, for example. They bottle their 16-year-old at 40%. anConc's coming in right away with a nice whiskey, entry level, 40%. It's got some of those space side qualities. Man, a lot of fruit in this. There's no way there's no sherry in this. These fruit notes are huge. Tropical fruit too. So to some, I'm getting cider apple, melon, pear, bright fruits, slight vanilla, citrus, little caramel in the back. All right, let me cleanse the palate quick and we'll give this a taste. Really nice and oily. Immediately you get the kind of, the nose carries to the initial taste. Sweet, slightly oily, pretty nice body. Then it like develops right into kind of a nice, slightly drying peatiness, citrus note, not grapefruit citrus. We're talking lemon, lime, orange citrus. The red fruit is there. It's like dried fruit and fresh fruit. I mean, I'm really impressed with just how many kind of these different fruit notes you get off of this. Finish, medium, short, medium. If anything, the finish might be the drawback on this one. You're left with kind of a nice lemon citrus in the background, but vanilla, caramel, ex-bourbon notes. The bourbon notes really come through here on the finish. All in all, really nice ride. There's also a bitter. There's a bitter note to this, and I know bitter is something that turns a lot of folks off, but it's like a bitter pepper note. This is like a surprisingly challenging whiskey. Considering it's a 12-year-old and it's entry level, it's kind of gutsy for them to have this like diverse range of notes in this. I think this is something that, you know, your everyday single malt drinker who's looking for something a little challenging would enjoy, but maybe, wow, maybe not an intro whiskey for somebody who's just getting into single malts. Man, that lemon lime is hanging on big time on the finish. It is a medium finish. I was saying short, medium earlier. It's medium. We'll come back to this and put a little water on it. Again, just take a look. I mean, this is just, I'm sorry, man. Presentation sometimes matters. I mean, this is a classy looking bottle, right? Minimalistic, nice color. I mean, that is not a fake color. It's a nice kind of light gold hay color. I'm not going to give these full reviews and scores right now. We're just going to kind of let it ride. But all in all, I can say this is a little bit on the challenging side for a 12-year, especially looking for something from a space side where you're thinking it's going to be a little bit more sweet. This brings an extra sweet sour note, a little sour note to that kind of fruity sweetness, which I think is really enjoyable. We'll see what it does with a little water later, but curious if anybody in the chat has had the anConc 12, and if you had any of those similar notes. I'm going to hop in on the chat and just catch up. So Jason Koza's had an anConc 10. I didn't even know that existed. Well, that's good. Apparently there's a 15. A couple of folks aren't really all that high on. Malted Montreal loves the 12. Multi-Alti. Hey, man. I don't think I've seen you on the chat before, but let me raise a glass to you. Thanks for joining us tonight, Slancha. Multi-Alti said, you've inspired me to crack my anConc 12, which has been sitting on the shelf for a few months. Never had an anConc before. Oh, this will be great. Feel free to, you know, kind of roll along with us, you know, throw some of your notes in the chat. I'd love to hear what you're getting out of it. I hope you caught a bit of my initial review here, or my feelings on the first couple sips I've had. Would love to hear if you kind of agree or you find anything else interesting, man. That's a lot. That's so cool. Malted Montreal, the 18 and 21 are wonderful. Haven't had the pleasure of the 25. Yeah, me neither. I didn't know they had a 25. Folks more talking. Yeah. This is good to hear. As I mentioned, I'm gonna have my second or third sip of the anConc 18 tonight, and then we're gonna crack the 24, which I've done and have resting. So it will be a little bit of a neck pour, but you know, we got time tonight. Ben Demon Hunter, why would a distillery have a 16-year-old at 40% ABV? I love Aberlour 12, but 16 seems too low. Yeah, hey man, your guess is as good as mine. I think my review of the Aberlour 16, I gave it a 2 out of 5 or a 2.5. Might have been generous. I found it to be like drinking a glass of rosé. It was just not one of my favorite whiskeys. Multi-Alti, first impression on the nose is very good. I'm still just sniffing away. Yeah, enjoy that. Oh no, Sacramento had a mishap. I hope everything's all right over there in Sweden, brother. Malta Montreal. Do you have any limestone? Yeah, I got the lemon lime, big time. Like all the way through that whiskey, I get a lemon lime note, which I really like, and I think it's kind of where that sour is coming from. But yeah, I really enjoy it. Sacramento's having some issues. I get a lot of limestone and granite from the 12. Oh, that's interesting. Granite. I could kind of see like a little bit of a clay note, kind of a rounded, unoffensive, kind of wet note, but I can't quite, I don't know, maybe that's granite, but that's interesting, man. I've had Wet River Rock in my anConc 12 notes. So basically, oh, interesting. Shit, I got to get some of those. Sacramento's drinking next time this week is pretty nice, but it's not for the unexperienced. Great that, yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. It's definitely not for the inexperienced. If you had a load of lads around you, you could easily kill that bottle. I mean, that might be true for almost anything, Alan. I'm trying to think offhand of a bottle I think we could go. I'll tell you, there are a couple that I think are maybe too heavy or too specific to kill with folks. I mean, I'm thinking like maybe like a shit. I don't even know, man. Like a Jura. I'm sure there's a Jura bottle that would get passed over if I had one around. I know folks ain't huge fans of Jura. They got kind of a unique taste. Maybe even a Springbank, which I really love, but that Springbank funkiness might not roll with everybody. Austin Gardner's in the house. Good not having a GlenDronach revival. Hey, cheers, man. Thanks for joining us. And you're drinking a fantastic whiskey. I just saw that I think Forbes magazine just said GlenDronach 15 Revival was a whiskey of the year. Take that for what it's worth, but I mean, it's a good whiskey objectively. So, and enjoy that. Malta Montreal Glen is my favorite distillery. I know everyone loves it, but I'm just not. Aberlour is in my top 5 favorite distilleries. I know everyone loves it, but I'm just not a fan. Are you saying it's not in your top 5, or it is? You are a fan and people don't love it. I've had the 12, which I thought was okay. I've had the 16, which I thought was a massive disappointment. I've had the Abuna. No, I haven't. The Abuna, I've heard, of course, cast strength sherry bomb. So I got to try that. But Aberlour is in my top 5 least favorite distillery. Oh, least favorite. Jesus Christ. There you go. I'm with you on that. Every Aberlour I have hasn't been impressive. Man, it's early too. This is a good sign. Ben Demon Hunter from Whiskey Friend. It's all down to volume. Aberlour is in my top 5 best sellers in the world. Ooh, man, we got some Aberlour. We got some Aberlour hate, some Aberlour love happening. I'm sorry though, like for the people who love Aberlour, I've never had the 18. I haven't had the Abuna, which okay, let's leave the Abuna out of it. It's a cast strength sherry bomb. Their core range. Do you think Aberlour 12 is better than Glenfarclas 12 or GlenDronach 12 when it's about the same price? I would love to hear it. Maybe even Macallan 12 is more expensive. But if we're looking at that $50 range, 12-year-old sherry whiskey, would you take Aberlour 12 over Glenfarclas 12 or over GlenDronach 12? I'd love to hear it. Jason Coates. Oh, Sacramento. I love your reviews. Make me feel good. Hey, Slancha, man. Cheers. Thanks for checking in and keeping up on the videos, man. Appreciate the support. Jason Coates. I'm not a big Aberlour fan either. The 12 was good at that stage in my journey, 4th bottle. But yeah, okay. That's about how I feel. I mean, I thought the Farkless was more interesting. I won't say Dalmore. I think it's better than the Dalmore. The Dalmore just tasted like matchsticks and regret and too much dye, but that's me. The Abuna, however, is one I got to try still. So my jury's still out on Aberlour as a whole. But man, I bought that 16-year-old. The 16-year-old was like $105 whiskey. I found it. They had it on sale at this place. It was like $75. So I thought it was a total steal. This was real early in my journey too. And I remember getting it, and it's so light. It was so uninteresting. I I probably generously scored it. I think I gave it a 2.5. I think I would give it a 2 now. For that price, come on, 40%. I've never had the 18, which I think might be 43%, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I'd take Glenfarclas 12 over Glendronach 12 over a poor Glenfarclas 12. Yeah, totally agree with you on that. Definitely want a bottle of Glenfarclas 12. Had a dram of Robert Burns. Oh, nice, Ben Demon Hunter. This is good. Malted. Yeah, Glenfarclas 105 for sure. I mean, I think the 105 is probably the best thing that they offer that's not part of their family cask range, which is like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. But all right, it's been about 15 minutes. So the next thing I'm going to do here, we're going to do Aberlour. anConc. This is the 18. So here's the rundown on the 18. Interestingly enough, unlike on the 12, the tube is much more explicit. Non-chill filter, natural color. It is 46% ABV. And while they do give tasting notes and a whole story in the background, another interesting thing here, and this is another thing you gotta love about anConc, man. They give you the information you want to know about the whiskey. It says right here, anConc 18 years old has matured in Spanish oak ex-sherry cask and American oak ex-bourbon barrels has been bottled in its most natural form, neither chill filtered nor natural colored, and as a result may develop light haze, blah, blah, blah. But it says right there on the bottle or on the tube what you should expect from this. And like, man, show me, you can count on one hand how many distilleries give you this much information about what you're buying. You got to give them mad props for that. And again, nice minimalistic bottle. They're not flashy. I dig it. As for the bottle itself, I mean, look how much darker this is than the 12. Let's just compare this. Look how much darker this is than the 12. That's 6 more years. This thing is dark as hell. So we know this is ex-sherry and ex-bourbon. Again, it says non-chill filter, natural color right there, 46% ABV. Good deal. It doesn't tell you about the barrels specifically on the bottle, but it does on the tube, which I guess is good enough. Yeah, this is looking good. So, I mean, just that difference makes me second guess how much sherry Spanish oak influence might be in that 12. It must be really small. Any event, I do have Alan, the Whiskey Friends Coin 36 on top of this. Here's what it looks like in the glass, y'all. That is anConc 18. Let's get into it. Wow. Right away, much richer on the nose. Dark fruits, dried fruits, much more predominant. Yeah, this is a serious departure from the 12. Dried red fruit, I'm thinking, dried berries. There's almost a little bit of a hint of like a barrel note to this. Like it's almost smoky. Not peat smoke, but like there's a slight kind of oaky smokedness to it, just very faint in the background. Little sulfuric thing. But mostly this is just like a really rich, this reminds me a little bit on the nose of a less sweet Glendronach Allardyce. Man, complex. Vanilla notes, toffee, dried toffee. What's that? That citrus is here too, but way more subdued. I want to say it's more orange than it was lemon lime on the 12. Oh, wow, really rich. It's got that Christmas cake note of a nice old sherry, but man, you can tell there's age on this. You can tell the age because it's not all fresh notes. It's those dried fruit notes, which I usually find you only get on older whiskeys or whiskeys that have older whiskey in it. Wow. Brown sugar, powdered sugar, slight floral note again. Floral notes tame down. The 12, more floral, more sweet sour. This richer, it's much more intense. It's much more dark red fruits. Wow, this smells really great. Again, $100 bottle, 110 for an 18-year-old. Can't go wrong. Let's give this a taste. Sancho. Big arrival. But what you expect, which is this like oily, heavily coated mouth coating like sherry bomb, this thing quickly turns. You get those sweet, those heavy fruit notes at first, but then I'm getting a blast of citrus, pepper, toffee. Wow. Quite different than what I expected where this was going to go based off the nose. Bit of an alcohol burn on this one too. This one's got a little bit of an alcohol bite. Finish is pretty long. Menthol, dried fruit, strawberry, raspberry. Another challenging whiskey. Yeah, this is not a whiskey that I would necessarily recommend to a starter. Finish, cinnamon. Give me one more taste. Yeah, this is super complex. You're really getting almost all the senses. The only thing that's missing from this is kind of that savory note. Sour again, sour bitter, which I didn't notice on the nose, definitely asserting itself on palate and finish. Lemon, lime, sweet, sour. Sugary, bit of toffee, bit of vanilla, orange. Wow, a lot happening in this. A bit sharp. This one might need a little time to oxidize. It's a little bit sharp, you know, and the sharpness I think is coming from both that kind of peppery note that I mentioned, but also it's also a little bit of an alcohol note. This is a whiskey that's going to demand your time and patience for sure, but I'm liking it. I think there's a lot to get into here. This one will be interesting to add some water to later. I bet it's going to tame down that alcohol menthol note. Man, the nose on this is awesome, though. Right on. Okay. We'll let this sit out for a little bit. And in a few more minutes, we'll get into the 24. So far, I think my general feeling on both of these anConcs is they're both really good. They're both not starter whiskeys for folks just getting into single malts because they have a lot of range. There's a lot of different flavors in this. They're going to demand a lot of attention, but I like it. Yeah, wow, that sour note, you just don't get that on many whiskeys. You really don't. Not as prominent as it is on these two. Anyways, so there we go, man. I'd be curious if anybody's got thoughts on the anConc 18. I know Malted in Montreal, who I think is still in the chat. That was one of his top whiskey last year. Be curious if anything I mentioned Malted jives or doesn't jive with what you said in your review. And then, you know, like I said, folks should go check out his channel, check out that review. Let me try to catch up here on the chat. I am way behind. Jason Coates says 105 is delightful. Clint Farkless 21 is one of my favorites. Incredible value at 109. Have you at Malted LT, have you had the 25, which I think is like $140, $150 here in the States? I found it to be a little bit on the disappointing side in hindsight, but curious if you've had it. Malted Montreal said we should have 250 mils of stuff. Yeah, I totally agree. That should be much more accessible. Why not? And let folks taste a lot more stuff. Or you can be a sucker like me and you just straight up just buy the bottles, but not everybody would do that. If you get a chance, check out Aaron, the Bothy, cast strength. Would love The expert man, you're the third person that's I highlight this comment because he's like the third person that's told me about the Bothy. A few weeks ago, I did a review of Aaron Macramore, which is one of their peated malts, which was decent. And a lot of folks said, check out the Bothy, check out the Bothy. So I've not had that, but apparently that's the way to go if you want Aaron, y'all. Yeah, folks agreeing. Malted. Gotta go get my car. See you again. 20 minutes. If you're getting a sponge bath, Ben Demon Hunter, you're a lucky man. Luckier than me. What? I saw a Blackguard 5.1 for 200 mil. Oh, 200 mil. Okay, that's what that is. I was going to say, if you found that bottle for 150, that's like theft. That's crazy. I've heard mixed things about the Blackguard 4.1 or 5.1. The 4.1 is killer. Peter White, mostly bought because 180 in Alberta. That's a great price. Folks talking about the stuff. Is the Black Arts as good as they say it is? I think it depends which one you get, but yes. The Blackguard 4.1, which is the last one that the Brook Lade master distiller Jim McEwen did before he left or retired, and then was handed over to the new guy who's done the 5-point and the 6-point, and I don't know if there's a 7-point. The 4.1 is probably the best single malt that I've ever had, or damn close. It's freaking amazing. 23-year-old, that one that was bottled in 1990, I think. So much complexity, really rich and viscous, a lot of fruit notes, a lot of and there was a lot of like toffee caramel notes in that. Yeah, it's so good. You can probably still find the 4.1. I'm not sure what price you could get the 4.1 for anymore. Probably in that 400 range, 500 range. If you got the capital, it's worth the investment for once in your life. I can't speak to the 5 versus 6.1, but maybe someone else in the chat can. I'm not sure. But I think the 4.1 was really the ones earlier than the 4.1 you're just never going to find. But the 4.1 you might be able to, and if you can, grab it. Peter White said that anConc 2100 Canadian in Canada and was 124. Are you talking about the 18-year-old? Oh, interesting. Damn, well, you guys have a different exchange rate, but yeah. Sacramanga, he's back. I'll have to try. I have a wedding coming up. We will spend a couple nights in Scotland. Castles may include Aaron. Damn, man, that's the way to do a wedding. Cheers. Congratulations if it's your wedding. Or congratulations if it's someone else's. Either way. Everyone is going to laugh. I've been really enjoying the naked crosses lately. You can't go wrong with naked cross. Dude, the smoky, the naked grouse smoky black, all of those are great. They're great, just like starter sippers. I thought the regular naked grouse wasn't, or the regular famous grouse wasn't bad. It's like an $18 bottle. You can do a lot worse. Cutty Sark, the regular Cutty Sark, I think is much worse. Dewar's is much worse, the white label. Got no hate for that one, man. Had a sample of the 12. All right, cool. Nothing wrong with the naked grouse. Donner Pass, which are we on? We just tasted the 18. I'm going to get into the 24 in just a few minutes here. Have you had the 18 before, Donner? All right. Folks talking about Canadian prices. All right, y'all. So this has been sitting here for, I don't know, close to 20 minutes, probably a little bit longer. This is the anConc 24. So just as a point of comparison, this is what the bottles look like, the color. That's the anConc 24. This is the anConc 18. 18 is slightly lighter, but not by much. So this 24, again, much like the 18, 46% ABV, non-chill filter, natural color right on the label. Gotta love that. Minimalistic approach. I mean, no flares. I mean, look at this, right? Show me how many distilleries put their 24-year-old whiskey in like the same tube style they do the other ones. Usually you're going to get some big ostentatious box or something. But so here's the rundown on the 24. Non-chill filter natural color, again, prominently. It says here, oh, so this is interesting. So it's got the tasting notes, blah, blah, blah on the back. It says it's non-chill filter natural color, gives it the background. So here's something interesting. On the tube for the 18, it says explicitly matured in Spanish oak X sherry and American X bourbon. It doesn't say that on the back of the 24. It actually doesn't tell you what it's aged in. I wonder why they wouldn't include this on the 24. Well, that's interesting. Looking at the internet real quick, I think it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. So X bourbon, X sherry. But strange, you'd think if they included it on an 18-year-old too, they'd include it on the 24. I wonder what the difference is there. There's some weird marketing strategy, but in any event, NOC 24. This is a neck pour. This ain't going to be the only pour I have, but let's give it its initial day in court. There you go. About as dark as the 18, not much darker. Wow. Nose is similar to the 18. Super rich. Dried fruit. Dried red fruit. Berries, vanilla, slight citrus, but it's in the background. Much less loud than the 12 and the 18. Yeah, you know this is an older whiskey for sure. Oh, wow. It smells much more just deep, like deep and rich than even the 18. The 18, which I said a little earlier, like on the palate and especially on the finish, I got a little bit of an alcohol note, a bit of a sharp pepperiness. It's going to be interesting to see if the same thing comes out of this. But this is like Christmas in a glass, but there's other stuff going on. You're getting a little of that barrel char. Slight baking spice. Wow. There is a really nice red fruit note in here. Juicy ass apple. Raspberry. Again, $200 stateside. 200 to 250 or maybe 230, 240 is what you pay for this, which is a steal for a 24-year-old whiskey. But let's see how it lands on the palate. I just uncorked this tonight, so I've never actually had this. Man, that toffee note, man. Big time. So much happening in here. All right, let's give it a taste. Wow. Okay. Sticky, icky. Similar to the other two, palate gets you that slight pepper, cinnamon, sweet sour note. The sweet sour thing, this kind of lemon lime. I think somebody earlier said kind of like a wet stone note, prominent through all of this. It's a little less prominent on the 24, but it's still here, which is just like, I think, a core of a Knox range. You're just going to get a bitter sour note on a Knock. It's basically what I'm learning here that you just don't get on a lot of other whiskeys. But boy, this immediately hits your palate. Oily as all hell. Lemon, lime, citrus, vanilla. Really complex. The finish is long on this. You're left with a really nice, balanced, creamy warmth of like vanilla, toffee, caramel, slight orange, citrus, chocolate orange type thing, maybe even a slight cherry note. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Man, the finish is really long on this 24. This is going to be really fun to explore. The nose is so great. So we're going to do water on all of these in a little bit. But my initial feelings on this, the 24 is the clear winner. It's just so rounded and balanced. I mean, that sharp kind of bitey edge I got off the 18, which again, oxidization is going to do its magic. We'll see what it's like when it comes back. But yeah, this 24 just right out the gate. If I was going to just explain the core components that I'm getting out of all three of these anConcs, the thread running through all of these: dried toffee, sweet sour, which is like a lime citrus. It's like a lime citrus. It's like you get that sweetness initially, and then a bit of that kind of citrusy sharpness. Unlike on the 18, I don't get the pepper note. Even on the 12 and the 18, I got more of a pepper note than I do off this 24. This is a heavily refined, just magical. Man, what a great dram. Okay. So my final thinking on the knock, really, just based off these three, this is not a beginner distillery. I think if I would have drank this 3 years ago when I first got into single malts for real, I would have been turned off by this because it's just got these notes and components that, similar to Springbank, are going to be potentially off-putting to somebody who's not kind of went through the journey a bit. So I think for folks who are kind of looking for something new and different, anConc's a good distillery for that. Again, there's a common thread through this. There's a really nice, punchy lemon lime bitter note, slightly sour note, not grapefruit sour, lime sour. It is lemon lime sour. You also get this toffee note, this kind of, which is coming off the bourbon. I think that especially in the 24, they used really nice casks, at least in this expression, because it is so oily and viscous. Those flavors are married really well together. The one I'm most impressed with, clearly the 24. The 18, I think, is going to need a little bit of time. I think they're all going to take time. I think this is a whiskey that oxidization is going to bring a lot to the forefront on, so I'm excited for that. The 18 is the one I think is the most challenging for me so far. The 12, relatively easy drinking, probably not going to get as much complexity. The 24 out of the gate is a stunner, and I know there's going to be more to come. Man, I'm still on the finish of this 24. It's just sticking everywhere. Now I'm getting kind of like a slight like creme brulee dessert vanilla nutmeg thing. Man, damn. Yeah, it's heavy. Be curious if anybody's had the anConc 24, what your thoughts are on that. I'll catch up on the chat, then we'll put a little water on these, see what else we get. Yeah, I will for sure, buddy. Is that 8:53? Oh, I'm not that far back. Oh, man. People are talking about long rows. You guys are going to get me going crazy. Love long row. Alti says Glengoyne 25 is one of the best value older expressions on the market. Fantastic whiskey. So the thing I like about Glengoyne 25, the 21, which I've wanted to buy, it's like $250, $300, only 43%. The 25, which is, although $500 some dollars, 48% ABV. That's what gets my head turning on that. I'm working background. Peter White says the 24 replaced the old 22-year-old anConc. Oh, that's good to know. Good to know. What else has people got to say? Skulls and Sweden. Love Sweden. It's been too long since I last visited, said Jason Coates. Man, I wish I would. Peter White says the 24 will need a little time. Yeah, man. I think honestly, so the 18 and the 24 are going to be just so much fun to dive into after they get a little oxidization, because these are whiskeys that I respect, and I can tell that they're well crafted. They're going to need a little time to open up and do their thing. But I'm really enjoying all of them. Mall user, watch a review from Whiskey in the Six as he's reviewing a bottle open for 6 months. Oh, that's good to know. The same company that rebranded and jacked up the prices on Ball Blair. An old Paltney owned and knocked to any day now. Oh, God, that's bad news. Don't tell me that's on her pass. What's up with that? That's no good. Going as damn. I hope they don't go the Highland Park route and start calling it all mountain something or Viking something or all that shit. 30 different expressions out. I mean, there are a lot of expressions of a knock now. Anyways, I'm going to go through. We'll do a quick taste of all three of these, and then I'll bring on Swami. I'm going to put about a teaspoon of water on all three. Some water on the 12. Do some water on this 18. And then on the 24. Let's see what else happens here. Really eager to see what this water does with the 18 and 24. All right, first on the 12, y'all. Wow, that grassy flowery note steps up big time. I can put my nose all the way in this now. Oh, sweet honey. Man, this is a knock 12. Yeah, slight lemon lime in the back. The 12, water on the 12 brings out a bit more sweetness. That lemon lime is still there. Dry finish. Vanilla, dry toffee. $50. The 12, again, if you're kind of ready for something a little more challenging in your journey, grab the 12. This is a good one. Good price, good whiskey. Tames down a bit of that pepper sour note. Much more sweetness on the vanilla. The bourbon cask comes out more with water on the 12. Man. Is this my favorite 12-year-old whiskey ever? No. Is it one of the more interesting ones? Yeah. Happy with that one. We got a little bit of water on the 18. Let's see what's happened to this. As we remember what I was saying a little bit before. Yeah. My whiskey friend just said, you see how easy that thing went down. Yeah, that 12 went down real easy, especially with water. Man, I'll tell you this much. Ooh, looks like I got a little bit of a floater in this 18. Cork. Fuck, that sucks. Man, the 18 nose is so good. It's dried fruit, which to me says they're using some good barrels. I mean, you just don't get these dry notes, these dried fruit notes that much in like those younger barrels. It's like, I think it's a testament to the age. These are just quality whiskeys. You usually get those kind of fresher, bright fruit notes. At least I notice, and I might be totally wrong on this, but I notice that tends to be in things that are like refill, which I know isn't intuitive, but the brightness kind of obfuscates the lack of quality. All right, here's the 18 water. Again, the nose, dried fruit, dark fruit, red fruit, toffee, slight citrus, vanilla, caramel. Awesome. So again, man, unlike, I still get this bitey citrus, slight alcohol punch right on the forefront. But unlike before, where it on neat, where it kind of just got more assertive as it went through, now I'm getting it right away on the taste of the 18. But then it kind of fades away, and it's like heavy bourbon note, caramel, dark plum, prune, fig. Oh man, the 18 with water, that teaspoon of water has totally opened this up. As I mentioned, oxidization is going to do wonders on this. Finish is getting longer too. Sweet and sour, or the citrus sour note's still there, but it's in the background. It's not as punchy. It's not as assertive. The pepper note's not as assertive. Getting more of an apricot orange thing happening. While the 12 got just a little bit easier drinking, but not much more complex off the water, the 18 has got more complex and like exponentially more interesting. Wow, this is great. It's just got great body, man. The anConcs have great body. It's like the first split second it hits your tongue, you think it's kind of like medium. It's like a medium kind of like not going to be an overpowering or like full-bodied whiskey, but go to that second split second, it's like it lets you know it's there. Maltiness, the sweet sour, the barley, man, fuck. 18 has stepped up its game hardcore on this with the water. This is going to be great in a couple months, I can tell. Fuck yeah. All right, man. anConc 18. Digging it. Let's see what's happened with this 24. Just as a point of comparison, I put a teaspoon of water in both of these. This is the anConc 24. This is the anConc 18. I mean, that's almost indistinguishable color difference. This is the 24. This is the 18. Compared to the 12, which is much lighter. Wow. All right, here's the 24. With the addition of water, it's just gotten warm, like more of that warm, slightly allspice, slightly nutmeg. The spice is more assertive now. Smells like goddamn Christmas. God, the sherry notes in this are just freaking great. Still strawberry, whipped cream, strawberry shortcake thing going on. Slight raspberry, apple, pear, melon, orange. That barrel note, as I was mentioning earlier, you got a little bit of that kind of, it's not smoke, it's not peat smoke, it's just like charred barrel note. That's actually gone away a bit on the 24 with the water. What a great nose. All right, here's the taste of the 24 with water. So I think both the 18 and the 24 have benefited from water, but the 24 is in another world. Molasses. What do they say in Scotland? Treacle note. This 24 is stupid. I think the profile is much more like the 18 than the 12 is, but I'll tell you this much. The the like concentration of the vanilla caramel bourbon notes on the 24 extend just so much longer than it does even on the 18. Again, slight menthol, vanilla, sweet sour, slight lime in the background. Much like the 18, the citrus is taken backstage a bit with the water. I like both of these better with water. The teaspoon of water has done a lot to this. This 18 is starting to taste more like the Ball Blair. If you've ever had the Ball Blair 1990, it's like the Ball Blair 90 with a little bit more sharpness and edge to it, a little bit more smokiness. The floral note is back in the 24, big time on the finish. Yeah. Shit. All right. Cool, y'all. Thanks for entertaining me on this. This is a lot of fun. My general feeling on all three of these. So US prices, a knock 12, $50. A knock 18, 100 to 110. A knock 24, 210 to 250. Price considered, if I was going to recommend one of these bottles, now with the addition of water and what I expect from oxidization, I would say the 18 is your best bet for the value. Best whiskey, clearly the 24, and it's not even close. So if you're interested in trying in a knock, never had one before, looking for something a little bit challenging, want to make an investment, you got $100. I can only count on one hand 18-year-olds that I would recommend over the anConc 18, and that's saying something considering there are a lot of good 18s out there. The 24 for $220 some is in stupid value considering other distillery releases at that price at that age will be double that price. They're all bargains. I think they're all bargains. But for your price, you won't go wrong with any three of these. I think the anConc 12 is a real easy one to get into for those who have been drinking single malts for a while. You can't screw, like the 24 is, I think, by far the superior whiskey here. But if you're looking for that sweet spot of value and quality, 18. So there you go, y'all. We've went through all that. We've went through the anConc age statements. We got a bunch of folks in the chat. Looks like a couple other people have joined us. I'm going to be having Swami join us relatively soon here, who is a big fan of the anConc 18. And we'll keep the chat going. It's Friday. What's everybody sipping on? I see a lot of conversation. Love to hear what you guys are all drinking on tonight. And I'm going to be sending over a invite to our good friend, Punk Rock Malted in Montreal. See what he's up to. See what he's got to say about the anConc. Anyways, we got 17 folks in the chat, so we're having a good time. I'm going to try and catch up a little bit here. See what folks are saying. Looks like DH Silva's in the house. What's up? Nice to see you, man. We got to hang out a couple days ago. He's got a hell of a Springbank collection. Peter White talking about his, yeah, God. Jason Coates moving over to something else off the rye. Cool, man. Yeah, feel free to share any of your thoughts. If any of you got thoughts on the anConcs and kind of what my two cents was on anConc, I'm gonna invite us in here with Malted in Montreal, Swami Suave in the flesh, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. What's cracking, homie?
Not much. Just watching a show and agreed 100% on the anConc 18. I have not had the 24. I've had a 24-year-old anConc, but it was a vintage statement one that Mike That's Crazy brought over last year. It was on a live, but it wasn't a statement one. And Mike has a lot of them. I've had the opportunity to get a few of them back in the day. The Razcan was absolutely fantastic. The 12-year-old is fantastic. The 18-year-old is wonderful. The dated ones that Mike brought over are always good. I've yet to have a bad anConc. I haven't had the opportunity to try the 24, which is great. Right now, I'm drinking something pretty boring. Well, not boring. I'm really I'm really liking it, and
Naked Grouse.
I can't stop drinking it. I think this is the best blended malt, cheap blended malt. Don't get me, no one get angry at me, but this destroys Monkey Shoulder by a fucking mile.
You talking about the Naked Grouse?
Yeah, it hits all the sherry spots you want on a sherried whiskey. It's not a 25-year-old. It's not going to blow your mind away. But for fucking $25 when I bought this like 6 months ago in Vermont, and I just forgot about it. It's just been sitting in my shelf, and I finally opened it. I was like, why the fuck not? I thought it was going to be a joke, but I'm really happy. It's got insanely great floral and honey notes and a lot of spice, and there's some beautiful pepper notes to it. And I was like, I just can't believe the price I paid for it. I'm really happy.
That's awesome, man. So just to make sure I had the record straight, I know I was ranting and raving about anConc for the last hour. You had the anConc 18 as your whiskey of the year for 2019. What was
it won by a cunt hair. It was in between the anConc 18 and the Tamdu Batch 2 Cast Strength. I was looking at both of them, and it was really hard. It was like Sophie's choice between the two, but I ended up going for the anConc just because of the age statement being 18 years of age, and for $111 Canadian, which you said you paid $100 American, I paid $111 Canadian for mine.
That's stupid cheap.
Yeah. Again, not in Quebec because of Alberta. Peter White, who's in your chat, knows Alberta pricing, which is sad now because idiots who wouldn't shut the fuck up about buying stuff in Alberta all the time ruined it for the rest of us, because now you can still get stuff, I think, but it's really hard now. It's no longer as easy as it was to get shit from Alberta because the LCBO put in some sort of lawsuit against like Alberta or something like that. Too many people in Ontario wouldn't shut up about buying whiskey out in Alberta, and it kind of ruined everybody.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you guys got your predicaments up there with the whiskey shit, and like the way we have similar stuff here in the States. I mean, you know, like I'm in Philly. Pennsylvania has got state control, but I'm close to the border for New Jersey, where they have independent shops. And again, it's like it's hit or miss, right? I mean, the laws are about great prices, while conversely, you just maybe don't always get the variety you necessarily want. But the
laws were actually about to change recently. They were on the books, but then the COVID thing hit, so I think that's like going to wait a little while. But they were going to change it. It's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. You're going to be able to purchase from any province you want to, but it has to be from a public liquor board, meaning one that's government run, and then you're going to have to pay the taxes of whatever your province's taxes are.
I can understand that. I mean, that's like, it's not super dissimilar to the way things go here, where like you have, you know, certain state liquor taxes, you got sales tax, stuff like that. PA is kind of like okay on that stuff. I used to live in DC where it was much worse on the sales tax front, at least. But yeah, you know, regressive taxation on sales tax is what it is. I'm curious though, Malted, like what you put the 18 as your whiskey of the year last year, without going back and viewing your video, which by the way, everybody who's watching tonight, if you're not subscribed to Malted in Montreal, go check it out. You can check out his review.
I want to apologize because most of the people here are subscribed to me. I want to apologize to a lot of them for not putting out content lately. I've been, I'll be honest, I have my whole life I suffer from GERD, which is like acid reflux. And so I'm trying not to drink as much right now because I'm going through a bit of a problem right now with that. I'm having a drink with you tonight, but I haven't drank all week. So I'm trying to keep my drinking for like once a week, kind of thing like that, which sucks.
You can see his GoFundMe link here in the chat.
No GoFundMes. It's just that's why I haven't been doing any reviews lately. It'll be soon. Just I
appreciate it, man. And like you were one of the first whiskey tubers I got into, especially because you're into music that I like. And so if anybody's in here that is not sub to your channel, I highly recommend it. But yeah, man. I mean, on the anConc 18, I'm curious. Like, obviously, you put it as your whiskey of the year for 2019. I mean, what about? I guess two questions. One was, you know, in my tasting and review of it, did you find a lot of the similar notes I did, or think that there were some things you got?
Yeah, but I found that even though it's a split, it is a split 18-year-old. I found that the sherry notes came off so wonderful because a lot of times when you get in a split batch whiskey, the sherry tends to get overpowered by the bourbon for some reason, or it's the other way around where the sherry overpowers the bourbon or the bourbon overpowers the sherry, but one or the other. This one got a lot more sherry, but the overpowering was a positive for it. It literally tasted in the same level as some Glendronachs I've had in the influence that came off of it, and I was really impressed. Mike, that's crazy, was impressed. Julien, who did the review with me on it, was insane. He ended up buying 3 bottles like literally the next day after doing the review with me. I finished that bottle in 6 months. I know Rob Whiskey in the Six, he bought a bottle of it and he finished it within like a 4-week radius. Peter White always talks about how much he loves it. It's just, I think it's something that a lot of connoisseurs of whiskey really, really enjoy because it's got a lot of complexity to it.
Yeah.
Flavoring, but at the same time, it's so well rounded that nothing is jumping out of everywhere. So it's got
that's a really interesting point you make, Swami, because, and I think I harped on this a bit as I was going through, even with the 12, like, I guess my general feeling was like, it's not a single malt, I would say, like, to a friend of mine who's into bourbon, like, oh yeah, start with a knock 12. Like this is the single malt that's going to convert you. This is one that I think for people who've been through the Glenmorangies, the Macallans, maybe Old Paltney to some extent, those kind of either malt forward or like sherry forward whiskeys, like you're going to get a little more complexity out of this. And that's what I've noticed in this one. I mean, it's that sour bitter note for me that I found it was the sour bitter and the kind of that what was the other one? Yeah, the sour bitter and the toffee note, which I found kind of was the common thread through all 3 of these expressions. But to your point, I think that's exactly right. I almost, not to put a knock in the same bracket as Springbank in terms of whatever.
I think that they both have something that's they're not similar at all. Springbank and Knock are completely different animals, but they both have something for their distilleries, and that's a specific flavor profile. Springbank has the funk. A Knock to me has the mineral note.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
the clay. The whetstone, some people describe it as. I describe it as a limestone granite kind of thing. Like if you ever, when you were a kid, lick cement. I know everyone's done it when they were a kid, like lick a piece of cement or rock. You kind of have that note coming off of there, and it feels effervescent on the tongue a little bit.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head with that. The way, like, I'm kind of right there with you on the whetstone thing. It's like smelling fresh concrete.
Yeah.
The smell of fresh concrete, but the taste.
Well, I didn't say whetstone. I think it was Ben Demon Hunter or Jason Coates that said whetstone. Me, it's a limestone thing I've always gotten.
Sure.
It comes from the water that they source. I forget the name. If someone in the comments wants to name the lake or the area of their water supply for Anok, it is the heaviest water in all of Scotland. It has literally the heaviest water in Scotland. Heavy water means a very iron-rich, a very mineral water. So
I know you're getting that, and I think that's one of the notes that was like there with me, and it kind of like I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it's there through all of this for sure. It's there through all 3 of these expressions, and it's definitely like it's got a bit of this. I don't know. It's almost part of it's like gives it its body, right? And I noticed it in all 3, to be completely honest with you. I think it's less so as you get into the other ones. I mean, for example, like they say all 3 of these are, I had to look on the internet because somehow only the 18-year-old tube, at least as far as the one I have, explicitly say it's a mix of Spanish oak, ex sherry, and ex bourbon. But if you look on like distiller.com or other places, like they're all like, hey, it's ex sherry, ex bourbon. But look at the color difference in this. And you probably know, but for the people looking, watching who haven't had a knock, this is the 12, and this is the 18. Mm-hmm. These are non-chill filter natural colors, and
I'd like to show my bottle, but I finished mine within 6 weeks. It's gone already.
Well, I'm going to be right behind you because these are these are kind of I just opened the 24 today. I opened the 18 last week. The 12's been open for a couple weeks, but
I'd like to get my hands on fours.
Yeah,
it's not in Quebec, unfortunately. The 18-year-old is in Quebec, but it's not sold at the same price as it was in Alberta. It's still relatively good price for an 18-year-old. It's $150 or something, but it's still, $39 more than what I can get it if I can get it from Alberta, which annoys me. But
yeah, absolutely.
that's also the good signs. You also have to point out that these are the good signs of a good distillery, meaning the core range from the 12 and up share a similarity point. Comparison to some other distilleries who might not have the best master distillers, they vary from fucking one bottle to the next bottle. This one's good. This one's okay. This one sucks. This one's this. It's nice to see a distillery who has a core range that the 12-year-old is as a start off jumping point, and then you continue on your journey, and it evolves and gets better with every age group, which is a nice thing to have in comparison to other distilleries where they'll have their 12-year-old, like people were talking about Aberlour, that sucks. And then you have the 16-year-old that's like, meh, and the 18-year-old, which I've had, which is eh, and then everyone's like, well, the Abunda's good. And it's like, yeah, but you can't base an entire distillery off of one bottle. Every distillery is going to, the clock strikes 12 twice a day. So you can't call a distillery good because it has one bottle that comes from it. Or I love when people say, well, the independent bottlings are great. They're not even involved anymore at that point. So you can't even say that they're a good distillery.
Yeah, I see your point on that. And like to the first thing you said, I think when I was going through these three, I noticed the common elements. I mean, for me, it was the toffee and the sweet sour, and to your point, like that mineral note, and that was the one that I was struggling to kind of pick up on, but I could taste it. I think that your point about Aberlour. Again, I've had the 12, which I thought was like so. I've had the 16, which I thought was a massive disappointment. I didn't mess around with the 18 because I thought the 16 was like such a joke. I mean, 40% ABV, color to death. It was so thin and watery that I've just not went any for. And like, again, I hold the Abuna in a bracket. Like I bracket the Abuna because of course, cask strength. Everybody loves the Abuna as a sherry bomb. I've just never bought a bottle.
It's rare to not like a cask strength whiskey because of the mouthfeel of cask strength whiskeys.
Right.
It's so beautiful, and the alcohol carries the flavor so well.
Right.
But professional tasters water down their whiskey to 25% for a reason, so they can actually taste what the whiskey tastes like. To get rid of like the added effort that. Like I said, cask strengths. I said this. Was it with you? I think it was you, me, and Telex who were talking, and I said I think cask strengths are the new way to mask inefficiencies in a whiskey. It used to be peat and over shearing or over oaking or over whatever doing in order to mask. I think cask strength is the new way distilleries are masking imperfections in their.
Well, I'd rather have that than them going like NAS 40%. But still, you're right. Like to your larger point, I think that's.
So I like which one was it? We were talking Chivas Regal 18, which is a 40% blended. Wonderful. We were saying we like it. It tastes great. It's at 40%. You're not hiding anything, and it's good. I want my whiskey to be good at 40. Like why can't I have a good whiskey at 40%? Why does everything have to be cask strength? Like as much as I like cask strength, I want whiskey to be good. And Aberlour. I don't want to poo-poo on Aberlour because they're not the only ones. There's a lot of distilleries out there that I don't like because everyone's laughing and making comments, and I agree with you guys 100%. Yes, I hate Macallan. I don't hate Macallan's because the Classic Cut's a wonderful whiskey, but I don't like their core range anymore. It's overpriced and not great. And they're a perfect example of one bottle to the next being just completely different and off the wall is Macallan. They are, when you say like the definition of when you streamline everything, what's it called again? When everything tastes the same. What's the word? Sorry, I'm a little tired in the head here. When you want every bottle to kind of taste similar to each other and have the similar profile, the similarities, whatever.
Yeah.
Every bottle of Macallan is completely different from every bottling. Like there's no similarities between them. I don't get It used to be back in the day because everything was, you know, fully sherry matured and full sherry, and that was their signature. Now that they no longer do that, they're just like spicing shit and doing this and that, and there's a point where too much trial and error becomes just a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, if your name's not Compass Box, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think your point is right, and I mean, I think we're at a point where, at least in my dumb 2 cents about what I'm seeing, is like a lot of distilleries. I mean, especially when we talk about Isla peated malts, with so many that are, you know, if you look at the annual release Carchis and stuff, where they're just trying to find new ways to like flavor their signature stuff. And I think by and large, Lefroy does a pretty good job. There are others, you know, some people.
You and Julian would get along. Me and Julian disagree a lot on Lefroy. I think Lefroy hit their peak with the quarter cask, and they should just make that and stop making everything else and just make quarter cask.
Have you had the quarter cask, the cask strength quarter cask?
Yes, I love the cask strength quarter cask. It's a wonderful whiskey. The 10-year-old cask strength, beautiful as well. Make that shit.
Oh yeah.
The 10-year-old regular is fine too, but the lore to me is a waste of money. If the lore was at the same price line as the quarter cask, I'd be fine with it, because to me, I'd rather drink the quarter cask than the lore.
When you do your reviews, Swami, you include cost in your like assessment, right?
You have to. You cannot do a review on whiskey unless you're DH Sill that makes $1 billion a year, or Rob Whiskey in the Sticks, and not include price. I am from a middle class bracket in my income, and I review whiskey for people that are in. They could be above me and shit like that, but there has to be a point where you have to put price in your review.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's necessarily a wrong way, but it's more about, as to your point, about like what your goal and audience is. And I'm similar to you in that sense. Like I
can tell. I see where you live.
Yeah, I include costs, right? I mean, to me, I can't justify saying to somebody like, you know, the 24 a knock at $200 is the 5.0 must buy, but the 12 is a 2 and you shouldn't fuck with it. Like, to me, like and it's not an exact science, and honestly, it's not easy. Like, and I'm sure you've struggled with it when you're thinking about it. Like, you might really like it, but you recognize that I like it because I scored this bottle, and for the average person, if they're at the store and you're on YouTube saying spend $150 on this bottle when something is close to as good at half the price, you know, that's my philosophy. And so, like, as hard as it is, I do try to like incorporate cost. And so, like, I do you do the 100 scale, I do the like 5, 1 to 5, and I'm like, I try to include the caveat. Like 3.5 for me is like, I recommend buying it or at a good price for trying. If it's a 4, I'm like 4 or above, I'm saying this is worth investing in, irrespective of price.
To me, irrespective of price happens very rarely. Like people were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
4.1 Black Arts, total worth the 350.
Yes, absolutely.
I didn't say 400. The Highland Park 21-year-old, totally worth the 350. If you can find a Highland Park 21-year-old, get it at the 350 mark. It's no longer being made, but it is an impeccably amazing whiskey, totally worth the 300. It's very rare that I'm going to say a whiskey is worth that price line. There have been really great whiskeys that I've done on my channel that I just couldn't tell people to buy. They were amazing.
Yeah.
But all right, good example. The 24-year-old Glendronach that I did this year, which was fucking incredible. But I wouldn't pay $600 for it.
Right, exactly.
So that's the price it was. And it was fucking amazing. Like, I loved that shit. But I couldn't buy the grandeur at $600.
I'm with you on that. And like, I think to summarize, I guess, and what I hear from you and kind of what my philosophy is, at least just for the way that I review whiskeys, is, I mean, it's about the audience and what your goal is, right? I don't think there's a wrong way to do it, but I think, for me, I just can't tell somebody to be, maybe it's taking myself too seriously, but I just literally can't be like, yeah, this is, your point about black art is a great, like $300, $350 for black art. It's worth it one time in your life. Just fucking do it if you got the money. But
well, those are bottles.
Don't go running around saying like Springbank 18 might be a 5.0 whiskey or a 4.0 whiskey is 4.0 because you should spend $190 on it. Like I just, there's no fucking way you should do that.
Well, like you were saying, the 24 at $200, that's a fucking steal for a 24-year-old bottle.
Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, I got to get you a sample of this, man. You got to have this 24. That's
why I always
the 18. You got to try this.
I always bring up the Glenfarclas because the Glenfarclas, you get that 25-year-old. Well, now it's gone up a bit. It was 200 for a long, long time. It was 190 here in Quebec till about 2017. Now I think it's at 250, which is still a fucking kick-ass price. But then you have other 21-year-olds and 25-year-olds that are just shit, like Oakentoshan. I wouldn't pay those fucking even at 150. I wouldn't buy an Oakentoshan 25. They fucking suck. I wouldn't even buy it at 100. So the age doesn't always state that it's going to be good.
Yeah.
You can't always base your fucking, well, this is, come on, $25-year-old whiskey at $100. I got to buy it. No, not that one. Same thing I'd say for Tully Bardeen. Tully Bardeen makes a 25-year-old that's incredibly cheap. Tomatin, there.
Dude, the Tomatin 18 is like $70.
It's delicious. There.
Yeah.
I'd do that. But
and you worry, I mean, like to your point there, you worry about things like anConc. I think somebody was alluding to it earlier that like you look at things like anConc where, yeah, man, I mean, the 18-year-old is $100 or sometimes sub $100 right now. I mean, is that going to be the reality in 2 years? Like buy now. Like this anConc 24, they could like, if you look at market prices, this anConc 24 could easily go for $300.
Yeah, but right now we're about to hit everyone in the world. It's going to be it's going to affect the world. We're all going to be economically fucked for the next probably 9 to 10 months. It's going to be right. Maybe even longer, maybe a year. And the first things to go when the economy goes bad are luxuries. Home decorators, you no longer have a job. Whiskey should be going down. All the shit that's not important in life is going to be, going down. So the one maybe positive we can take out of this crisis that we're dealing with, and there's nothing positive about it. I know it sucks, but the one positive we might get out of this is that prices should be going down on luxury items like crazy after this shit's done.
Man, maybe the bourbon bubble in the States is going to pop. Maybe Weller freaking Pisswater Weller Special Reserve. No offense to people, it's not a bad whiskey, but it's not a $85 whiskey, which is what you see it for on secondary market. Maybe that's finally going to drop to a reasonable price. We'll see. Or the only people that are going to gamble on it anymore are going to be people who are going to afford it.
Well, they can't survive. The Scotch industry and the whiskey industry as a whole cannot survive off of just luxury brand whiskey. It's impossible. They need to have a average buyers like us to invest in. But if we're all going to be struggling for the next 12 months, they're not going to be able to sell. So they're going to have to, the only thing I can think of is they're going to have to lower prices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see, man. I mean, I'm really curious to see how, here in the States, we have the combination of the tariffs that have been implemented on stuff from the EU, which includes Scotch whiskey. And then obviously the economic downturn that we're all going to be living in if we're not living in it already, because of the coronavirus. And so I do wonder to some degree if for folks who have a little excess capital, this is going to be the time you'll be able to score good whiskeys at, decent prices because they're just not going to be able to sell this.
Yeah, there might be a lot of sellers online trying to get rid of their shit to make money in order to survive soon. So maybe all those sellers that have been, ripping people off won't be ripping people off much longer. They're going to they might actually end up becoming the people that get ripped off eventually. They're going to have to sell their Pappy Van Winkles at normal prices and their fucking Wellers at normal prices.
Eat the rich, man. This is the world that we've been trying to build. Ain't that right, Swami?
Yeah. Picked up this bottle this week.
Oh, Bullet. Is that the Bullet barrel proof?
Yeah, it's the barrel proof. I've tried it a bit. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but much better than the regular bullet. I can say that. I tried the technical, which wasn't very good either. So
I do want to go back to something that you mentioned a little earlier. You're not a supporter or a fan of the Lefroy Lore, huh?
No, I think it's a good whiskey, but not at $200. It's ridiculous.
And that's $200. You're so here I bought a couple bottles when I found it for 80, but what I've seen, the price range is crazy on the Lore here in the States. You can find it, I think, 90 to $130, and I think 90 yes, 130 no. But I think it's really good. I like my favorite Lefroy. Just to be clear, I did a top 5 Lefroy video of all my favorite Lefroys. If folks haven't checked it out, go back in my archive and check it out. But my number one has always been and will consistently be the Lefroy 10 cast strength, because I think bang for your buck, complexity, best you can get out of Lefroy. You can't go wrong with the cast strength. The 18 is right behind it, but the 18, of course, is discontinued. You can't get your hands on it anymore.
Julien's number
favorite actual Lefroy is probably the 25, but again, $300 some, $350, $400 for a Lefroy 25. I mean, that's a steep price and great whiskey, but for me, man, the Lefroy 10 cast strength is the best value for your buck.
Julien,
I love the Lore. I do love the Lore. I have to admit, I love the Lore.
Julien picked for his number one whiskey of the top 10 whiskeys to try before you die. He picked the Lefroy 10 cast strength. That's his. Yeah, that's his number one baby of all time.
Who picked it?
Yeah.
Who picked that as their number one?
Julien, my ex-partner on the channel.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, that's a good pick.
But we differ. I'm a Brook Laddie Pete guy. I like my Port Charlottes. Those are my and Kilhoman's. They share an affinity in their flavor profile. When it comes to peated whiskey, I'm a Kilhoman Brook Laddie fanatic. The Ardbegs and the Lefroys I like. I'm never going to say that they're horrible. I will say that I kind of prefer Ardbeg peat profile over Lefroy's. Lefroy just never sits right with me, other than the quarter cask. I'm a
interesting
fan of the quarter cask.
To your point about Port Charlotte, have you had what was that? Or no, I'm sorry, about Kilhoman. Yeah, we really got to figure out how to do a sample swap, because not only do I need to get you Luis is in the house. Hey, what's up? Not only do I got to get you a sample of this anConc 24, but I also got to get you a sample. I think if you've not had it, I have a Kilhoman Mockerbay cast strength.
Oh, I've had it.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Anthony Wells gave me a nice 200 still sample bottle of it like last year.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That whiskey is fantastic. I just got my hands, so I have a couple Port Charlottes. I don't mess around with the Octomore too much, mostly because I think the price is ridiculous, and it doesn't blow my mind, but I've only had a few, so I can't say too much about it. But I'll tell you, I have a independent bottling of Port Charlotte at 14 years, but I also just got the Port Charlotte 10. I've had the Scottish barley, I've had the olive barley, but I just got the 10, and holy cow, man, that's a great whiskey.
I've stated it a million times. What got me into peated whiskey, the whiskey that made me actually like peat, was the PC5. Not the Port Charlotte 5, the PC5. Back. I think before you probably were drinking whiskey. Brook Laddie had the PC collection, and they weren't called the Port Charlotte. They were just called PC. And the PC5, PC7, PC10, PC12. They were fucking amazing whiskeys. They can't be brought back because they no longer source their barley from the same farm that they used to, so it will never be the same. But those are the whiskeys that made me love peated whiskey. So,
yeah, the first heavily peated one I had was Talisker 10, which is, I'm not a huge Talisker, at least the younger expressions. I'm not a huge Talisker fan. But then it was the Lefroy quarter cask.
Lefroy quarter cask is fucking bomb fantastic. It's just not as found as it used to be, though. It should be more readily available like it used to be. I think Lefroy is going to do a Johnny Walker Green label and just stop producing it for a little while, and then bring it back at a super ramped up price. So
Yeah, that wouldn't be a surprise.
yeah.
I'm glad that I was able to find at a good price a good amount of bottles of the Lafroig 2017 Carchus, the cast strength quarter cask. I think I got like 3 or 4 of those at $70 a piece, which I grabbed them when I could, because that one is, I think that's the most intense Lafroig I've had, and also one of my favorites.
I think Bowmore, since Rachel Berry left, and I stated this, I think Bowmore has gotten a lot better. Which I'm the Vault Edition, the first Vault Edition was fucking fantastic.
Yeah, I haven't had any of those. The only Bowmores I have an independent bottling of a Bowmore 15, which I like enough. But I mean, I had the 12 was by far my least favorite of the Isla malts.
And I always get mad when people tell people if they want something to try for Pete to get into it, get a Bowmore 12, and I'm like, you're gonna just piss people off, because that was the first peated I had, and it was disgusting. It was like, it threw me off.
Yeah. I lean more on the Oban 14, even like Highland Park 12. Like, if you want to just get a taste of what a smoky whiskey will taste, I mean, Lecheg 10 even, if you want something a little punchier. By the way, Lecheg 10, another like under the radar value whiskey right now, but I don't know how much longer that's going to last.
Yeah, no, they're wonderful. There's a lot of really good quality whiskeys being made right now coming out of Lecheg, Deanston. Mentioned Glen Alecky last night we were talking about.
Yeah.
There's some really good, I don't want to say new, but newer boys on the block that are really
cool. I mean, Kilhoman is like asserting itself quite a bit.
Who?
For folks who didn't know about it yet, I mean, the Kilhomans, I think, are fantastic.
Yeah. Well, Kilhoman's been asserting himself for a long time. The only problem with Kilhoman was it was just really young whiskey at high-end pricing. But now they're starting to put a lot more age statements on their product. They always had age statements, by the way. Well, not age. They
had the vintage years.
They always had vintage statements on everything. But now they're actually starting to have some proper age-stated stuff at 10, 12 years. Even I think there's a 15-year-old out now. They're starting to get up there. They're hitting, I think, 32 years this year. So they're starting to be able to put some higher age statement stuff out there, and they doubled production. So they're being able to mass produce age statement stuff.
Right.
They're getting a lot more 10 and 8-year-old product out there.
Yeah, that's great news to hear. I mean, I've been a really big fan of their stuff. I mean, I think just this year I've bought a vintage of the 100% Isla barley. I got the Lochgorm 2019. I've got that Mocker Bay cask strength. I got a single cask sherry. I got the red wine cask. I love mostly everything I've had from Kilhoman. The only Kilhoman that I wasn't wowed by was the Saneg.
Yeah, we agreed.
Yeah.
But and this story's boring because I keep on saying it, but Anthony Wills admitted to me in a conversation that the Saneg was supposed to be taken off, and Lochgorm, which is essentially the Saneg, just aged longer. It's the exact same recipe, everything. It's a split between bourbon and sherry oak, but they kept the Saneg out there.
That's interesting. I thought
sorry, they're fully Oloroso sherry mature. I apologize.
I thought the Saneg was a split and the Lochgorm was.
No, they're both fully. Well, now maybe the Saneg is, but when it first came out, it was a fully Oloroso. But they didn't age it long enough, and it just came out kind of sour, and not in a good way. It came out bitter, and yeah. So the Lochgorm was supposed to replace the Saneg, but they ended up keeping the Saneg because it seems to have some fans. Some people like it. So
interesting. Yeah, for some reason I had thought that the Saneg was always the split one. It was like 60-40, and then the Lochgorm was the full sherry, and the Mocker Bay was the.
When the Saneg first came out, it was a full sherry. It might be a split now. I don't know. I haven't had it in years, but when it first
don't bother. I mean, it's a good price. I mean, you get it for $60-$70, but I don't know. I've had 2 of them, and neither of them have like struck a chord with me or anything like that. But the Lochgorm is fantastic.
I don't know what I'm going to have. I want light stuff. I don't feel like having anything crazy heavy right now. But I want something peated. One second, I'm just gonna take something from the bar. You can talk to everybody.
Yeah, man, go for it. I'm gonna catch up on the chat. I know we've been chatting here for a little bit while, but let me see what's been going on with everybody. So we got 17 folks in, man. Thanks for joining tonight. Do hit sub and my channel if you haven't, or hit sub on Malted in Montreal if you haven't. Good to have everybody here talking.
Well, I'm gonna have 18.
Oh yeah, so we talked about that, Luis. Yeah. I got into that a little bit earlier. Carchis triple wood. I've seen the STDs review as well, and they seem to come out highly recommended. Yeah, so the Carchis triple wood, which is that cast strength version, I liked it. It wasn't my favorite of their Carchis releases. For some reason, it didn't quite live up to the hype for me, but I still think it's a really good pour, especially if you find it around $70. I mean, you can't go wrong. The thing about that one is, you get that sherry influence a little bit too. It's a good whiskey. It's something to compare with like Ardbeg Good Hall or something like that. Let's see who else is in here. Peter White, Jason Coates, folks chatting. Good. Good to see.
Hope everyone's doing good. Is everybody safe and not sick? Hope everybody's in good health.
Yeah, for sure.
Staying indoors. The good news is, supposedly in Canada, we've hit the peak now this week. So we should start seeing, they're saying that it's no longer doubling every 4 days. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
It's still rising in Ontario and Quebec, but it's no longer doubling. So
that's good news, man. I mean, we're starting to hear that a bit here in Philly. I mean, but of course ultimately the worry is going to be the minute you tell people that it's getting better, everybody's going to go back outside and then it goes back up. But, we can hope for the best. This is a good question. And Malted, you might have some thoughts on this one. Andrew Page says, anyone tried the Kilchoman single cask? Impex imports them into the States. The latest are the 11 and the 10.
I've had a bottle of the 10-year-old bourbon cask, not the sherry cask. I've had the 10-year-old bourbon cask. I did a review on it. It was my 100th review way back, a while back. The 12-year-old, the 10-year-old sherry cask, no, I haven't had the pleasure to have that one yet.
Yeah. Andrew, I've seen those too, and they're in that like 140, 150 range. I have a single cask sherry, but it's not 10 or 11 years old. I think it's younger. It's like, I want to say it's 7 years old. But yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about it. DH Silv said he was a fan of the Senate. We got it for $45. That's a really good price, DH. Whoa. DH said you got a store pick of the Bay. You got a store pick Mocker Bay. That's fantastic. Is that cast strength, DH? I'd be curious to hear about that.
I don't know what a store pick means. Like,
yeah, so I think it's kind of a US thing, man, but basically it's mostly with bourbon, but essentially what happens is that liquor stores kind of like are offered to come over to distilleries and like taste of barrels and then pick them and then barrel it for their store. So like, for example,
I was thinking, sorry to interrupt you, but I'm thinking a store pick is like when you used to go to the video store back in the day, and they have
when you go to Blockbuster, this is the recommended movie.
Yeah, John recommends this. What is the store pick? It's like the guy working there.
This is Eric's selection of quality films you should check out. Yeah, so basically what it is kind of what I said. Like, and there's a bunch of different bourbon distillers that do this really well. Four Roses and Knob Creek are examples of it, where basically you can purchase a barrel and then you can bottle it with like your own label and name. So like, for example, Knob Creek releases a single barrel. It's called Single Barrel Reserve. It's a 60% ABV. It's a 9-year-old. Mm-hmm. There are so many store picks of their single barrel that you can walk into some stores and you'll find one, for example, that's like 14 years. The store pick will bottle it for $50. You get a 14-year-old Knob Creek single barrel, 15 years. So basically you can get graduated age statements or just choice select bottles. Maker's Mark does this a lot too. That's another one that you get. Jason Patton's in the house asking if we like Irish whiskey. Yes.
I like some Irish whiskey. I'm not the mega fan that a lot of people seem to be. I like Teelings a lot. Anything Tealings related seems to always hit the spot for me. Redbreasts is kind of hit and miss for me. Some I like, some I don't. The spots, like the green spot, the red spot, and the yellow spot, are good, but I think they're so overpriced for what they are. I'm never really going to recommend any of them because they're just really expensive for 12-year-old, 15-year-old, and 18-year-old whiskey.
Red spot especially, I think, is a little bit under the hype.
Yeah.
But that's a good question, Jason. I actually got the opportunity to go to Jameson and Teeling last year in Ireland. Teeling, I think, is great. Another one to keep your eyes out for, if you're especially looking for some like choice finishes on bottles, is Napogue Castle. The Napogue Castle stuff, you can get a ton of like really interesting wine cask finishes on Irish whiskeys. They're all like 12 to 14 year, reasonably priced. Keep your eyes peeled for those. Redbreast 12 cask strength, I can't recommend highly enough. I think that one's great. The other ones can be, good prices. And as to what Malted was saying, the green spot, I really like at the $50 price point. Yellow spot, I think, is the best of the three, but it's also, if you can find it on sale for 80, yes, but sometimes that thing's $110. It's just too damn much.
It's good. I reviewed it on my.
It's really good. It is really good, but yeah, it's just the prices on that can be a little nuts. So, yeah, something to consider. But you do keep your eyes peeled for Napogue Castle stuff. I think you can get really good value with their releases. You can definitely get. I have a 12-year-old Barolo wine cask from Napogue Castle that's fantastic. They have some that are actually pretty modestly priced, some ex-bourbon stuff that are really good. Keep your eyes out for those that are worth trying. Richie Z is in the house. What's up, Richie?
Richie.
Nice to see you.
Luis Ochoa is in the building too.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, we got a good crowd in. We got 20 folks on, which is awesome. Yeah, Jason Coach just mentioned got a Napogue Castle 16. Yeah, the Napogues. I don't know if you get those a lot in your area, Malta, but those are fantastic.
I've never seen one.
They have a whole bunch.
Is that the one with like the Jesus character on it? No, what's that one?
That's Glenn. Glenn Glassa.
No, not Glenn.
No.
Glenn Glass is Scotch.
I know what you're talking about. What you're talking about. That's
Kilbeggan. Is it Kilbeggan?
No, it's not Kilbeggan. It's Glenn something. Oh my God! Somebody. Jason Coates got it. Glendalough. Yeah, Glendalough. Hey, Malta, do you mind if I hand over the reins to you for a few minutes? I got to go get a water refill and take a quick.
No problem. I can't do anything with the chat though, but I can just read what people are stating. Let's just read what's going on here in the chat. Hi, everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. So you guys are talking about different finishes. Peter White, third edition, has some PX in it. No, I guess he's talking about Redbreast or Red Spot. I recently did the Redbreast 21. I did a fucking insane lineup of really good high-end whiskeys. It was Boonhaven 25, Ardbeg Corey of Brecon, Ardbeg 19, Redbreast 21, and there was another one. Well, that one sucked. It was a Hibiki Harmony. But there was like a lot of them. I liked the 21 from Redbreast. The price is nice at $250 for a 21-year-old. I did not find it to be very well-rounded. I found the finish really short. I thought everything was great. The mouthfeel, the nose was probably one of the best noses I've ever had on a whiskey, but I was not impressed with the finish on that 21-year-old. But still, for the price, I thought it was a good whiskey. But I wasn't as wowed as everybody else seemed to be on that 21-year-old. For me, that Boonhaven 25 killed it that night. It was just fucking spectacular. I also, that night, what might have destroyed it was I had the Brook Laddie 1986, which was like a 30-year-old Brook Laddie, fully 100% sherry matured whiskey. And it just blew my fucking mind how good it was, that everything kind of tasted like shit the rest of the night. And I even had a Macallan 25 that night, and just fucking, unfortunately, that Brook Laddie just made everything taste like shit that night. Not that it was shit, but it was just like, everything was like, meh. I was like, I'll just take more of this Brook Laddie, thank you. Even though I wasn't allowed to. I kept on grabbing from the bottle. It was so good. Peter White, I saw it sitting on a grocery store shelf. Macallan 25 at 40. Yeah, it was a Macallan 25 at 43%. It was good, but it's just because that Brook Laddie, that 1986, just fucking, oh my God, there was like just no competition. It unfortunately made that Macallan, like I had the Macallan after it, and it just, ruined it. Speaking of Brook Laddie, he's got a Port Charlotte 10 there.
Speaking of it, I'm going to have a little Port Charlotte 10. I'm going to switch over to Pete. So this one's interesting, right? I mean, while it like
I'll go Port Charlotte too. 1 second.
Let's do it. I also have an MRC01, but I'm not. I need a little more punch.
I've only got 2 Port Charlotte products right now. I've got my Black Arts and I've got the baby blue teal bottle of the Laddie Classic. I'm not going to.
Nice, dude. The Laddie Classic's no joke.
Yeah.
As far as Brook Laddie's go, I have this. I have the 10. I have an MRC01. I got a Black Art 4.1. And then I have this independent bottling 14-year-old Port Charlotte. But this one, the thing I really like about this, I mean, when you compare whiskeys that are in that, the Islas that are in that 10 range, I like what this is bringing. This one, I think, 50% ABV. I think it's got a wine, like second fill wine cask maturation on this, as well as just your ex-bourbon, which I think is a little different than Ardbeg Lafroig, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we were speaking about this is the Black Art. This is the second, the latest one came out. The 7.1 is already out now. This one's 26 years of age. It's a 1990. I like it. I think it's a good whiskey. Like, don't get me wrong. I think it is up there with being a luxury whiskey, but I don't want to, whatever, fuck. I'll do the review, and the people that didn't see this will know what I thought in the review. But for you guys, I just found that they seem to have just batted it in this stuff in port casks, like first fill port. It's all port casking to me. I don't get any of the sherry notes that supposedly is in here. It's all masked by just insane dark chocolate and like port casking is all I get off of it. And it's good. I wouldn't buy it again. That's for sure. I would buy that 4.1 again. And a lot of people didn't like the 5.1, but I did. I liked the 5.1. I found it extremely fruity and nice and lush. And it was good.
Which of the Brook Laddie Black Arts have you had?
I've had the 3.1, the 4.1, and the 5.1, and the 6.1.
And which one did you think was your favorite?
Well, it was the 4.1. It was my unicorn. I've stated it a million times. 4.1 is my unicorn. It's amazing. I can still get it too. What's up, Stephen Connor? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, Stephen Connor's in the house.
Stephen Connor sent me a bunch of Foursquare. Stephen Connor.
He's got a crazy Glendronach collection.
Yeah, he sent me a bunch of awesome Foursquare rum samples. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Oh, Foursquare rum, nice. Man, Port Charlotte 10.
Stephen, I bought a rum. But I bought it to make. Eventually, I'm going to do it on my channel when I start feeling better. I'm going to do a tiki party if anyone wants to join me. And I went and grabbed this. All right. I don't know what that is. All right.
Ooh.
It's 11 Heart 151. I know a lot of people know the Bacardi. This is a Demerara. It's a bit better than that Bacardi 151. It's
not just the straight up Bacardi 151.
Oh, this is Lemon Heart 151.
That reminds me of a drink I used to drink in my early 20s in college. It was called the Carabaloo. It was like a Malibu vodka and like Bacardi 151 bomb in it. That stuff is insane.
You light them on fire and you fucking have.
Yeah.
This one is a Demerara rum. It's made by the distillery that makes Eldorado rums. So it's a little better. Still, this is not something you're going to want to drink neat. It's 75.5% alcohol, so it's not something that you're going to want to.
Yeah, I got a bottle of Black Art there too. This is the.
It will kill the COVID.
This is the 4.1, so I might have to get into this a little bit now that you brought it up. I'm going to have this one on standby. It depends how much this peat destroys my palate, but we'll see. I do love this. You said this is a unicorn whiskey for you. I'm like right there, man. This I'm hard pressed to find a better whiskey that I've had than this 4.1 Black Art.
DH said that he almost set an apartment on fire doing flaming 151 shots.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's funny, man. This might be a good thing to jump in the chat. What was your like crazy alcohol abuse drink of choice back in your late teens, early 20s?
Well, I went into an alcohol-induced coma when I was 18 on my 18th birthday. I can't even walk by this bottle without feeling really queasy. I spent 2 days in the hospital because of this, and it was Southern Comfort when I was 18. I used to drink Southern Comfort from when I was 14 to 18. And then I drank an entire bottle on my 18th birthday by myself. I just chugged it down, and I chugged it down really, really fast. And
SoCo, man.
Everyone said two things happened. I started speaking Irish. I punched my best friend, and then I fell over, and I knocked myself out by hitting the sidewalk curb with my head. And I woke up in the hospital with the catheter up my dick hole. And I thought I was in a car accident.
Welcome to Montreal, everybody.
Yeah. I thought it was, and my mom was by the bedside looking at me with pure disappointment in her eyes.
Oh, yeah. Like, you're worse than that, right?
Yeah, she was all like, "You fucking idiot."
Bronco Rock is in the house, man. Let's give a shout out to Bronco. Good to see you, Bronco.
So that's my alcohol party story.
So for me, it was two things. Jack Daniels. Mostly because I was like into metal in my high school days. So like we wanted to be like Phil Anselmo from Pantera and slam Jack Daniels. And I remember going to
the N-word nonstop too.
Yeah, I remember going to Ozfest in like 1997, 1999 and doing shotguns through a beer bong of Jack Daniels. That didn't end well. The other one that was a big thing, and this is actually something I think is a big thing for a lot of college age kids, is drinking shitty tequila that's not actually tequila, which is Jose Cuervo Gold. And so when I first got into sipping spirits, I got into tequila. I was a tequila drinker many years before I was a bourbon or scotch drinker, and the reason was I had a ton of friends who were into Cuervo, and like you hear the same story from everybody. Back in senior year or sophomore year of college, I got wasted on Cuervo. It was the worst hangover ever. It tastes like shit. I'll never drink it again. And what I used to do, and it was fun, it was like I would pour people like actually Reposado or like Añejo tequilas and be like, no, this is tequila, because that stuff's not even tequila. It's a mixito. It's mixed with all the shitty sugars. And nobody would drink it, and people thought I was crazy because I used to sip tequila all the time. I still like a good tequila here and there, but I've obviously moved on to single malts. But yeah, Jose Cuervo Gold and Jack Daniels, the Black Label. You know, you mentioned SoCo. SoCo was always in the room. I never drank much of the SoCo, but it was always there. Yeah, man, those are those hilarious ones. And like, what you really find is so many people who enjoy spirits, like, they won't touch certain stuff because of their like horrible memory of what it did to them back in like 2002 or 1998 or something like that.
I can't even walk by Southern Comfort without like just like, oh, my stomach goes like, whoa, fuck. Like, oh, fuck that shit.
A couple of weeks, this is like a couple of months ago, man. I bought like a 200 ml bottle of Jack Daniels just because I was like, oh man, I now that I'm doing whiskey reviews, I should revisit it. I mean, I didn't like it for objective reasons, but I'll tell you, it was a hard thing to even buy it. Like it was like $12.
It's weird though, but I can really kind of appreciate Jack Daniels now that I drink. Like if I drink it now, I will take Jack Daniels number 7 over fucking Red Label any day of the week. All right, it's got a lot more flavor, it's got a lot more complexity than fucking Red Label.
That might be true. I haven't had a Red Label in a long time, but I'm not sure that's saying.
I can't fucking drink Red Label. I don't understand why people even drink Red Label. I don't even like it with like soda water. Like a lot of people are like, oh, it's good if you add just soda water. I'm like, no, it just tastes like fizzy shit now. Like before it just tasted like shit. Now you're just adding fizz to the shit. It still tastes like shit.
Look at this. Jason Coates is talking about SoCo here.
Nola Holidays, I mentioned that they completely reformulated it back very close by the original recipe. Red is pretty bad straight, says Louis Ochoa. I don't even think it's good in a mix. Like, I've had a rusty nail with red label in it, and it still sucks. Like, when I go to a bar and I ask for a rusty nail, I always tell them, put the black label in it. Don't be a cheap prick. I don't want that.
Look at Malty Alti's comment. Come on, man. That's great.
Spend a night in Tijuana drinking later, you might end up in a Shamrock Hotel out of OKC with no idea you got there. Did your butthole hurt? Your butthole didn't hurt at midnight. Yeah, Stephen Connor, Southern Comfort was my bad experience also. Chugged it all, blacked out, started blowing chunks all over my friend's dorm room, ruined all his textbooks and stereo.
Oh, and the stereo. If that's a one.
My friend Brian, who was a klutzy prick sober one night, was at her house. And
DHSoap's talking about Everclear, Bob. You know what Everclear is up in Canada?
Yeah, we know what Everclear is. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure. That's hilarious. Yeah, Jason Coates, Cuervo. Hell no. Yeah, that's what it should be called.
I never had a bad experience on tequila, but I went to fucking.
The hangover off those Mixito tequilas.
I went to Acapulco for my first drink. I was like 19, and we fucking drank like assholes all the fucking time. And the only bad experience I had during that spring break was a Jack Daniels. It wasn't a bad experience. It was like I asked the bartender for fucking Jack Daniels, a shot of Jack. And when you're in Acapulco, they don't give you a shot glass. They gave me a fucking like full-on pint glass of Jack Daniels. And I got so wasted. I was making out with the ugliest women that night. All my friends were laughing at me. They're like, dude, you made out with like some horse-faced bitch like all night in the corner. I was like, I don't remember. Spring break.
Yeah, man. Well, the other thing about, to Jason Coates' point about Cuervo is like, you go, this is something I used to do a lot, is like you go to like the Mexican restaurant in the morning to get, breakfast or something. And like you go with the margarita, and the tequila they put in those margaritas is always, again, not real tequila. It's the Mixitos, which is that Cuervo Gold. And so you drink like 2 or 3 of those. And I've never, to this day, I don't get a hangover. The only hangover that I've ever had that's worse than Cuervo Gold is freaking Ice House beer. If anybody here has had Ice House, I'll never forget drinking 40s of Ice House in high school. That stuff killed me. But dude, yeah, the Cuervo Gold will kill you. So I'm totally with you on that. Those are hilarious.
My malt liquor of choice when I was a kid was St. Ides. You get a 40 of St. Ides.
St. Ides?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I know. Remember Mad Dog 2020?
Yeah. Mad Dog, Bull Max 40s. But they were like a buck. Like, can you just you sit in front of the convenience store chugging down 40s with your friends on your skateboard?
Yeah. Operative word there, Malty Alti, is nice. Yeah. I have some nice tequila, but I won't be opening anything that's anything short of nice. Here's something for your Canadian friends. You know anything about this one?
Yeah, I know what a Boilermaker is.
Oh, man. These are some funny ones. The chat is just blowing up with these. There's some great ones in here.
Flaming Dr. Pepper's
star color.
Amaretto 151. Do you ever try to make a Demon's Blood with 151? Those are cool. We do them at our bar. It's raspberry compote, like and then you add it to rum, and then you just kind of splash over some 151 over the top and light it on fire. It looks like flaming blood. It's really cool.
Man, Bronco, that is just cracking me up to no end right there. That's great. Ooh, Mad Dog 2020, Wild Irish Rose, and Night Train. Oh, Richie Z's talking about the Mickey's Big Bottle. You talking about the grenades? The short bottles? Oh my God, man!
Fucking one channel. They became huge because of that. It's what did we call it? Anticor's channel, GHSL TV. That's what they do. They do the little Mickey grenade.
Oh man, the Mickeys.
Yeah.
Man, here's another one I'll throw out there if anybody's had it. Has anybody had the what is it called? The Steel Reserve High Gravity. Mm. It's like the cheapest. You could buy a 6-pack of 16-ounce. Glass 16-ounce bottle cans of it, and it was like $2, was like literally the cheapest beer you could find. That was one that comes to mind for me.
That's the cheapest beer we buy. It was like $2.99 for a 6-pack, and it was a Lone Star. That's
So, oh man, it's brutal. Traded punches with a guy twice my size for 3 hours. I mean, if you lasted 3 hours, that's good.
Oh, the OFTD 69% is way better than 151. I agree. Unfortunately, that's what I went to go pick up, and they sold out so fast it wasn't funny. And it was super cheap too. It was at $49 the sack. I really wanted a bottle of it. I got this one for it was $35 because check this out. The sack, if you live in Quebec or live near Quebec, well, you can't come in because of the COVID. They're fucked. Their pricing is not right on the website. Well, it's right on the website, but in the stores, I guess because of the COVID-19, everything is fucked up in price.
Yeah.
This said $70 on the website. I got it for $35. Right here, the Bullet Bourbon, I bought it for the same price you get your regular Bullet. This is supposed to be $79 as well. I got it for $50.
I mean, that's a good price for a barrel proof bourbon.
Yeah, I was fucking like she gave me the bill, and I look at the bill and I was like, it's $104 for the bill. I was like, that's not possible. In my head, I'm like, because I bought something else, I was like, it should be 130, and no, even more, like $150. But I didn't say anything. I was just in my head calculating. I'm like, oh, she fucked up, and I just walked out of the store with my bottles and like walking really fast, hoping that they don't catch on that they fucked up on the pricing. I was like, she totally.
I got to ask you though, Swami, what are you going to do with that bottle of 151? Do you just have it for nostalgia purposes? I mean, that's a whole night.
I'm going to do a tiki party in a couple of months. I want to do a tiki party live. I'm going to do Cobra Bangs. I'm going to do Tornadoes. I'm going to do a bunch of different cocktails. I'm planning on switching up my channel a little bit and start doing some cocktail like bartending tips because I do bartend in real life, and I would just for me because it's not that I'm bored of Scotch. But I'm going to be hitting 200 review in the next 2 reviews.
Wow, 200! Congrats, man!
And I've been doing this for 5 years, and I just want to have fun. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing whiskey reviews altogether, but I want to diversify my portfolio on my channel and start doing some different stuff and have a little more fun. I'm kind of just getting bored of just doing reviews and lives and reviews and lives. I want to do some fun shit, so I want to start doing some cocktails. Some not reviews on cocktails, but showing people how to make certain cocktails, have some fun with them. And
yeah, sure, man. It's all about the evolution, right?
I bought a bunch of new bitters last week. I'm preparing. It's going to be happening soon. Like we're talking May, June. I'm going to start doing cocktails.
Yeah, everybody should, this is your cue to unsub from Malted and Montreal.
Yeah. Run!
I'm just messing with you, man. Dude, I got to call out this, though. This is some hot garbage right here. Talking about being excited about the Broncos beating the Packers. I'm a Milwaukee man, born and raised. So Bronco Rock, these are fighting words. If this was in Milwaukee, it would have been I was drinking a keg of Miller when the Packers beat the Patriots the year before. But
batch number 5.
Each his own, Bronco. I got love for you, man. I got love for you. That is a hilarious story, though. Oh man. Yeah, I remember that day. Unfortunately, for many years, that was one of my most disappointing Packers losses. Multi, maybe we should start reviewing board games.
Talking about Bart. Old English.
Oh man, y'all are cracking me up tonight. I hope everybody's having a good time. We are at the 2 hour and 15-minute mark. It is User and Swami Swab, Malted in Montreal. We are drinking some drams. We had some anConc. We're getting into some Port Charlotte. We're talking gibberish. It is COVID-19 world. If y'all have not sub to Malted in Montreal, let's enjoy ourselves this evening. Good to see everyone.
Everyone here is already subbed to my channel. So unless there's some people that aren't chatting, everyone.
Who knows? Yeah. Possibly, right? It's always possible.
Yeah.
Anyways, Malted. That was a fun little digression. I'm curious to go all the way back to our conversation about the anConc. Are there, in addition to the anConc 12, which you said was your whiskey of the year in
18 was my whiskey of the year.
Oh, I'm sorry. In whiskey of the year in 18 was the anConc 18. Are there any other pours of theirs that you've had that you thought were worth buying?
Well, everything I've had from anConc I've liked. I even like their peated shit because they when they do peated, they do very, very lightly peated. We're talking 11 ppm normally on the peat scale when they're doing their peated, and it just kind of adds a little depth to everything. So it's nice.
You talking about the cutter or the
cutter and the scale are both. I've had them both, and they're both great. Some people don't like them, but I found them wonderful. We don't all share the same palates. It's normal. I found them wonderful. There has not been an anConc that I've had that I've been disappointed.
Yeah, and that's I mean, I'm with you on that. I mean, of the 3 age statement ones that are now buried in Bruichladdich, I'm in agreement with you.
I think Inver House itself has one of the best portfolios other than Speyburn out there. Like, and I say that repeatedly. Speyburn sucks, but Inver House, they've got the Glenfarclas lineup, they've got the old Pulteney lineup, they've got the Ball Blair lineup, they've got the anConc lineup. They've got some good stuff.
I'm totally with you on Speyburn not being good, but yeah, Glenfarclas is an interesting one. You know, I think when I think about Glenfarclas, I think about some of the first whiskey reviews I started watching, which was like Ralphie, who loves their like style and approach. But I'll tell you, I've had the 12, which I thought was okay. The 25, I thought, great price. I got to try this. But man, once I had other 25-year-old whiskeys, I was like, what's wrong with this Glenfarclas?
The thing though,
tired casks is what I've heard.
Yeah, but every cask is different of the 25. Every annual release is completely different because they're very independent Glenfarclas. So they're never they don't, it ebbs and flows. There are some years that it's fucking amazing, and there are other years that, like, the 15-year-old is one of those that, like, it's either really, really good or really, really bad from the Glenfarclas collection. Like, some years the Glenfarclas 15 to me tasted like piss, like actual urine. It had like a urine-y aftertaste, and it was just like if you ever walked into a men's washroom and accidentally breathed into
the Wrigley Field in your life, you know what that is talking about.
Yeah, so like you'd have that aftertaste of having to breathe the air in a men's washroom in your mouth, and I was like, this literally tastes like urine. But then there's other years where that 15-year-old is fucking fantastic.
Yeah, the 15 is one you can't get easily in the States. In the States, the ones that I see the most are the 12, 17, 21, 25. I've had the 12 and the 25, and I was less than impressed. I mean, the 12 I thought was fine. I mean, if you're comparing it to, say, the anything else at that kind of introductory sherry range, the 25 I thought was,
to me, the king of all kings in the Glenfarclas lineup, and I stated it before, is the 105. And Peter White was discussing the 22-year-old 105. I haven't had that. You lucky fucker. I really want to try that one. But the 105, to me, destroys the Abunad, and a lot of people disagree with me on that, and I understand. A lot of people love that Abunad, but I will take that 105. In the Coke and Pepsi challenge, the 105 to me destroys the Abunad.
I'm hesitant to buy another so out of their core range, what is like outside the 105 of their age statement range, is there anyone that you strongly prefer over another?
I reviewed every single Glenfarclas in their core range that there is on my channel. The 10-year-old was so. The 12-year-old was decent. The 17-year-old to me rocked my socks. I love that 17-year-old. The 21 was beautiful. I found the 21 better than the 25. I like the 21.
Yeah, you're not the first person I've heard say that.
I like the 21 better. The 25 was great, but again, the 25-year-old is great because of its price range. Again, now it's going up in price, so it's not the same value it once was. But I think almost everyone I know's first 25-year-old was the Glenfarclas 25 because it was so affordable that people were able to purchase it.
Yeah, that's my story for sure.
Yeah. So most people I know, their first, and I know for me, my first 25-year-old experience was Glen Farkless 25. The first ball I bought that was 25 years of age.
So putting the Glen Farkless aside for a second, what would you say are the 25-year-olds that you've had that were most impressive, most bang for your buck?
It's hard to say because none of them have ever really done it for me. There's 24-year-olds that I've really, really liked.
All right. I mean, yeah, we can broaden it out. Let's say, within the 21 to 25-year-old range. In other words, anything above 18 years.
All right. The Grandeur from Glen Farkless was fucking spectacular. Glen Dromick, I'm sorry, was spectacular. The 21-year-old from Highland Park. A lot of 21-year-olds seem to be really hitting the spot for me. The old Pulte 21 was fucking balls out amazing when I had it. The Bunnahabhain 25, beautifully done. Really, really respectable whiskey right there. A lot of people love the Parliament. I'm not that sold on the Parliament. I find it's way too sweet. I liked it way back when I reviewed it, but I reviewed that bottle about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So I was kind of still impressed by PX Scotch. Now I'm not as much in love with PX as I used to be because I just find it kind of masks everything. But I think the 21-year-old is a great Scotch for someone that really likes to drink fortified sherry.
Yeah.
They just want something really sweet. Then the 21-year-old Parliament is fucking fantastic for that. But I think other than that, I think it lacks a lot because of the fact that it's just masking everything with that overly sugared taste palette that goes on. So you kind of miss out on everything else around it. There's a lot of really good, the Brook Laddie Black Arts.
Yeah.
4.1. It's fucking fantastic. I wasn't a fan of the Highland Park 25, but that's because of its $900 price range.
Yeah, right. Isn't that thing's upwards of like, God, $700-800? I've not had it, but
900 here in Quebec, and it's not worth it. I purchased a bottle of it a few years back. I did a review on it, and I was not happy with the bottle. So it was not. But it was a split purchase. I split it with Julien, so me and Julien bought together. So I paid $400. He put in $500. So he ended up keeping the bottle. I drank my half, and then he grabbed it. But I would never buy that.
One that I would toss in there, and I'm curious if you've had, is the Ball Blair 1990.
I've had the Ball Blair 1989, which is 23.
That's
stage, but it's fully bourbon matured. It was good.
Yeah.
But Ball Blair, I like my favorite Ball Blair I've had. I had the 90, but I've only had a glass of it at a bar, so I can't say I've had it. I haven't had a bottle of it. I won't say I've had something unless I've owned at least 250 stills of it. I've only tasted it. It was good when I had it, but I never got to enjoy drinking a bottle all the way down. So the 1989 is the oldest Ball Blair I've had. I had the 1999, which I didn't like. The 05, which was horrible. The 03 I liked, and I haven't tried any of the age statements. I know Rob Whiskey 6 did a live yesterday where he was doing all the new release age statements.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of I haven't caught it yet. It's on my list of things to watch, but I've heard a lot of pretty mixed reactions to their new age statement stuff as opposed to the vintages that they used to do.
Yeah.
I've had on the Ball Blair side, I've had the 1990 second release, which I freaking loved, and that's ex bourbon ex sherry. I had the 1999, which if I think back is a 16 year. I thought that one was pretty good. I haven't had the 89, but yeah, I've been a little hesitant to pull the trigger on some of their new stuff just because I've been noticing. And again, my general philosophy is if it's a good price, I'm going to buy it regardless of what people's reviews are. And I'm going to definitely try it out on my own and see what I think. But, these Ball Blairs, man, God, I really liked the kind of kitschy way that they were releasing stuff with those pastel fluorescent boxes that they had for everything.
Yeah, I liked the idea with the square box with the little thing. It was cool, kind of a presentation piece. It's nice, but I'm always iffy when bottles come in nice packaging. Whenever they come in nice packaging, I'm always I just want the juice inside to be good. I don't really.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that, yeah, on the ball, Blair. I mean, I think that 1992 release was.
But I do agree, if they are going to sell you a whiskey over $200, it should come in nice packaging. All right.
Yeah.
I just think that if
with boxes and stuff, I mean, I know some people like keep the packaging that some of these things come in. I mean, I don't know. I'm for the most part don't, but you know, like for example, I mean, look at this. So like I got this recently. It's gonna be one of my reviews. And this is the Johnny Walker 18. I mean, look at this box. It's like super ostentatious. It's got this whole thing. I know the Glengoyne, 21 and stuff come in one of these big wooden boxes, which is even more extravagant than this. But
is that the platinum or the gold 18?
No, it's neither. So it used to be the gold, then they went to the platinum, and now they just do a straight up 18 year.
Oh, okay.
So basically the line now is it's up to 18 whiskeys blended. And I think it's mostly, what do they say? Yeah, it's mostly Cardew. There's definitely a smoky one in here. It's probably Kalila. They don't mention it on the bottle or the box explicitly, but yeah, on the back it says Ultimate 18. But I think this is as of last year. You want to know the thing that really sucks though? 40%.
Oh, Johnny Walker, they're always 40 to 43%.
Well, but the 15 is 43%.
Yeah, but
I said 40. I don't know. This is clearly like buy this as a gift, right?
Yeah. Well, I think most people
it's a solid whiskey, even at 40%.
Yeah, but I think most people that are buying Johnny Walker, other than the green label or and I'll even put the Johnny Walker black label in that, because I know most people like Johnny Walker Black. I do. I'll still drink it. I enjoy it. But other than the green label and the black label, I just don't think there's really anything substantially different in order for you to make any purchases off of any of their lineup. I know some people were a big fan of the Swing when the Swing came out. They were all excited about that one. There was a lot of people that were fans of that Swing Johnny Walker, but I was not impressed. I'll just stick to the green and the black. I don't know. So,
yeah. Have you had the double black?
Yeah, I have a bottle of it.
What do you think of that one comparatively?
It was mismarketed, I found, the double black, because it made a lot of people think that it was a heavily phenolic peated whiskey when it wasn't. It was just extra charred barreled whiskey, which they kind of mismarketed it. People were assuming that they were about to, drink like an Ardbeg when they were going to drink it. When they had it, it had a nice peat note to it, but it wasn't like, boom peat. So I'll take
the new 5 years age stated Wee Beastie in your neck of the woods yet?
Which one? What?
Do you know that Ardbeg has a new core range release?
I've had the 19-year-old recently, and I was not impressed.
No, they have a new release to the core range.
What is it?
It's a 5-year-old. It's called they have a 5-year-old age statement on the bottle, and it's called the Wee Beastie.
And they charge $120 for it.
I don't know how much they're charging. I haven't seen it yet, but it's literally a new. So it's going to join the Oogie, the Anno, Carchis, and Corey in the 10.
I think that the NO was their best release in the past 5 years. I liked it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought the price was really well done. They bottled at 46. They didn't fuck people over. And it gave them a chance to try something. And it really, all the flavor profiles were coming out in it. I got a lot of sherry notes off of it, everything. And I thought it was, nice for the price.
That's interesting. Yeah. That one I think was my least favorite. I mean, because for me, it was, I don't know. I just thought to myself, like, what did the NO come in at? I don't remember. I mean, this is one of the first whiskeys I reviewed.
$98 here in Quebec, so it's not priced too high. And I think it's a good.
That was like a 46% or something like right around there. They had a like dot something on it. I think for me on the core range, I haven't had the Wee Beastie. I haven't had any of those like older expressions, so I'm not really sure what to say about those. I think for me, it's like Ugadal, slightly under, but right there is Corey, 10. NO. I found the NO, like, again, it's one I got to revisit, because at the time I think I was much more into like peat punch equals greatness.
But you have to think as a Canadian, I don't want to pay $155 for the Oogie. I know in the States you guys get the Oogie for $55, $65, so it's different for you.
Well, it ain't that cheap. I wish. It's more like $80.
Well, it's 150 here, and I don't want to spend 155 on Oogie. I don't find it's worth 155. I think it's a $100 bottle. It's good, but yeah, I'll take the Kalila Isla. I'll grab the Kalila Isla Distillers Edition over that for $100.
Man, I've never been able to find the Kalila Distillers Edition here ever.
Yeah.
Would you? I mean, I'd love to because I can never. I've had the Kalila 18 and the 12, both of which I thought were okay. The best Kalila I had, honestly, was from Berry Brothers and Rudd. I just did a review of it a couple of weeks ago, which was an 11-year-old cask strength. But that aside, where do you fall on the Corey Vrecken Ugadal?
I love the Corey. The Corey is fucking wonderful, and it's the same price as the Oogie. So I'll go for the Corey over the Oogie any day of the week.
Right on. Well, hey, guess what? We have a new guest joining us from.
Is it DH?
No, this is a friend of mine who I talked to a little bit earlier. I'm gonna wait till he gets set up. This is from Booze Dancing. He is actually here in Philly with me, so you're gonna get inundated with some Philadelphia folks.
All right.
He's got a channel as well. I think we connected over YouTube, but once I see that he's all set up and ready to go, I'm gonna bring him on into the chat here.
I love that you are another vapor, by the way.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Because I always get the comments, Rolo Dick, and then you're
on.
on.
What's up?
Hello.
All right.
What is going on?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
We're doing good.
I'm gonna pour some Four Roses.
Booze Dancing. He's got a blog, boozedancing.com, and a YouTube channel. If you guys have not subbed, go check out Booze Dancing. He's got some good videos, and we connected not too long ago just through our chatting. I think I saw a video, and you mentioned you were in South Philly, and here I am.
Well, I grew up in South Philly.
You grew up in South Philly,
Jersey,
right on. And I'm right over here living in West Philly, so happy to.
I'm gonna be right back,
man.
Want to get some water?
Do it.
Water.
Yeah,
water.
We're joined by a good friend of ours, malted in Montreal.
Oh, nice.
Coming from all the way up in Canada. But how are you, man? I know you had to put the kids to bed tonight, but what are you sipping on?
Well, actually, they didn't go to bed. They're wandering around. So I was like, all right, fine. I heard gunfire in the background. Someone's playing a video game. But I've got Four Roses.
Living in Philly.
Four Roses, small batch.
Nice bourbon, man.
You can't go wrong with that one. I've got the Select, but I figured I'll go with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I've started to see bottles of that Select pop up, but I haven't got myself one yet. But good to have you join us, man.
Thank you very much.
We got 17 folks here in the chat tonight, so we're having a good old time.
Nice.
Feel free to take a second, introduce yourself to everybody, and tell them a bit about your blog and your channel.
Okay, Givo, boozedancing.com is the blog. Booze Dancing on Twitter, Instagram, whatever other social media thing you can think of. Actually, this marks 10 years of blogging. So right around like this week or so, we started like 10 years ago. So, and it's a couple of us. It's my neighbor Mike behind me, my friend Aaron out on the West Coast. And, we do a lot of different stuff. We do whiskey, beer, cocktails, event reviews. We've done some restaurant reviews over the years, but it's been mostly whiskey and beer these days.
Right on, man. Well, thanks for joining us. And if folks have not checked out, it's just the Booze Dancing. Go check out his channel, hit up his blog. He's got a whole bunch of good content. And him and I have been chatting a little bit back and forth over email for the last couple of weeks. So where are you located now?
I'm in Cherry Hill.
Oh, okay.
In South Jersey.
Bobby Ryan territory.
Yeah. We've been here for 20 years. So.
Right on.
You know who Bobby Ryan is, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You know who Bobby Ryan is?
Bobby Ryan?
Yeah, he's a hockey player from Cherry Hill.
Oh, I don't follow hockey. I don't know.
He's an American in Montreal. We don't know anything about hockey.
You're from Philly. You have the Flyers. You guys are
well, that's true. That's true. And there's actually a lot of hockey fans that are also whiskey fans. So the West Coast, Aaron, the West Coast office, he's a big hockey fan. So.
Right on, man.
And you guys know Whiskey Cast, right?
Yeah, I know Whiskey Cast.
Yeah, he's a couple towns over, and he's also a big Flyers fan.
Cool.
Good deal, man. Good deal. Well, I'm glad you could join us. And you said you're sipping on some of the classic Four Roses small batch.
Yep. That is it.
On your blog and your video channel, are you mostly bourbon focused, or do you also do Scotch or other spirits, anything like that?
Well, no, we'll cover just about any whiskey. I mean, I think we've covered. I don't know. I can't think of a country we haven't had whiskey from. We've had 3 ships from South Africa. We've had French whiskey, Irish whiskey, Scottish whiskey, English whiskey. Have you had Penderyn?
Yep, I have.
That's really, really good. Really good. Penderyn. What else have we covered? Australian whiskey, Tasmanian whiskey. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just we'll try just about anything.
That's awesome, man.
It's fun. I mean, there's so much out there. Why would you not?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I mean,
point. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we've all got preferences. I mean, I like bourbon. I like rye. I like Islay whiskeys mostly, but I also like. That's a good one. That's a very nice one. But why not try them all?
Well, that's definitely the goal, and I think I mean Swami at Malted Montreal up there is definitely he's been, I think, doing the YouTube thing longer than all of us.
Okay.
He's definitely been on the same kind of trajectory. But you mentioned that you're a big Islay fan. Do you have any specific ones that are your kind of go-tos? Speaking of, earlier we were doing some anConc, but I've actually moved over to doing a little bit of the Port Charlotte 10 right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm still sipping away slowly at the Blackbird.
The Black Art, but be curious which ones are your favorites.
I really like Lefroy, but we've been having a lot of like single cast Kalilas, and they have been fantastic.
Really?
They've been really, really good. And I think.
Bottlings?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. What?
Independent bottlings?
Yeah, independent bottlings. I mean, the Kalila 12 is very good, but it's not something I don't know. It's really the only. They don't have much Kalila in the United States, do they? From the actual.
I think Kalila Isla 12 for the price is so fucking nice.
It's very good.
For the price, like it's $60 in Canada. It's 12-year-old age statement. It's got your peat in there. It's 43%. You're not. It's colored fuck, and it's totally like chill filtered all the way. But I think for $60, it beats a Bowmore 12 and it beats a Talisker 10 for me. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's very good. But we had one just recently. It was a Berry Brothers and Rudd. And then I just had some of the what's the one, the Portiskeg?
Portiskeg,
yeah.
Which I believe is a Kalila also, which is very good. And then we had another one from the I'm sorry, what was that?
Gordon MacPhail.
We've had some Gordon MacPhails. We've had several from the Society, from the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society.
Oh, nice.
Because Mike from the blog is a member, so he always gets some independent bottlings. I also like the Bowmore Scotch Malt Whiskey Society ones. I have yet to have a bad one of those.
That's an interesting point. We were chatting a little bit about Bowmore, and I know that Swami, you were mentioning that some of the Bowmores are starting to get a little bit better in their quality from the distillery releases.
Well, they were very, very good pre-Rachel Berry, and then during Rachel Berry's tenure at Bowmore, they sucked. And now that she's gone and she's destroying, Brown Forman's portfolio, they've gotten better. I don't think their core range is still whatever, but they're putting out some really good. Well, the 15-year-old, the Devil's Cask is a nice one. It's always been, even when she was there, it's a nice one. But their Vault editions are just really nice. Like, I'm enjoying their Vault editions a lot, and their full bourbon matured Vault edition #1 cast strength was fucking my favorite of all time. 100% bourbon matured whiskey I've ever had for Scotch.
You mentioned J-Lo. You mentioned G-Lo. I'm gonna call you Joe. That's where we're at in the night.
That's okay.
You mentioned a Berry Brothers and Rudd Kalila. Is that by chance the 11-year-old cast strength?
Yes.
Did you pick that up at Total Wine?
No. Actually, well, the West Coast brought it in. He was in February. He flew out.
No kidding.
So he brought me a bottle.
That Kalila 11.
That is really good.
I did a review of that, just a couple weeks ago. I picked that bottle up at Total Wine in Cherry Hill.
Uh-huh.
I go over there quite a bit. They got a decent selection there. My other big shop over there, if you're not familiar, is Banache Liquors.
I was just going to say Banache. Banache is cool.
Those guys are great. You know, we should chat offline at some point about this, but I don't know if you're part of the Philadelphia Whiskey Society or South Jersey.
No, I'm not.
You will want to be part of it because we get discount cards for the Nash liquor for a bunch of places in South Jersey. I can definitely introduce you to the links on those if you're ever interested. The guy who does, his name's Alex Chang. He's from Taiwan. Right. He runs the Philadelphia Whiskey Society.
I think I'm on the Facebook group, but I haven't really chimed in. So
yeah, right on. Cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you knew about that or not, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
I've only had that one Kahlua, and that was the only Kahlua that I ever really got, blew my mind, was that 11-year-old cask strength.
That was really good. How expensive? How was that? How much was that? Was it
expensive? It's $58 at Total Wine.
That's a well spent $50
for 11-year-old cask strength.
That is very good. Speaking of like inexpensive, we had a bottle. There was a John Milroy selection a few years back, and I think it was a peated Bunnahabhain. It was like 3 years old. Stosha, I think, is what they're calling it, because they couldn't use the Bunnahabhain name, so they used some other name. But it was really good. And it was like 3 years old, and I think K&L had it for like $35 on the West Coast.
Damn.
It was really good.
Swami?
What?
Have you ever heard of those?
Which one?
The John Milroy selection?
I was reading the comments. What were you saying?
The John Milroy selections.
No, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, the people that used to own the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society in the United States, they own Spirit Imports. They bring that in. I
tend to not drink anything from the SMWS. Mike doesn't like me. I don't really care for Mike either. I think that the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society bottlings are really just epically overpriced. I think some of them are good, but I'll go for Montgomery's. I'll go for Cadenhead, and I'll go for Gordon MacPhail before I go for anything from SMWS. The pricing is just outrageous to me.
I noticed, like, when I lived in DC, I used to go over to Jack Rose, and they had just a ton of the Scott Moss Whiskey Society releases, and like had a bunch of them that were really good, but could never really find them at a price. Or I mean, I could never find them in general, let alone at a decent price. I've heard a lot of good things about some of them.
The one thing that they have over the other indies is they have a lot of sherry cask finish and a lot of port cask finish, where the other indies tend to do more bourbon aging. But when I can get, some really good pricing on the other indies, I'm going to go for them beforehand. So I don't really, I'm not that much of a sherry fanatic that I need my independence to be sherry mature. It's not going to kill me.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd be interested, Gilo, have you found any Kahlilas that are sherry cask finished through that?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't really been keeping track. It's like, we just kind of, whatever kind of comes in, because we get a lot of stuff from PR companies every once in a while to review. So I haven't actually gone out hunting. So
good deal. And you mentioned earlier you were sipping on, or that you had a bottle of that Four Roses Select. What did you think of that Four Roses Select?
Oh, I thought that was really good. That was actually a gift too. So I'm like, all right, this is nice. People buy me whiskey. I'm like, all right, I gotta like it.
Yeah,
because I got it last spring. Woman I work with went to Kentucky, and she came back with like 12 or 13 bottles. She hit like 8 or 10. I think she hit like 8 distilleries in a week, and brought back a whole bunch. So brought me back a bottle of Select, which she really liked. So
yeah, and the thing I liked about that is, like, Swami, I don't know how familiar you are with Swami and I were talking earlier about like the store picks and stuff like that. And so Four Roses bourbon has like 10 different mash bills.
Yeah.
That they actually do. So like you can probably find like the regular single barrel and stuff by you, but what they do here is they have these barrel strength single barrels, and they have 10 different mash bills. Like one of them they'll have high rye, one's low rye, and then each of them, so like you got 2 buckets, high rye, low rye, and then in each of them they have 5 different yeast strains that like change the like flavor profile of all of them, and you can kind of like, some stores will have a bunch of these different Four Roses ones.
Well, I'm a fan of Four Roses. Unfortunately, in Canada, we seem to only get the single barrel, and the one he has the regular basic Four Roses. The cask strength, I've had a chance to have a couple times because a friend had a bottle, but I tend to drink the single barrel a lot. I enjoy it very much.
It's very good, and for the price point.
Yeah, the price point of that's great. It's still like $40.
Well, we were talking like I forget which we reviewed something recently. It was the Blender Select new release that came out from Bullet, and it's at that $40-$50 price point for bourbon, and that's a really competitive price point when you get into that 40 to 50.
Barrel proof from them. I've tried it a bit. It's nice. I don't want to go too far into it because I'm literally only at the neck right now, so I want to wait till I at least get a quarter way through the bottle before I give it any notes or anything like that. Mm-hmm. I can say right now, it's got a lot. It's fucking heavily oak, but again, I'm stating it off the neck, so I want to wait to see if it airs out and the oak kind of dissipates a little bit. But right now, I'm getting insane wood. So.
Which is that? What you have?
Which right now?
Oh, I thought you were pulling the bottle of the.
This is just the regular small batch.
Yeah, small.
So the Four Roses small batch select, from what I understand, is like a mix of like 6 of their 10.
I think so. Let me grab it. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Grab it. I've noticed like it started popping up around here, and it's Jason Coates. Jason Coates with Swami's Code of the Night. Insane wood.
Oh my god! I like how you're keeping your beard all in check there.
Man, I'm trying to.
Me, I can care less. I haven't shaved. I have a full neck thing going on, and it's coming up my cheeks into my eyes. I don't really care.
I'm getting a bit of that too, man. I'm definitely getting.
All right.
I shave every 2 weeks. Yeah.
I can't read this. I need glasses. I'll be back. Sorry.
yeah, sure, man. Well, like I don't know, Swami, you'll probably see this one up in your neck of the woods relatively soon. But basically, Four Roses did a small batch pick of, or basically they've made a what is the word I'm looking for?
There we go. Look at that.
Everyday bottling of like 6 of their 10 mash bills into this thing called Four Roses Small Batch Select, which he's going to show us right now. I haven't had it yet.
Okay, so four batch select is yet another fine example. Blah 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 for this new bourbon. I selected 3 of our 4 proprietary yeast strains, B, K, and F, and used both mash bills. Small batch select is a mingling of 6 and 7-year-old bourbons, non-chill filtered. 104 proof. That's about all I'm getting here.
104. That's great. Yeah, so basically they took both of the high rye, the low rye mash bill, and used 3 of the 5 yeast strains.
Can you see that? What's that?
A little bit. Well, I see. Okay, yeah. They all have these codes on them. They're like OESK, OVSB, or whatever.
Have you been to what's it, Bank and Bourbon yet?
No.
Yeah, there's. We met a guy there a couple weeks ago. The guy who's their bourbon master. This guy Dan Kulisic, really really nice guy. But if you get a chance, go and visit with him. He knows. He seems to know quite a bit, and they got a really good selection. And they had a Four Roses single barrel that they bottled for them. That was really good.
Where is that located?
It's in the PSF, the Lowe's Hotel on 12th and Market. Granted, they're probably closed at this point, but they'll open up again.
Yeah, eventually, right?
Yeah, it's really nice. They have a whiskey bar. They do like bourbon tastings, and you could actually get like if you had a small group of friends, you can get like a small room, and they'll do like a 3 bourbon tasting, or you can do a full dinner. They have all kinds of crazy stuff they do. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's nice.
Righteous. Swami, I was going to ask you actually, like, not knowing much about what bourbons are available in Canada compared to here. I mean, obviously, like, there's probably shit you can't get, but like, what are the kind of things you see most of the time when you go to the shops in Canada in terms of?
We tend to have everything that's like mass produced. So we have like we'll have all the bookers, we'll have all the little books, we'll have the Wellers come in and out. They're not like always readily available anymore. They used to be readily available before dickheads started secondary marketing like crazy. The Eagle Rares are always on the shelves. The Maker's Mark, the Maker 46, the Maker Select, the Maker's Cast Strength will be there. It's like more the larcenies and stuff like that are going to be not so readily available. The Garter houses are not going to be so readily available. Those kind of bottles. But the rest of it, we've got what you guys have. It's just more the not as mass marketed bourbon available.
Yeah, I mean, the Booker stuff is interesting because I really enjoyed some of those early Booker's releases. And like, I know that they've been getting progressively somewhat younger, but the price has also gotten crazy over those.
Well, they're $96 now for the Booker here. It used to be 70.
It's not bad for Canadian shit, man. They're almost more expensive here.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Bookers. I like them. I'll go for other barrel proofs. Like I like the Jack Daniel's double barrel, so that's what I tend to go for $65. It does what I want it to do. Again, though, I'm not a bourbon lover. I like bourbon. Like every once in a while, I want to have a bourbon, which is nice. But it's not my go-to drink. Rye and bourbons are more secondary to almost not even secondary. I'd say they're like fifth down the list of what I like to drink. I like my single malt scotch. After my single malt scotch, I'm going to do rum. And then after rum, I'll go with bourbon. But yeah, bourbon's good. I think it's overrated, but I don't think it's bad. I just think that it's got a renaissance going right now. People are in love with it. It's fine. You like the bourbon, you like the bourbon. For me, when bourbon comes off, I got 6-7 notes that come through, and that's pretty much it. No matter what I drink from them, everyone has a variation of what note I specifically will get from them, but it always seems to be the same typical 6 or 7 notes that I'm getting off of all bourbon.
Yeah,
rye things 4 or 5 rye.
I think it's like I kind of agree with you. I mean, I definitely love bourbon in the sense that I agree with like the tasting notes that you pick up like are kind of relatively the same across most bourbons, at least the dominant ones. And it's more a question about which ones do it best.
Yeah.
Like for example, like one of the ones that and I'll go grab a bottle of it, but one of the ones that I really love is the barrel proof Elijah Craig.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how readily that available is it up by you, but
they're pretty readily available. The difference is the price range has jumped up over the past couple of years, where it used to be about, again, in the same price range as a double barrel Jack, which you get for $65. Whereas the Elijah Craig barrel proof now has jumped up to $150, which I just find is no longer value for me for the money.
Yeah, that's an
expensive. I'll take the double barrel from Jack Daniel's for $65 over the Elijah Craig barrel proof. I've actually done a head-to-head, and I picked the barrel proof from Jack Daniel's over the Elijah Craig, which I'm not saying it's a bad whiskey. It's a fucking amazing whiskey. If it was priced similar to the Jack Daniel's barrel proof, I'd buy them both all the time. But I'm not going to buy for one and pay $65 for the other one when they're just as good.
Yeah, I'd be curious, Zilo. Like, have you had any of the Elijah Craig barrel proof range? I mean, like, what are
I haven't had them in a long time. It's been a while. I mean, like I said, I haven't really been buying that much whiskey. I mean, I'm lucky enough that my neighbors have a lot, and then whatever kind of lands on our doorstep is what I've been trying. So, I kind of don't venture out all that much. But the Elijah Craig, I thought that was very good back in the day. This one I had it.
Jason Coates agrees with me. He prefers the Jack Daniel's.
So I do lean more towards like scotches than I do bourbon. I mean, I enjoy bourbon. I enjoy rye.
Yeah.
But in terms of I think for just drinking solo or drinking straight, single malt's a little more enjoyable.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much variety in terms of flavors.
I think what was fun about bourbon for me was that how cheap it was 2-3 years ago. Mm-hmm. And that's why I liked it. It was good stuff to have, and you could buy a bottle for like $30-$40 and have a good night. And now those $30-$40 bottles are now $90 to $100, and that's what I got to do. Like, do I buy a scotch or do I buy a bourbon? I'm going to buy a scotch because I get a good scotch. It's killing.
Yeah, it is. Which one's that?
Red wine cask, or is that?
Yeah, this is the red wine cask. I'm going to pour a little bit of this right now.
It's great.
We're about to get into a conversation about
that. Has been a very consistent distillery from the beginning.
Yep.
But I know Swami has a lot of knowledge on Kilhoman.
They're my favorite distillery. So.
They're really, really good. I mean, they were good out of the box.
Yeah. I respect what they're doing. They've been doing the same thing since they've been open, and they're doing their own thing, and they don't really care what other people are trying to get them to do. And
Are they still independent?
They're still independent. They're still 100%. It's family owned. Anthony and his sons run it.
Right.
They're their own reps. They don't hire reps. They do all the repping for the company. They go around the world all the time doing. I've had a pleasure of meeting Anthony about 6 times now. And he's been on my channel for years. Good guy. He's an open book. He's an awesome guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of, we're hitting the 3-hour mark on the stream. We still got 18 folks in here. Raise a glass to y'all. What's up?
There's 18
Cheers,
people.
folks.
User.
Oh, wait, my glass is empty.
We got
My glass is empty.
from boozedancing.com. We got Swami Suave coming.
After this, I'm not drinking anymore. Like I told you guys,
Cheers, folks.
having some stomach issues. I don't want to drink too much. So.
Understood. But here we are at the 3-hour mark. Hope everybody's Friday's going well. If you have yet to hit sub on my channel, definitely hit sub on It's the Booze Dancing channel. Hit the sub on Malted in Montreal, the zombie dreaming motherfucker over here.
I'm one sub away from 1,500 subscribers. So whoever wants,
Somebody hit it. Somebody hit that. Get him 1,500 subs.
Where are you? What's the name of your channel?
Malted in Montreal.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Malted in Montreal.
Malted in
He's
Montreal.
about to hit that 1,500 mark. We can get him.
Just type in Malted. I'll be the first channel that comes up.
You don't sound like you're from Montreal.
Je suis de mariage. Je parle français.
Okay, fine, you win. All right, fine. All right, fine.
J'ai juste pas envie de parler en français. No, I lived in New York for 5 years, and I lived in Ontario for about 4. So my Quebecois accent is gone. I have a very neutral accent. I don't even have a Canadian accent. I go to the States.
No, you don't.
Yeah, when I go to the States, everyone thinks automatically I'm neutral. They don't know where I'm from because I don't have an accent to pick up. It's just neutral.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
I just speak like a boring English person.
American person.
Yeah.
Not an English person, an American person.
Well, English meaning my English just has no dialect. There's no
I got you.
dialect to it. I don't say A in a boot. And
The telltale signs.
He doesn't wear a Mountie uniform when he goes on his live.
Hey, Adam, she's tied to the track again.
Swami, have you had this red wine matured?
Yeah, I reviewed it. You can check on my account. Last year.
Which were the Kilhomans that are your kind of go-tos?
Well, the PX single cast is my favorite. It's my number one. I think they perfected doing a peated PX cast whiskey. They knew how to use PX properly. I think a lot of distilleries don't know how to use PX properly. And I think Kilhoman finally figured out how to use PX where it doesn't just taste like sugar, you know. The peat and the PX mixture on the Kilhoman worked so well that it gave it like a flambéed raspberry kind of taste to it. Just worked out.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that. When I first opened this red wine cask Kilhoman, I was like, I wasn't that wowed by it. I kind of thought it was kind of light. It didn't have a lot happening. As this has gotten down, this whiskey has gotten incredibly dynamic. The body has punched up quite a bit. And I think it's just a testament. I mean, I think Kilhoman in general, like I've had every one of them I've had it's a distillery that's demanded a little bit of time. And I've been really impressed with this. I'm gonna do a review of this eventually, probably pretty soon. But man, this stuff has become really, really good. And I've actually gotten really into the red wine cask. But Gila, what are you a Kilhoman fan at all? Are there any Kilhoman?
I like them a lot. I don't think we've like I said, we've gotten a lot of samples over the years. And I mean, the first one I ever had was a Makir Bay, probably back in 2012 or 2013.
Nice.
And it's it has yet to disappoint. We've had some of the vintage ones. We just had the STR cask a few months back.
The STR,
good.
I finally had it last week, and a friend sent me a sample over. It's great, but it's not $155. I'm not going to buy it.
Well, like I said, I had a sample, so I don't know.
It's really pricey.
Yeah, that one in the States is in that, like, I think I've seen it as the lowest I've seen.
Wait,
like
155 Canadian's like $60 US? Is that how it goes?
Yeah. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Did it swing the other way?
You're about to go into depression soon. So
it's not good.
It's gonna be 2000. It's gonna be 2005 all over again, where Canada's dollar was stronger than the American dollar.
Oh no, then we're not going to Canada this year.
Dude, it's funny you mentioned that. I was like planning back in January. I think Jason Coates and I were talking. I was going to go to Banff and then drive to Vancouver and finally do my trip to some of Canada. And I didn't. I was just about to get ready to plan it and spend the money, and then all of a sudden all this happened, and so that was the end of that.
Well, the good news is that everyone's economy is crashing right now.
Yes, that's true.
Everyone's dollar is going to be worth nothing.
We're all in this together.
It's life. But everyone's got to remember, man, we had a crash in 2008. A year later, everyone was back to normal.
Yeah.
I'm really, really sick and tired of hearing idiots out there protesting and saying, oh, my 401k is worth nothing. If you're not 85 years old right now, stop worrying. Yeah, your 401k sucks. It's going to bounce back, okay, in a year.
Yep.
Chill the fuck out. Stay at home. Stop being a fucking dumbass. Don't block ambulances at fucking hospitals, you fucking retards in Michigan.
So you're in lockdown too in Montreal?
Oh, yeah. I'm enjoying it. Fuck. We have time off. Me and my wife are watching fucking movies. We're sitting on the porch drinking a beer. I go for a motorcycle ride in my neighborhood because I know I can't leave my area, whatever. It's fucking life, man.
Yeah.
Government.
I've been home for the last 5 weeks, so.
Yeah.
I left 1 week earlier. I told my boss, I said, I don't want to, I'm 41. Now I'm 42. My birthday was last week, by the way.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hey, happy birthday, man.
When was the birthday?
Me and my wife fucking looked at each other. She went, happy birthday. I went, thanks. And that was it.
There you go.
That was my birthday. But it's life, man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. And like, dude, not to go too far down the rabbit hole on the, the stuff you saw in Michigan is just a prelude, man. It's all coming on Monday. There's going to be a whole bunch more. I'm here in PA. They're going to do the same thing at
natural selection, Darwinism at its finest. All I got to say is, if they want to do this, I want the fucking police officers to line up with forms, not guns, forms, writing "do not resuscitate" on their fucking application. And then it's cool. Say, all right, guys, protest all you want. We don't have to not allowed in the hospital, not allowed resuscitation. Have fun.
You just
and let them all fucking
out of this.
How am I going to feel sorry for these motherfuckers in 2 weeks when they're all dying? I'm supposed to feel bad for them? They did it up to themselves. They chose to go out and do this shit. And they're saying, oh, well, I'm bathed in Jesus' blood. I can't get this stuff. And then after when they get it, they'll be like, oh, well, Jesus' plan. I'm like, good. Jesus' plan to kill you. Good. Have a good day. I'm supposed to feel fucking bad for these fucking people. Empathy for idiots that are doing this themselves.
Real talk, man. I'll just say this. I've seen a lot of stuff on social media and stuff where people are like, this is BS, man. This isn't anything to be worried about. Like, more people die of XYZ every year than this. And I'm like, somehow the concept of exponential growth doesn't seem to resonate with a certain segment of our population.
They're all saying, okay, people between 35 to 50, you're going to get sick, but you're not going to die. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if you're not going to die, do you want to be fucking intubated in a fucking hospital bed?
No.
Right, we're spreading it to other people.
Like, they're saying 1 out of 6 people are going to have to go to the hospital and get oxygen therapy. Do you want to sit in a bed for like 3 months with a fucking tube in your nose?
Do you want to be responsible for other people that you caused that to happen to?
Yeah.
Because you're asymptomatic. Yeah. No, look, man, the United States has never been short on hypocrisy and
well, we had some idiots here, but they're mostly
bad displays of like.
Yeah. It was mostly like, I can understand when the teenagers do it, because when you're a teenager, you're an idiot. We were all idiots when we were kids. But when I see adults doing it, like people in their like late 30s and 40s out doing, and I'm just like, you know better. You'd stop being a fucking like, the kid's fine. I get it. They're fucking. When I was a kid, it was the same thing. Like, fuck you. I'm not doing what you tell me. Can
you go back to whiskey?
Yeah.
I haven't watched the news in 5 weeks. I don't pay attention to it. You go to the CDC and I listen to my governor saying, okay, stay home.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Well, you're doing better than a large segment of our population who has contrary ideas. But in any event, I am very much enjoying this red wine cask matured Kilhoman. And I'd be curious if anybody here has any other interesting Kilhomans that they would recommend that they've had that they were totally wowed by.
I love the editions. I like the yearly editions that they come out with from Kilhoman. Just the
100%
vintage.
The vintage.
Yeah.
The 8-year-old vintage. The eighth edition of the vintages was my favorite by far.
I'm trying to see the last one we reviewed. The Isla Sherry Cask, the 100% Isla.
Yeah,
We did that in October. That was they're all good. I haven't had a bad one yet. I really haven't.
I've only had one bad. Well, I've had two. But
Well, bad is relative with Gil.
yeah, but people disagree with me 100% on one, and the other one, a lot of people agree with me. The Sanic, a lot of people agree with me that it's not that great, and then this one, everyone's gonna jump down my throat. But I didn't like the Sauterne.
I don't know if I've had that one. Was it too sweet?
It was off-putting. There was something about it. I didn't even review it because I just didn't want to. I was like, man.
Now, is there one particular one, like, all these distilleries do a special edition? Is there anyone you always have to kind of get every year?
Yeah, the PX single sherry cask. That's my the Pedro single barrel single cask strength is my favorite. Like,
okay,
one. It's a 7-year-old. I love it. It works well.
Mm-hmm. What about from other distilleries?
I definitely have one from other distilleries, but
from other distilleries, single cask ones you're talking about?
Well, no, just any of the special releases they do every year.
I was talking. I like the Khalil Isla Special Edition. I get that one.
Okay.
It's 3% ABV, but it's just really nice. It's $115, and I enjoy it a lot. Another one that I'm purposely always rebuying. Because of reviewing, I'm always buying different whiskey all the time. That's the problem with whiskey. But that's the problem with reviewing because I gotta buy whiskey to review. So
yeah,
different one all the time. But
well, this will probably give you something to think about. So Multi just asked, I've got the Loch Gorman STR, but haven't cracked them yet. Worth it? And then any preferences? Loch Gorman, definitely worth it. STR, I'll defer to you two because I haven't opened mine yet.
I like the STR a lot. I
liked it a lot too. I thought it was very, very barbecue.
Yeah.
Like a Isla barbecue.
Yeah, the concept of it is great. The price, I would say, it would be much better at like $100 to $120 for a bottle. Not $155. It's a little high up for me.
Yeah, to your question, Gilo, about whiskeys that I buy every year, I do my absolute damnedest to get the committee release Ardbeg every year, and I definitely get the Lefroy Cartier.
That's the Cartier is I think the bargain.
Oh, yeah, speaking. Most assuredly. So bottled right now, I have the Cartier all the way back to 2014. I've heard this year's Cartier is going to be a red wine cask matured, which
they're not doing Facial this year, are they? I think Facial's canceled or no?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I know they're going to do a Cartier release, but I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, they'll release the whiskey, but they're not having the festival, though, right?
I'm not sure. Swami, do you have any idea on that?
Which one? Sorry, I was about
the Facial. Is it happening this year or not?
Facial? I don't know. I don't go to Scotland.
Well, neither do I, but I'd like to, but not now.
Yeah, I'd love to. Not this year.
I didn't even know what the Facial thing was till Roy talked about it 3 years ago. So I was like, they have like a.
I know that like Lagavulin and Bunnahabhain do a Facial, and Kalila does a Facial release too. I've never had any of them.
I think they all do, but I think Lefroy might be the only one that really releases it outside of Scotland.
Oh, and Ardbeg.
They said Facial is canceled.
Is it? Oh, that sucks.
Stephen and Ben are both saying that it's canceled, which is a bummer.
Has everyone been practicing safe COVID steps? And what I hear is your wife or girlfriend stands at one side of the bed and then you jerk off into the pillow.
I'm going to let that one go. My boys are still awake, so I'm not answering.
I'm actually though, like I'm really like I think I've never had any of the Lagavulin releases, but I've had the ones that I chase every year. Just to be totally real, I chase. There are 3 releases I chase every year: the 3 editions of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, the Lefroy Cartier, and then the Ardbeg committee release. And honestly, to be completely honest with you, I probably shouldn't. The Ardbeg committee release, I gave up on after last year because I was so bummed out by the drum. I didn't really like the Ardbeg drum, but then A good friend of mine got the Ardbeg Black and was like, "Oh, this one's really good. It's worth it." So, of course, like the homer I am, I chased it down and bought it. I actually got it at Benash.
Okay.
And I really like it. I think the new Ardbeg committee release is.
But is it better than their core range though? I mean, is it really?
No. I know that they do. So they do the committee release, which is always at higher ABV, and then they do the like regular release. So like you can get like a so like they'll drop the ABV.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm talking about on the. Do you get those in Canada? Like
committee release from the Ardbeg, like every
the standard releases.
Will have the committee release, and they'll have the red ticker tape around it, and say committee release. They do it for every single release they've ever done. And it'll be like a higher ABV, and then they'll have the regular release, which they'll drop the ABV down. And it's usually at between 48 and 46%.
Yeah, and I know they do that with like the drum, and I mean they'll do it again with the black later this year. But yeah, those are the three I chase. Do you chase any in specific, Gilo?
Really just the car chase, because I like the price point. I like that it's a little different every year. I like that it's cast strength. So, and it's relatively easy to get.
Yep.
I've been at this for a while now, so I've kind of given up on trying to hunt things down. After like trying to find, special beer releases, which got to be impossible. I'm like, you know what? If I find it, I'll buy it.
Yeah.
If I see it, I like the price, I'll buy it. Otherwise,
100%. I've been doing these reviews for so long that I've said fuck it to bad whiskeys. I don't even care. I know they get more views because they're more popular and they're the now boy on the block.
Right.
But it's like, fuck, I'm not going to spend every dime I got chasing down bad.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, man. I mean, especially when you think about the Ardbeg committee release, which is like, first of all, it's all NAS, but they're like $110, $120 US. Ardbeg Black NES release this year was like 150, 160. I got it for 140, and I like an idiot. I bought it. I just couldn't not do it. I don't know. So they told me they had it. I had to do it because again, it was that impulse buy. But seriously, like
the next whiskey fad I'm waiting for is the pickle barrel releases.
The pickle barrel.
Pickle barrel finishes. Mm.
You don't even need to go back. You can just buy it in the pickle barrel. Yeah. But I'm with you. Like the Carchis is the one that like holds the line for me. And so what I've heard is the one that's coming out this year is going to be a port and red wine finish. So they're going back a little bit to 2013 where they did the wine, but it's going to be a port and red wine. So I don't know. But honestly, like I think other than the 2016 Madeira, which is one I didn't love that much, I've liked all the Carchis stuff. I thought the Fino.
Oh, I like the Madeira. The Fino was very nice.
The Fino, I
was really, really good.
Madeira didn't quite do it for me, but I mean the cast strength quarter cask was great. I thought the cast strength triple wood was all right. Swami,
I've got that one.
Hands on the cast strength triple wood.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I haven't reviewed it or anything, but I mean, I enjoyed it.
Dickel Tabasco cask.
Yeah, there you go. I've seen that, dude. Like, is it Jack Daniels or is it Dickel?
It was Dickel, wasn't it? How is that? Is it any good?
I don't know.
That can't be good.
They're running a lot of ideas. Now they're all doing the tequila casking is the new deal now. It's like everyone's going to the tequila casking. It's like after a while you're just dual flavoring everything. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Waiting for the
honestly, like what I think they should do is just start like I mean if they need to buy some time, they should just cast strength release their core range stuff. Yeah. Like, what if Ardbeg's committee release next year was a Ugadal, like a Ugadal at 64%, or a Ardbeg 10 at 68%, or something? Like, why not? Like, just
sure.
Or they should just start. Maybe.
All right, fine. I gotta get some Pete. I'll be back.
Yeah, do it.
You know what I think would be a fun idea, but they would never do that. Is that they start aging whiskey in each other's barrels, like
yes.
Like Macallan sends all their barrels over to fucking like Lagavulin. Lagavulin sends all their barrels over to Macallan's, and fucking Apple, like they start switching up barrels of things, and then they could have like a real mix.
You could have like a Lafroig aged in X
Yeah.
Colin
Cass.
Caution triple oak barrels.
Yeah, that's it. Like that's like
like it's good.
All right, I'm back.
He's got the Berry Brothers in Rud.
Yes. That's funny. This is obviously I've only had this for a couple of months, and we're liking it.
Yeah, dude, that's a great bottle. I reviewed that like 2 weeks ago. That's a great bottle.
Yeah, we just reviewed it. It just came up we reviewed it last week, but it's kind of funny because Mike is right behind me, and the wives are we got social distance, so we've just been doing it over Skype.
So when did you said you've been in Jersey for like 20 years, South Jersey?
Yeah, about 20 years. Yeah, we moved here about 2000.
That are not familiar. So I'm in Philly. He's in South Jersey, which is literally like across the river from me.
It's like 20 minutes away. Where are you? Are you near like Penn or Drexel or?
Yeah, I'm on 45th and Locust.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh man. But yeah, that Kahlua is fantastic.
That's just so good.
Interesting comments coming up about the Andrew Page, who is also near us. Didn't care for the drum either. Had it at a pub.
Oh, that poor poor you. I had it at a pub in Isla. I should be so lucky. That should be the greatest drink you ever had.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing, by the way.
He's right though. About the black. The black is good. It's all Pinot Noir. I highly recommend it. We got a Kahlua baby.
Hey, there's the West Coast.
Yeah. Oh, is this your
West Coast? That's the West Coast.
What's up, Aaron? Nice to have you join us.
I should send him a link.
Yeah, you should for sure. Feel free.
I'll forward him the link. Get him on here. Let me send it his way. He's pretty quick.
1,500 subs. Thank you.
He's got it. Swami's got 1,500.
Hey, one of them is mine. Say thank you.
Rad. And then we got Andrew Page. Sorry, Grooves was before drum. Yeah, well, I thought the Grooves was actually pretty decent, but the drum was not so much. Yeah, multi-alti. Time for the GM cast strength Kahlua. Oh, Gordon McPhail. All right, if we're going to go Kahlua, let me grab a Kahlua. Hang on.
I was having some fun this week, being at home doing jack shit. I made, first time ever, I made Demerara style simple syrup for cocktails.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I'm going to do.
So what are you going to make? Old fashions or?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing some old fashions, and I want to try it in a whiskey sour too, just to see how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you done a whiskey sour with like a egg white?
Yes.
Shake it up.
I don't
like
like
right?
White though. I do that. I work as a bartender. I do it at the bar because it looks fancy, and then I put the 3 dots of the bitters on the top and the whole 9. But
that's good fun.
At home, I don't like the egg white. It gives a nice foam to it, but it's not, I like it without the egg white.
Have you done a sour with like a peated whiskey?
No.
Well, that goes really nice. I like the lemon and the peat.
Nice.
So I'm going to jump in and join the Kahlua party after this. I think I might have the same bottle as you, J-Lo, but this is the...
I'm going to stick with you guys for another 15 minutes, but I'm not...
What's the cast number? 319464?
Yeah, this is Berry Brothers and Rudd, 319464.
Bingo. You're right there.
This is, I got a total wine, $60. Kahlua
That's
cap,
the one.
11 years.
That's the one.
And this is 55%. Yeah, I'll jump in on that.
That's good. It's got 2 5s in it. Double 5.
Right on. So we are hitting the 3-hour, 30-minute mark. Hope everybody's doing good. If you have
yet from Quig, I haven't heard from Quig in like ages.
Dude, I haven't. Well, we actually haven't done this. We usually do like 2 or 3 lives a year. I actually haven't heard from him. I owe him some samples, but honestly, I haven't been able to go to the post office because, well,
I don't want any mail from anyone till this is over.
Yeah, I'm not.
Shit. I don't even accept the mail that I get normally, like the bills and stuff. I'm like,
I haven't talked to him, but he's still putting out videos every couple. He's like, God, 3 videos a week. That guy tries more whiskey than I don't even understand how he can do it. We should figure it out, Swami, though. We should definitely find a time. I know he's more of a Saturday, Sunday guy now because his streams have been
Yeah, he's not doing lives anymore, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Oh, is that the case? He's just not doing them?
Yeah, he's still doing reviews, but his lives are few and far between.
Big. He's got like 11,000 subs now. He's doing great. Gilo, just for context,
Yes.
the guy that we do, who got me into like a lot of whiskey reviews, and I swap malted Montreal, and I swap samples with. His name's Food Quick. He does these videos. He's out of the west coast of Canada, but the funny thing that he does is he did this video like 5 or 6 years ago, where basically he was splitting up with his wife, and he was doing a Lefroy 10 review video, and it went
Wait,
viral.
he was splitting up with his wife?
Yeah, and so like she was like kind of moving out in the background while he was doing his Lefroy 10 video, and it went viral twice on.
Oh, that's funny. Well, it's funny, not funny.
The place, and so like the dude got like
funny.
He's got like 11,000 subs now. He was like, he's so many people subbed because they were like, "How are you, man?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm fine. It was totally fine." And like they missed what was actually happening. So he's got a huge channel. He's probably like, I don't know. I mean, there's not many people. Swami, how many people got more subs than him? I mean, maybe. I mean, Ralphie, whiskey.com.
Well, everyone in the bourbon community, they're growing like exponentially lately. Like they come out with a channel 1 week, and next week they're already hitting 1,000 subs. Like that. I don't know what it is, but the bourbon community right now is like just like bourbon prices.
I think we're too all over the map to get any kind of following, but you know, I don't care. We're in it for fun, so
yeah, exactly.
Doesn't matter.
But the bourbon community is like going nuts. Like I don't see a single bourbon community not hit 1,000 subs within a 2-week period. Like it's weird. They're
yeah.
But no, they do their thing. They're having fun, man. And,
yeah, I mean, other than Ralphie, I mean, there's those other guys in Texas that have a ton of subs on their channel.
I don't talk about that channel. All right.
The whiskey, I don't remember what they're called.
Don't mention them. They don't deserve anything.
Whiskey Vault or whatever. Yeah,
They don't deserve anything.
Yeah, I mean, but he so long story short, he just like blew up with all these subs. And like I've been doing live streams with him for a couple of years. Malted's probably been doing them with him longer. I mean, he knows him a bit more.
Are you guys
Quick has been doing them for 10 years now.
Yeah.
Are you guys YouTube only, or do you have blogs also?
I started out by writing reviews on distiller.com, but then I switched to pretty quick. I switched over to just doing video reviews. So I don't have any blog or anything. I don't know, Malta, do you have a blog?
No, I started out trolling, and then I just said, fuck it, I'll start a whiskey channel.
Just giving people crap on the internet? Is that what you're doing?
That's it, pretty much. I was hanging around this group called Scotch Addicts. I was like, there's 6 of us. There was me, Alan Brody,
Facebook channel,
Jim Lee, and like that's it. There was like us 3 yakking at each other, showing off what whiskeys we had, and ripping each other apart and being really crude and rude. And then it started growing in popularity, and now Scotch Addicts has like 27,000 subscribers on Facebook, and they're all a bunch of pussies and annoying, and I can't make a joke, and they all start to cry. So I left the group, and I was like, just a bunch of assholes like posting a picture of their basement and how they transformed it into a bar. And it's like, I don't care.
No, I have a very small I've got a small cabinet with whiskey and other stuff, and then I've just got like samples floating around every once in a while.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. I try to keep it limited.
All of my stuff is literally like for the most part in boxes and tubs in the basement because I had moved into this place thinking I subletted this place. I was going to live here for a few months, and then I stayed, and I just have nowhere to put it. So it's all just.
So you're not from Philly originally?
No, I'm from Milwaukee, but I lived in Washington D.C. for 3 years before I moved up to Philly.
Okay, all right. How do you like in Philly?
Philly's got its moments, but it's good.
Yes, it does.
Philly's a different type of animal. Like Philly it lives up to its stereotypes in many ways.
Yes, it does. We're not a very nice people, are we?
No,
we're not Wisconsin. Okay, I've been to Madison.
Philly is
why are people in Philly such assholes?
Because we're New York envy complex.
That's true. See, that's very true.
I think Boston has the same problem because you go to Boston.
Yeah, but dude, Philly, like this is the best way I've ever heard Philly described. In Philadelphia, when there's a red light or a stop sign, people speed up.
Yes,
Like that's Philly. Like
that's true.
how Philly is, right?
And don't even try a pedestrian crosswalk in Philadelphia.
No, forget it, dude. Like I live in a pretty residential area. Like, dude, it's no.
But why would people be proud of that though? That's
because it's like
just the way it is.
Like,
let me tell you this story, Malted. I've heard, like, I live with some people who've lived in Philly. When the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and this was like 2 years ago, the first time they'd won the Super Bowl ever. Literally, the chant at you've seen Rocky, right? The whole the art museum, the like statue, all this. Literally, the team from Philly, everybody was chanting, "You don't like us, we don't fucking care." Like that's Philly. Like it's just a town that's like got this. Screw you, we do it how we want to do it. We're proud of it. Like doubles down on it in a way that I've never experienced anywhere.
I'm half Italian, so I can say the problem with Philly is you got too many Italians living there.
Hey. I'm Sicilian, so I'm Sicilian. I'm not Italian.
I'm half Californian. That's it.
Philly's just extra. There's just like everything's a little extra here. That's all.
It's an interesting. I mean, I grew up there, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, I mean, coming from the Midwest, I lived in DC. I didn't like DC that much. I like Philly for its kind of like it's got a rough kind of like DIY punk rock aesthetic. But I'll tell you, man, there's just an energy in this city that
I can't really say
that is like
Montreal. If you come to Montreal, we have like a 0.0% crime rate, right? But everyone knows Montreal that comes down, especially the Americans that come down to watch the Canadians. We're assholes, but we just don't shoot each other. Whereas Philly, you guys seem to be assholes.
Dude, okay, I got to tell you one more Philly story. This encapsulates Philly in like the most, probably the purest way. So last year, there's a guy who plays for the Philadelphia 76ers NBA team.
Right.
And he's from Maryland, so he's a Washington Redskins fan.
Right.
It is game week, Eagles versus Redskins, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. So he's going around Center City, downtown, but in Philly, they call it Center City. He's going around Center City, doing poses in his Redskins gear. This is an NBA.
Who was this?
I'll have to look up the name. I don't remember his name. So he's going around town, posting on Instagram of him in his Redskins gear, getting ready to go to the game, like tongue in cheek, ha ha ha. Mm-hmm. He shows up in the parking lot at Lincoln Financial for the Redskins Eagles game, and like multiple dudes try to fight him. This is a dude that plays for the 76ers, plays for their NBA team, for the city of Philadelphia, plays for the Philly NBA team, and there's like all these stocky, like 5'6" dudes trying to kick this NBA player's ass because he was rocking Redskins gear, even though he plays for their home NBA team. That's Philly. That's all I can say. Like that's cool.
But you're talking football though. Football's more as
but
actually the West Coast I think is trying to log in.
That mentality, that vibe goes through this city like at a level that I just can't even like quite put my finger on. It's just,
the Eagles are particularly special though.
Yeah, exactly. But that's like that story is just like, as somebody who's lived here for less than a year, I'm like, that's the most Philadelphia thing ever. Because that's how people are here. It's just.
I've got no pride from being from Montreal. I don't really care. I never understood city pride. I'm like, man.
You would love this town. You would love this town, Swami. But at the same time, you'd notice these things and be like, damn.
I've been to Philly. I've been. Well, I'm a huge. I'm a massive, Always Sunny Philadelphia fan. I've ridden my motorcycle there. But when you visit, because you're only there for a finite amount of time, you don't find it as bad as what people tell you. Like I went to Southside Chicago last year and found it very pleasant, but that's because I was only there for 48 hours. If I was there for a week, I would have saw some shit that I wouldn't have wanted to see. But while I was there, I was like, yeah, there's some gangs, but I was like, they weren't doing it and they weren't holding me up.
Yeah.
Like they were just,
Philly.
I saw a bunch of people flashing signs and shit, but no one shot anybody. But then the day I left, I think I told you what happened. Literally the day I left, 11 people got killed.
Yeah, Southside Chicago is an animal of itself. Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, dude,
the worst, shittiest city I've ever been to that felt like I was in the ghetto of ghetto hell was Fishkill, New York. Was like literally, I went there, and it's like outside of New York City on the outskirts. You take like the train out, and it's supposed to be like it's like a suburb outside. That was the first time, like in a long time, when I like was in a New York area where I felt like I don't know if you guys know Fishkill since you're in Philly, you might know it.
I a little bit. That's like a little bit. But
Where's Fishkill?
Staten Island.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked up. I remember like walking through that. I was like, and I'm 6 foot, 200, but I was with like another. We were like 2 other dudes, and there was like a couple of black guys with us, and I still felt nervous. And I was like, I don't know, like this is not doesn't feel right. Everyone's staring at us like they knew we were from out of town. And they're like, yeah, you're giving this.
Is this that video you were talking about?
Yeah, DH Silva was talking about. I'll send you a link to it, man. You just got to see it. It's one of the best whiskey reviews ever.
That's funny. Oh, I think the West Coast is trying to log in.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll keep an eye for him in the queue here. I don't see him.
Okay.
Yet.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, man, Philly is just
it's different.
Everything was a little extra.
Yeah.
So I'm jumping in on this Kalila. And again, I gave this a 4 out of 5, and I know exactly why. I know we were talking earlier, Swami, about independent bottlings and stuff, but man, I think one distillery that this really rings.
I got a really good Kalila independent that's here, but I'm not drinking with you guys. But,
well, at least show it off, man. At least show it off.
I'll take it off. It's a Gordon Vale. It's 2005, 52%, fully Oloroso sherry matured. Kalila Isle, 13-year-old.
Oh, full sherry?
Yeah.
Yum.
Yeah.
Damn.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's good shit.
Damn. I'm jealous. I've never had a fully sherried Kalila. I would love to try.
This is the best indie bottle that I've had.
Are they primarily bourbon cask?
Yeah, I think Kalila is mostly bourbon cask.
Are they?
Right here is my favorite indie bottle that I have right now. It's the Glen Alecky 25-year-old single first edition. 48% ABV, fully bourbon matured. I love it. That's a good one. Putting away my stuff. You guys keep talking. I'm just putting away shit.
No, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
I've done my drinking for the night.
One sec.
Oh, I'll be right back. I think I got to tell people to go to bed. Excuse me. I got to play dad.
Cool.
Boys. Yeah. You know it's like 11:30, right?
Yeah.
Bedtime, boys.
It's
You go put on a shirt.
it's Friday.
I don't care. Every day's Friday now.
Did you? He just said.
Bed. Say, I should go to bed.
That's so good. That was so good.
Don't make me get the belt.
All right. You know what the worst thing. You know what the worst thing about this whole quarantine thing is?
What?
Yeah, man, we caught that. Every day's Friday.
Nobody's got a schedule.
Yeah.
It's killing me.
I've forgotten what day it was at least 6 times in the past.
Yes, it's like Groundhog Day, but there's no like young Annie McDowell to hit on.
I'll like tell my wife, I go, today feels like Friday, even though I know it's Wednesday. And she'll be like, no, it's Friday, you idiot. And I'll be like, what?
Yes. Yes. But I will say this though, it's not going by slow.
Yeah.
It's going by fast.
No, yeah, it is.
Are you both working from home?
I feel like we've been in this for.
I bartend, so I'm in Canada. We're paid $2,000 a month to just stay home right now.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, we live in a civilized society. Yeah, that's amazing. Right now we're fighting over less than that, and most people aren't getting their stuff on time. Yeah, it sucks, but whatever. So it goes.
I just can't wait for Trump to make fun of socialism again, even though he's been the biggest socialist right now, and I'm waiting for him to rip on socialism again. It's only good when he does it again. But
we're all socialists now, right?
yeah, but everybody.
It's too bad, it's too bad we can't get rid of this Scotch tariff, which is starting to hit. And this is actually something interesting I was thinking about. Gilo, right before all this hit, I don't know how much of a Springbank fan you are, but did you notice all of a sudden the Springbank prices went up like 15-20% here?
I like Springbank, but I can't say I bought a bottle in years. So I haven't really noticed. I like I said, I haven't really been shopping that much.
Yeah,
So I've
yeah.
got like a backlog.
So
I try to be a responsible
how do
parent and not
you-
drink every night.
for your website and your blog, how do you guys do your tasting? Like, does like somebody just get samples and they send them around kind of thing? Or
Well, usually it just depends on how it goes. Usually it's myself and my neighbor Mike. So the samples come to my house, and then we just divvy them up. He either comes over, which is like 75 feet away, or right now we're doing it via Skype. So I just divvy them up.
oh,
So we meet up in my kitchen, and we just have a review. Just goof around. We're all in it for the jokes. We're really just in it for the jokes at this point.
DH says
You know.
DH is saying that he can't wait to get that check from Trump because he knows with his name on it's going to be super collectible.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a good way to set things up, man. Because like, I gotta let you. I gotta share some info about the Philly Scotch Society, because I think you'd really be into it, man. Like we do a bunch of good tastings.
Do you go to a lot of the events?
Yeah. It's a really good setup, and like the guy who runs it is like, he does live streams a lot on the weekends. We've had a bunch of tastings where we get reps come in. We had Robin Robinson, who used to be a brand ambassador for Compass Box.
Yeah. Robin's a great guy.
Signed his books.
Did you read the book?
It's an interesting story. So like he brought a bottle of Compass Box Hedonism.
Yeah, because he was a Compass Box brand ambassador for a while.
So he brought this bottle of Compass Box Hedonism in, and he's like, I got to tell you guys a story about this. So this is the first edition of Compass Box Hedonism. And when it landed here in the United States, this is like 2012, 2011 or something.
Mhm.
He said he got a call from the people at Compass Box, and he said, you got to go down to New Jersey and find everything with these line numbers and destroy these bottles. And he was like, why do I got to destroy the bottles? He said, because the lines they were running them from at the Glenfarclas, and the hedonism got tainted with Glenfarclas 25. So the brand on it, which is a single grain, actually, or blended grain, is actually legally wrong. It's actually,
really?
because there was a drop of Glenfarclas 25 in it.
Oh, that's funny.
It actually is a wouldn't be a single grain anymore. It would be a blended.
Right.
And so he didn't destroy them, and he kept all these cases of it, and he had a few left, and he poured us samples of.
Oh, did he bring it?
Hedonism that were
Yeah.
with Glenfarclas 25, and we all got.
That's funny.
And it was.
I assume he got John Glazer's blessing on that one.
Well, maybe.
Maybe not.
No more.
Have you read the book?
I haven't. Which one?
His book, Robin
I
Robinson.
have a signed copy of it. I've started reading it, but I haven't read the whole thing. You're talking about the whiskey guide?
Yeah. I just started. I'm about maybe a fifth of the way through. It's good.
Yeah.
It's really good. I like it. It's laid back, just like he is.
Yep.
It's not pretentious. It's a really good book. It's a good read.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and getting to taste a illegal hedonism was quite a joy.
Yeah, no, he's good. He's done some acting too, I think.
Yeah, he's a character, man.
He's a really nice guy. He's a really nice guy.
Fellas, it was a lot of fun. Thanks again, all thumb user. We had a good time. Eric, take care of yourself. Nice meeting you, G-Lo.
Sir, a pleasure.
Yeah, man. Take good care of my
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm gonna go virtual TV and chill out. But again, nice. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, we'll catch
All
you
right,
next time, Swami. Cheers.
Cheers.
You will. Anyway, so what do you think of this one?
This Compass, are you talking about the Kalila?
Yeah. That's good.
I think it's fantastic.
That's good. And for the price, I mean, really, what's $60 going to get you these days?
Yeah, I think the price is ridiculous. And to be completely honest with you, I think it's the best Kalila I've had. And I've had the 18 and the 12.
Okay.
55%, no color, unchill filtered.
Yep.
You just can't go wrong. And like, this is something I've always thought about. This year has been the year I've really started trying to like explore independent bottlings. And I'd be curious if anybody in the chat has recommendations on picks of independent bottlings that you've had that are good. But I think that the independent bottling side of this is fantastic. I mean, the Kalila especially, this has been one of those that's just been a total winner.
Well, the thing is, we don't get a lot of Kalila here. I mean, really, what do we get besides 12?
Yeah, well, right. I mean, like,
or at least in this area.
Earlier, he gets a lot of the Distiller's Edition. He can get the Kalila Distiller's Edition there. I can never find the Distiller's Edition.
Mhm. Yeah, we're in a tough spot. I think it goes back to that Philly. Yeah, there you go. There's Aaron.
Yeah.
When's he going to log in? Would you log in, please? Come on, man, get on there.
Feel free to jump in if you want to jump in, Aaron.
Yeah, but yeah, a lot of the Kalilas, the independents with them are really good, and same thing with the Bowmores.
Yeah, I've only had Bowmores from that boutique whiskey company. That's the only one that I've
That's
had.
a good one too. Yeah.
And although they're those half bottles, I think they've been really good. Yeah, Jason said I've had good independent bottles from a number of different bottlers. Hard to nail down one favorite. Yeah,
they're just fun.
I understand that.
Well, it's funny because like we'll joke about it, and they're like, it's like the scratch and dents, the ones that couldn't make it into like the regular distillery bottlings. But if this is their scratch and dent, I'm okay with that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's an interesting business. This whole independent bottling thing is kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Like, we're always trying to like figure out like, well, how much money did I really make on this stuff?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder if DH Silv or Jason or anybody else in the chat has any sense of that business side of that. But yeah, Donner Pack and almost got a Kalila 8 indie cast strength yesterday. 8-year-old. Yeah, that sounds really good. I'd be interested to hear who that came from. DH Silv is that cast. Oh, is that cast strength?
Which one? This one?
I don't know. I think he was talking about a different one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's so many avenues for independent cask. I totally agree, Jason.
There's a lot. I mean, there's got to be some money in it, But I mean, it's a lot of work. You got to buy the cask. You got to bottle it. You've got to get the label approved by the TSB, or in the U.S.
Right.
The Kraus.
Aaron is in the house.
What's up, Aaron?
Hey, boys. What are we doing?
What are you doing?
We talking Kalila, huh?
We are talking Kalila.
Now,
Here's one.
Aaron's. Which one's that?
This is from the distillery.
Oh, did you happen to get it on site?
I did. I got that.
He's a show off, by the way.
This is,
I'm just warning you right now.
You'll like this one. It's 58.8.
Good, interesting conversation.
58.8. And here's one from our boy Rob Gard.
Oh, Rob. Okay.
Yeah, that's a Cadenhead's 54.4.
Also a Kalila?
Yep.
Nice.
And my prized possession, which is at the bottom, you see that barely there?
Mm-hmm.
This is a 1991 23-year-old Kalila from the Cadenhead's warehouse at Springbank.
Oh, wow.
That we poured ourselves.
Do you what's it called? Do you know the Single Cast Nation malt user?
I do. I've not had much from them.
Okay.
But I do know.
Aaron did a trip with them. What was it? 5 years ago at this point?
Yeah, I think it's 5 years ago.
About 5 years ago, and they hit like all the distilleries.
We did.
And they hit the Cadenhead's warehouse in Springbank.
Yeah, we spent $9,000 in about an hour there between 9 people.
Oh, you got to tell them the what's it called story. The man whose name we shall not mention, who bought the auction stuff.
Whoa, what should I tell?
Just how many bottles and how long they were sitting in the warehouse.
Oh, we have a friend who's he owns a very large quantity of whiskey, and he brought back had 400 bottles sitting in Scotland waiting to be shipped back. This is like
400?
2 years, 400. When I went with him to Scotland, he bought 28 bottles, and he was stuffing them in his pockets and every little part of his luggage, and he actually got through. I brought about like 6 or 7 bottles, and it was not a real big issue. And
they strip searched you, right?
No, they didn't. It was
no
nothing.
cavity search, nothing.
Man, I wish.
That's no fun.
And,
TSA is not doing their job.
No, they're not. They're really lacking. And then he went back the following year and bought like 100 bottles, and then he had someone ship them back, and then the next year he went back for Sheila, and then stayed longer, and then he bought 400 bottles, and it sat in a warehouse for like close to a year before it got sent back to LA for lots of reasons. But
That's incredible.
Crazy, yeah.
Give a quick shout out to Malty Alti, who's about to leave us for the evening. Oh,
Cheers, dude.
heading out. Yeah,
Salute.
it's good to see you, Plancha. Jason Coates saying goodbye to them. Yeah, that's at a level that I'm not at and won't be at. But 400 bottles.
Yeah, I don't
On
have that
one
kind of
ship.
cash.
This is one shopping trip. Well, one vacation trip.
That's a semester at college from one of my boys. For God's sake.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know what the credit card bill was.
That's funny.
It was a lot.
That's too funny.
And was it all just like straight from distillery stuff, or were they just shopping?
Pretty well. He was at Fashila, so he bought a bunch of bottles from the festival, and then he just was in Scotland for like 3 weeks and just went nuts, to say the least. He has hoarding problems.
Just a few, right?
A few, yeah.
Maybe just a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I mean, but yeah, maybe we should go knock on the said person's door and be like, "You're the reason these things are so damn expensive."
Yes, he's driven up the price by himself. That's for sure.
Yes. Yeah. So Aaron was in town back in February, and we hit a few spots in Philly. Now, have you hit the local distilleries at all?
I've been up to Dad's Hat.
Okay.
That's the only one I've been to, and actually, I'll probably pour a little Dad's Hat before we settle up for the night. But yeah, I've only done Dad's Hat so far, but I'd be interested in doing any other ones. And curious if anybody in the chat has had any of the Pennsylvania whiskey. Dad's Hat specifically, Pennsylvania whiskey is a style that is only rye and barley mash bills. So in other words, they don't use any corn in their mash bills. And it's kind of a thing. Dad's Hat is starting to get some notoriety. They do some interesting finishes on their rye whiskeys. And yeah, that's the only one that I've had. I've had just straight up. I'll actually grab it, but feel free to go ahead.
What's going on, West Coast?
Well, you've been to a bunch of Philly ones.
Not that many. I've been to Philadelphia Distilling. I've been out to Stolen Wolf with Sam.
Right.
That was fun. That's out in Lidditz, PA.
That's
there you go.
Yeah.
Have you had any Stolen Wolf?
No.
Is that available?
They do a pretty nice.
Is that available in stores too?
I'm not sure. Probably at least in Pennsylvania, and probably maybe in Jersey.
Or
I don't know if they've gotten as far as California. They're pretty
outside,
small. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
You know, Mark had mentioned today because this whole was it Mark?
Oh, Gillespie. Yeah.
No. Bryson was talking on Twitter today about this whole Pennsylvania nonsense, and he mentioned Wiggle because Wiggle ships, and you can go to Wiggle and buy in Pittsburgh, and they got some great stuff. I bought like 5 or 6 bottles when I was there a few years ago, and they're nice, good people, and I think they make sanitizer too, like everyone else does.
Doing your due diligence.
Who doesn't?
Whiskeys is in the house. I'll raise a glass. What's up, Open Smoke? Nice to see you.
Cheers.
Salute.
We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, which is fantastic.
That's crazy.
On stream. Good to have everybody. We had Malton Malton earlier. We got 2 parts of Booze Dancing. Is it boozedancing.com?
Boozedancing.com.
Yep.
Booze Dancing TV, whatever you want to call it.
We just hit our 10th anniversary.
There you go.
We just hit their 10th anniversary. So
10th year of blogging, only about a year and a half on Blue and Twitter. I mean on YouTube.
Yeah, if folks are interested, do check out their website, which is boozedancing.com, and hit subscribe on. It's just Booze Dancing, which is their YouTube channel. They're doing good stuff, good reviews. Feel free to head over there and give them a sub, see what they're up to. And we're about to head into that 4-hour mark. So yeah, I just poured a little bit of that Dad's Hat rye. And the thing that's interesting about this rye or this distillery in specific, I haven't got a chance to try a bunch, but what I have seen is they have a lot of interesting finishes on their rye. There's a vermouth rye finish, which I haven't bought.
Weird.
Port rye finish. They got a whole bunch of stuff. They're doing really interesting things. Mm-hmm. I'm curious if any, Gilo in specific, if you've had any of the other Dad's Hat stuff, or Aaron, where are you?
I'm in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Okay. Well, cheers from the East Coast.
Cheers. I've seen Dad's Hat's out here. I've seen it in K&L and I've seen it at High Times, but I've never had any.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're starting to get, I don't know, like
Are they owned by someone larger?
No, I think they're still independent.
Are
Aren't
they?
they?
Yeah, they are.
And they're where? They're up in Bristol,
Yeah, which is probably about, I don't know,
15, 20 minutes north.
drive north of Philly.
Yeah, they're right
What's-
outside of Philadelphia.
What's the one that owns Allison's company?
Oh, the Philadelphia Distilling. I forget who owns them, because they own Few.
And Blue Coat.
Right, they own Few, Philadelphia Distilling, and something else. Oh, and Widow Jane.
It's out of
Widow Jane, right.
Evanston, Illinois. Few is in
That's where
Illinois.
Fusion Ave, yeah.
Right.
The Blue
right.
Coat,
We
is
went
it Blue
to
Coat in Philly?
yeah, Blue Coat's in Philly. Well, it's Philadelphia Distilling. Have you been there?
I have not.
That's a pretty cool place. That's neat.
Is it in the city?
It's in the city, but it's in like Kensington, I think, or Port. Is it in Fishtown or Port Richmond? It's right near the casino. The what's that casino? The Sugar House. It's right across the street from Sugar House.
I mean, Dad's Hat is the one that I'm seeing more and more. Like,
Okay.
and I think this is pretty widely available for folks in the chat who are in the States. I'd be curious if you've seen, this label in some deviation
Definitely seen it.
on your shelves anywhere, because this is
Is it spicy?
it's. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, it's. Would I say it's
True.
spicy? It's kind of in the medium range on the rye level of spice, right? So like you get a lot of the rye notes, but I wouldn't say it's like overly spicy. I think that the barley notes in this kind of chill it out a little bit. I know, so this is like the lowest end of their range. I know they have a straight rye and then they have a barrel proof rye, which I would probably assume are going to be in that like 80% mash bill rye, which are probably going to be a bit more spicy. But this one, I'm not sure. I mean, it's pretty young. So I think any spice on the rye is a little bit clouded by the kind of youthful spiritiness of it, but not in a bad way. It's a really good whiskey.
Do
But
they
it-
do bourbons too? Or just
I think
ryes?
they're mostly rye, aren't they?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh no, wait. I think they do a bourbon, don't they? Let me look at my phone. I'll take a look at my phone.
Yeah,
You guys talk.
I'm gonna pop it up on Distiller and see
It's
if
funny because I've seen them in stores for quite a while. They've been around for a while, right?
I think that they've been at least 5 years.
it's pretty much all rye from what I'm seeing. So they have a
Huh.
bottle and bond rye. They have a
Oh,
vermouth
wow.
finish rye. They have a straight rye. They have a single barrel rye. They have a port wine rye. Yeah, it's all rye.
Yeah.
They have a
Well,
white rye, too.
because I
It's all
guess
right with me.
Pennsylvania was always a rye state, right? Pretty much.
Yep. Well, Pennsylvania, definitely.
Old
Mostly.
Overholt and
Oh, yeah.
Hirsch. It was all rye. So I guess
Yep.
they're trying to stay to the roots.
Yeah, I think it's
And
part
that's Wiggles' thing too.
Right.
But even despite this, I mean, this isn't even a straight rye, so this is youthful as hell, but it's still really good. I think I did a whiskey review video of this a couple weeks back. I think I probably gave it in that like 3 out of 5 range, but I think that, they make a solid pour. And it's one of these where like I think you're increasingly seeing these like good, crafty, whether it's bourbon or rye that you can kind of find. This is one that I think is something that came out. So it was given some Whiskey Advocate gave it. There's a sticker, Craft Whiskey of the Year. I don't think it was for this whiskey specific, but it's for like their distillery. It's good stuff. 45% ABV.
And they don't source any of it, right? They make all their own.
Yeah, it's not MGP or anything as far as I know.
Right.
Let me see.
Not that there's anything wrong with MGP.
No.
No,
They make a damn good. They make a damn good.
They
rye.
do.
I mean, if you look at things like Old Scout,
Yep.
most
Smooth
companies
Ambler.
are
Yeah.
the MGPs, right?
High
Definitely.
West.
High West.
Yep.
Yeah, I was watching Mark Gillespie's Friday afternoon, whatever the hell.
Oh,
that
the happy
thing is.
hour?
Happy hour.
Happy hour.
today.
Which I think is
And,
pretty fun.
It was really fun. And the
Did a nice
question
job.
that came up with what's going on in the world was whether these small guys, how many of these small guys are going to
gonna
last through
survive.
this, are going to survive. And I don't know where Dead Hat is in terms of size, but you got to wonder whether or not these little guys can make it. Billy Abbott was saying how, one positive note is if you can survive through this, the best thing about whiskey, the thing it needs the most is time, right?
Mhm.
So things are just sitting in a barrel waiting.
Good
Right.
point.
If you can survive and pay the bills and and pay your employees and make hand sanitizer, to get you through this period of time. It's a big question because the big guys are going to survive, right? But
Right.
all the little guys, how many? There's something like 2,000 distilleries in the United States. I think it's some crazy number. I don't know. A lot of these guys probably won't make it. We'd be able to find stills online on eBay, for like $1 pretty soon.
That's a really good point. I hadn't even really considered that, but I think that's like, it speaks exactly to the issue that we're in right now, where you have these places that were kind of riding on the coattails, or at least making a name for themselves in the bourbon boom that we've seen over the last 6 or 7 years, and like being able to kind of assert themselves as something unique and something like local, which is obviously like across the board, not even just in whiskey, but this idea of like locally sourced, organic, whatever. The market gravitates towards that, and then like to run into a situation like this just at this point in time where if the difference between starting in 2007 and 2010 could be a huge difference, right?
Sure.
Where we're in right now.
Well, you figure like restaurants and bars, usually small ones, have basically a week or two of cash. That's it.
Yeah.
You shut down, you're done. And I'm guessing that small distilleries, small breweries, they're the same way. They don't get a whole bunch of money in the bank. And once that they fly through that stuff, if they don't get a loan from the government, they got rent to pay, and they probably don't own their own buildings, and they got a mortgage, they got rent, so they got to make a decision if this is what they're going to do. Now, some of these guys are, of course, like old hedge fund guys who dump money into hey, let's make whiskey in my retirement with all this 401k and hedge fund money and whatever. But a lot of guys aren't that way. They're small guys. They're little guys who are trying to carve out their own little part of the world, and it's got to be really tough right now.
Those people, like a lot of these distilleries in Texas, that especially when you've seen this Texas whiskey boom there. Affect them. So a good friend of ours down in Pasadena said, my work just got supplied with sanitizer from a local vodka distillery in Nevada City, California. That speaks to it, right? Like folks are jumping up on this. Stephen just said that liquor sales are up 20% since social distancing. No idea about just whiskey. Yeah, I mean,
hey, you got to medicate.
Yep.
Keep you sane.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I think that whole Pennsylvania issue with you guys not being able to buy stuff easily is just crazy.
Yeah,
it's insane.
It's not true, though. I'll tell you why it's not true in a second.
It's not true?
No.
Why is it not true?
But there's plenty of places that'll ship here. I have a whole list.
Ship to you, but what about the stores there?
Oh yeah, well the stores here are just the government stores, but like the idea is that when you have state controlled liquor, you can't actually buy online either because it's supposed to be run through the state control board. And I'll tell you this much: there's plenty of places that ship here outside of it.
Do they really?
Outside
they loosened up a little bit?
Oh, I have a whole list. I got a whole list of places that'll ship to PA.
Does Binny's ship there?
Binny's doesn't, but Ace Spirits out of Minneapolis ships here. Saratoga Wine Exchange, which is in New York, ships here. International Wine Company out of Connecticut, which ships. How does
that work? Does each company have to have like an agreement with the state?
They just FedEx it, man. They just FedEx it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you don't ever.
Does
run
it come in as booze? I mean, do you know that it's alcohol coming in? So
yeah, you got to sign for it and everything, but it's just FedEx shipping. So I used to live in DC. DC has very liberal laws when it comes to like state shipping. So you could get stuff shipped from anywhere in DC. And like, I built my collection by ordering from California, by ordering from Illinois, because those are the two places where you could get really like in our bottle of Ardbeg Ugadal, which is $90 most of the time, which is $110 in DC. I get it shipped for $60 from Third Base Wine and Spirits out in California.
Yeah.
And you buy one bottle, it's $20 FedEx. You buy two bottles, it's $23.
Yeah.
Economies of scale. And
sure.
I'll be honest with you, When I moved to Philly, I was like, shit, it's state controlled. And honestly, the state controlled stores, they get good stuff. You can get good prices. But I'll tell you this much. This idea that you can't get stuff shipped to PA because of the state control stuff is a total fabrication. I got a whole list of places I order from all the time. They'll ship it right to my door tonight. I got something to my door.
Nice.
From out of state. And so like, yeah, you just got to find the ones that'll not pay attention or whatever. So yeah, Ben Demon Hunter just meant it. If Shelter Point is also out of Vancouver Island, which I've had some of their whiskey.
Yeah, so have I.
Doing the hand
Oh, is it good?
thing.
Yeah.
Where in Vancouver Island?
Actually, you know what? I think Gillespie had Shelter Point. We poured Shelter Point at his house that night.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Oak and Smoke did the same thing. A lot of it on him. I'm not sure where Oak and Smoke is, but I think he's in the southern United States, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Also finding that a bunch of places are doing the same thing.
Yeah, there's a few
Everybody.
local ones here too. San Diego Distillery, R6 Distillery here in LA, and they're all and most of them are actually donating a lot of it instead of selling it.
Just to plug
That's
up
great.
the LA stuff, dude. There's so many good shops in LA I used to order from. Third Base, High Wine Whiskey Cellars, Del Mesa. There's a
High
bunch.
Times, yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of places there I used to just buy stuff that it was.
Yeah, you could live just on High Times and K&L. You don't really need to go. much
Well,
out
you
first.
could.
KNL was the
Well,
one.
I do, and I do.
KNL was the one that didn't ship from ship to DC when I lived there. They only shipped
Oh, really?
state for some arbitrary reason. But yeah, we used to do that all the time.
Well,
yeah.
Binny's stopped shipping to.
And they're
out
the
of
ones
the-
out of Chicago.
Binny's won't ship. I think they'll ship to like Indiana and Wisconsin, but they won't ship to out. They changed it a few years ago, but you used to be able to ship directly from Binny's, which is Binny's is like the Costco of
Yeah.
whiskey. It's
And they're out of
amazing.
Chicago, if I'm not mistaken.
They're in
the
Chicago.
other one out of Illinois, which you can look at, Aaron, and maybe even you, Gilo, is internetwines.com. So, for example, I used to order from Internet Wines. It's Randall's Wine and Spirits, but it's called internetwines.com. They did, I just got an email from them. They're doing Compass Box Flaming Heart 2018 for $70 a bottle.
Really?
Wow.
And you can order it right now on their
That's
website.
cheap.
If you're in California or maybe even in Jersey, they won't ship to PA, but I bet both of you could get those.
Huh.
It's called Internet. Oh, I found it.
Yeah, internetwines.com. They have stupid deals. Get on their email list. Their deals are stupid. And I'm sure if you're in California, you can get it for
Yeah,
sure.
I see. I'm on their website right now. Huh. Never heard of one.
Dude, they're great.
Cool.
And they also have they also ship their store picks of bourbon. So if you're into like Knob Creeks and stuff, I got 12. Dude, this will blow your mind. When I lived in DC, they had a thing where they were running 12-year-old Elijah Craig small batch bottles for $23 a bottle.
$23.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So
that's
here in line
you know what that is? That's
that.
lunch at the Reading Terminal.
So they've got. That's funny. They've got.
Yeah, man.
I'm
Well,
looking at
I'm
their
not wrong.
website.
Rob right there. That's a roasted pork broccoli Rob.
Is this right?
Oh,
Is
you
this
know
correct?
what? Have you
I'm
had
looking
the
at their
Herschel's? Speaking of going back to the terminal, the Herschel's brisket.
No.
Oh,
Put it on my
I like
list.
really good.
I like brisket.
I love it.
the Herschel's brisket. If hopefully they're still in business. Hopefully this won't ruin them. But oh my God, it's evil.
Out for
Bring
sure.
a friend though. You got to share.
I would hit up that to Nick
It's like a $15 sandwich. It's really good.
multiple times when I was there.
The
So
Knicks
they've
are
got-
good too.
On their website, they've
Yeah, Aaron.
got
I know, right?
Compass Flaming Heart 2018 for
69 bucks.
$70.
Yeah.
That's not bad. How much
And
could they
it
possibly
says
have?
regularly 140. I'm not sure
Right.
if it's 140, but I mean, still,
Is that
If
scratching
you're
dent?
doing that, you're in Compass Box, like
I
that's
don't
basically.
get it. How is that? I don't
Dude,
get it.
they do this all the time. I got a 175 of Chivas Regal 18 from them for $62.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Get on their
It's
email.
wacky.
I'm telling you, sign
Yeah, I
up
will.
notices because you're gonna be like, what the fuck? How does this even happen?
Interesting. It's going in. Maybe it's a Goodfellas thing. It fell off a truck.
There's off a truck.
It
Well,
fell off
no,
a
they're
truck.
Weird.
They're in Illinois, so I don't know. They ship
Oh,
on
right.
they're in Illinois?
yeah,
So
Capone.
they're like competing with Binny's.
Benny's.
Weird.
yeah, but man,
What was the Binny's we went to when we were in Chicago, Aaron?
We went to the big one. I don't know if it has a name
That
because they've
place
got
was
like
sick.
20. They've got like 20 locations, I think, and they've also got a couple in Indiana, I think.
There he is.
But
So
that one that
Southern-
we
Go ahead.
20 minutes from Louisville.
Yeah,
Huh.
Oak
Interesting.
Oak and Smoke is coming out of the Southern Indiana, but Jason Coates can attest to it. Yeah, that Flaming Heart deal was nuts. They have some,
He's in.
That's
Right.
crazy.
I know. Enjoy it.
That's
Take advantage. Get on the
yeah. I'm gonna order that. Well, that's weird. Is there shipping like $100 or something, or is
No.
it
It's the same
wow.
thing. You're gonna pay, $21.
20 bucks?
But then when you get the second bottle, it's 24, and then
Right. Yeah.
yeah, man.
Well,
On that, dude, like the Flaming Heart thing was unique, and I don't know how good the 2018 bottling is, but I'm telling you, I got a 175 of Chivas Regal 18 from them for $63. And I'm not even lying. This was like 2 years ago.
even if it's bad, that's a good price.
They also did a store pick of Eliza Craig, small batch. It was 12-year store pick. I bought 6 bottles of it. It was $23.99 a bottle. Like that's stupid.
Yeah. Well, you can't get and that stuff's not age statement anymore.
Right, but they put it on there. Like they said, they literally have it on the label. This was a 12-year barrel pick that we did.
Wow.
I'll be right back. I gotta switch headphones and plug in. I'm running out of juice here.
Go for it for $23. So yeah, man, if they'll ship to you out in Cali,
Oh, look.
they're great.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a tip of the night.
And yeah, if you go through their website, you'll find some stuff like some of their stuff is not great prices, but you'll find some stuff on there that you're gonna be
Have you seen places in Philly, like bars or restaurants that are selling their stock?
Yeah. Oh man, there's a craft beer bar right up the street from me that the guy just sent out an email about a bunch of his private stock beers that he's getting rid of. There's been a few, but I'm not too much in the bloodstream of the Philly scene because I haven't lived here that long. But yeah, there's definitely a few.
Yeah, here in LA too. Well, the big one was Jack Rose in DC. They sold like 3,000 bottles worth of stuff a couple weeks ago. They were selling like shots, and they were like in sample sizes and full bottles. But I think I can't remember the name of the owner, but they've got a stock somewhere else. But that was the 3,000 bottles that they had in the store. I'm not sure they sold them all. That was a lot of what they had at the bar. And there's a place out here, pretty famous speakeasy called Old Lightning, which is connected to a restaurant, Italian restaurant, and the restaurant side is selling off bottles, and they post, I think, on Instagram, little pictures of, because it's basically become a market now, not a restaurant.
Where
You
do
can go in there. Sorry,
I'm sorry. Where do you live in LA?
Los Angeles, Redondo Beach, Torrance, south of LA, south of LAX, if you know the area.
I got a really good friend in Silver Lake. I go out there
Silver Lake, yeah.
half the year and hang out. Yeah.
One of our favorite restaurants is in Silver Lake, a place called Squirrel, and pretty famous. And it's a little place, and that woman that owns that place, who's relatively famous for what she does, she makes jam. I think they're still selling jam online, but they actually shut down last week completely. They were doing the takeout thing and couldn't make it last, so they finally shut down.
Yep.
It's kind of tough. Do you have a lot of places there that are just doing takeout?
Oh yeah.
Restaurants? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a bunch of the spots that I would visit on the regular in West Philly are, they're all, it's takeout only, and people are kind of keeping it going out the best they can.
I know it's tough. I know you got like 80% of your staff gone, and you're trying to make some meals to go, and then discounting them like 25%. I don't know how you make any money. You can't.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you can pay the bills.
Exactly. Yeah, that's totally true. Looks like Julo's coming back in session. Oh, he's got his new
I'm coming back. I think my mic's on.
Yeah, well, your mic is on.
So I'd be curious, Aaron, what are your, are you more of a bourbon Scotch kind of guy?
Scotch,
what are your
peated.
course on Scotch?
Yeah. Scotch, peated, and so I love Islay stuff pretty primarily. And then
He's a one-trick pony.
I'm a one-trick pony. But no, I mean that's where I go to, but I like Irish and some space sides, but I'm not big into sherry cask stuff so much. Mostly bourbon cask.
What are your go-tos?
Oh, Art. Well, if you gave me three things that Ardbeg 10, Lagavulin 10 or 16, and Lefroy 10, and any Brooklade, any Octomore. Yeah, we have a friend out here.
Yeah, have you done any or got into any of the? Do you do any of the? What is it? The committee release art bags and that stuff.
I've got a few. They're hard to get, of course. We're all probably on the committee, but getting them out here, it's all allocated, right? So occasionally K&L, you can sneak in and get one. Rarely. I usually get the non-committee version of something. We have a friend out here, my buddy Lee. He's an Ardbeg nut and a Brooklade nut. And so he
has
gets
pretty much all the Octomores, isn't he?
He's got all the Octomores except the very first one.
Okay.
1.1 or whatever it was. And but he gets all of the Ardbeg releases on he gets them via auction, basically. He got the 19 and
Is it evolved by any chance?
Sorry?
Does he write reviews on distiller.com?
He does not.
I wasn't
He
sure.
does not write reviews. No. He's not a reviewer at all. He's just a drinker.
My kind of
Yeah. I think he's got 10.1, 10.2, and
Don't become a reviewer.
10.3 on the Octomores. And when we went to Scotland together and we went into Brooklade and that was back at the 7s. And he actually got to taste the 7.3s and 7.4s and they weren't released yet. And he got to taste those. It was like watching, a man seeing. Yes, exactly. He was the happiest man ever.
Okay. That's funny.
I love Andy Brooklade.
more water. Do you can you guys hold down the fort for a couple?
Yeah, no, definitely. No problems. Yeah.
We both chat endlessly.
We talk incessantly.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good.
Hey,
Had
just
that,
looked over this channel.
Had the cocktail earlier, the
hoodoo
huma numa thing. Whatever that felt. That was good.
You know what you can call it? The Jackie Gleason.
Exactly, Jackie Gleason.
The humana.
No one will get that. That's under 50.
Okay.
And then I had some rum afterwards, and
Very nice.
I actually had that Cutwater, the one from Ballast Point. Ballast Point's
yeah.
their spirit stuff. So I had their rum.
How's that rum?
It's okay. I think
Is it a white
Jessica.
rum or is it aged?
It's aged, not much, I'm sure, but Jessica uses it, to cook to recipe with, and then you know what I'm trying to finish off is, hold on a second, I'll get it.
We're switching the rum there, fellow watchers.
Remember this guy?
I don't know. Which one is that?
That's the Bunnahabhain.
Oh yeah, it's the Lady of the Glen.
Yeah, I had that before I had the Kalila that I poured.
Was that a Bunnahabhain?
You got this for me, didn't you?
I think so.
Yeah.
Is that a Bunnahabhain? 23
Yeah,
or something?
Bunnahabhain, 25-year-old Bunnahabhain.
Oh, that's a good one too.
48.9. It's just a really, this is not, if it's peated, it's barely peated. It's just a really lovely, it's a really lovely whiskey.
It is. Bunnahabhain's a
Hailing-
nice distillery.
Sorry?
It's a good distillery.
It's funny. I have this weird relationship with Bunnahabhain. I'm not a big fan. And I think because it's not peated.
Wow. Have you had the Toitich?
Yep. Who got me on that one was Lynn.
Oh, okay.
She thought she loves that thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sort of like.
See, but for Buna, I don't want that. I don't want a peated Buna.
I think my problem is
I would go Port Charlotte. I was going to go that.
Everything on Isla I think should be peated, right? So, and that's my own problem. It's a stereotype, and so Buna it kind of screws me up because it's not. And even the low end, the non-peated Brooklades, I don't know. They feel peated to me in some way.
All right, I'm back in action.
So when I switched to whiskey from rum tonight, I started trying to finish this bottle up. Lady of the Glen, Bunnahabhain 25. Oh, you know who this is from? It's from Raj.
Okay. Well, I know he brings it in.
Yeah. And
Is that the one I picked you up for you guys?
yeah, it's one you got for me. So it's a really nice. It's not peated at all, but it's just a really delicate,
go.
nice
There you
whiskey.
go.
There you go.
Cadenhead,
Yeah,
heavily peated
exactly.
Bruno.
A Cadenhead would be a heavily peated Bruno. That sounds just amazing.
But
Yeah.
still, I don't want my Bruno Haven to be peated though.
Well, and that's
the
my
thing.
that's my problem. What'd you pop? What is that?
Well, I'm doing
Is
it.
it an
I'm
Ardbeg?
doing
I
it
see an Ardbeg.
Ardbeg Black.
Oh, how is that?
Will be my nightcap. It's great. I think they really redeemed themselves. I was not a huge fan of the Ardbeg Drum, which was the one
That was
last year.
yeah. Yep.
It was just not my favorite. But the Ardbeg Black, this is all Pinot Noir.
That's the committee release.
This is the committee release. You can take a look at the label.
It's like 50 something, right? 55.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, it's only 50.7, so a little bit lower than the others. But
I like that you said only.
yeah, it's actually really fantastic. I'm gonna definitely buy it when it comes out in its regular release. I think it's redemptive. I think the Grooves was like pretty good,
I like the grooves.
but a lot, the drum threw me off, and that's when I was like, why am I buying this? But
The one I didn't like was the
Kelpie.
no, I like Kelpie. The
The one with the coffee flavors.
that
Or
one, the Aravides or whatever.
Yeah,
The soccer one. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that one.
yeah.
Oh,
Mora
coffee guy.
Verdes was not one of my favorites.
I'm not a coffee person, and I got coffee on that thing like immediately. That was not my thing.
50.7.
Coke, yeah, 50.7. DH Silv said Groove's better than Black. That's interesting. I would agree with that, but I can see where you're coming from if you're into the more like, I think the Grooves was a little bit meatier, kind of the peat forward, maybe a little bit more complexity. I just think that what this one does, it does really, really fucking good.
So the non-committee release isn't out yet. So that usually around Ardbeg Day, right? So
See, I
that'd be
don't jump on the committee releases, but the one that I did like,
I like Dark Cove too. Gary K.
Alligator was really good though.
Oh well, that's
Alligator was good. That was really good.
alligators, roller coaster alligator. You're talking like
Alligator became a unicorn.
Yeah.
Well, so the roller coaster,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Those are
I
just
didn't
like
get a
these.
chance to have many of those. DH says Grooves tastes more like a whiskey that's been in the barrel for more than 3 minutes. I don't know. Have you had the Black DH Silv? I don't know, man.
I've not.
I think the Black is really good.
So I'm
I
in a
think it's one of
nightcap.
the better ones that they've had. I think it's comparable to the Grooves. Maybe, I mean, personally, I enjoyed it a little bit more.
Did you try the 19? Have you had the 19?
No, unfortunately, I have not been able to.
I was not impressed by it. It was not great. It was okay.
Have you had any of the 20-somethings that they've done?
Yeah, I had was it 21? Yeah, we have a pretty close friend out here who's the Ardbeg ambassador, and we did a tasting. Oh, I should dig up a picture out of my phone. We did a tasting with 21 Ardbegs with the LA Scotch Club, and it was insane. I'll dig up, see if I can find a picture on my phone.
Where's Ardbeg in? Is that what you went to, or is that the one that's in LA?
No, that's a private club.
That's the one that no one. That's the undisclosed location, right?
It's in Vegas, but what the hell is the guy that it's called? I can't remember the name of the club.
Crack me up, brother. The DH Silv's got his opinion on the 20-somethings right here, saying 23 slightly better than 22, which is way better than 21. I'll be curious to hear what you guys think about that.
Okay, this way I don't know if this is going to show very well, but let's see. We can do this here. We're going to do this here. So this was the LA Scotch Club did. This is like 3 years ago. We did an Ardbeg tasting, and this is part of it. It was 21 Ardbegs.
Can you put it on the screen?
How do I do this?
Oh, I see. Yeah. It's unfortunately can't see it too much, but I'd be curious what your top line thoughts were on that.
That was really fun, but we used because you obviously can't have 21 real pours, so they used communion cups. So there were like tiny little tastes. So it was when what came out that year? Was that the 21 that came out that year? I think that was the 21. And it was really interesting because I got to taste some things I've never had before. We had some stuff at the I never had Blazda, and I never had
the Plaza was a controversial one, if I recall.
It was. And the Young, what was that called? With Renaissance. I never had Renaissance. That was the first time I had that. And Ardbeg Day, the first Ardbeg Day, and Kildalton, which actually I have a bottle of Kildalton that I got at the distillery. The 21, the 17, a 1990. The 1990 was really good. A couple of these I had at the distillery, but that was a wacky. That was one of the more wacky events.
Name dropper.
Sorry?
Name dropper.
I know.
So you haven't had the black yet, Aaron?
No, it hasn't got here yet.
I think the black is a real winner, man. I my general opinion on it, based on like how much I've sipped of it, I think it like, if you weren't a fan of the drum, I think this one is redemptive in that sense. And I think it's like pretty well, it tastes pretty well matured. I mean, what it does give you, one thing it reminds me of is if you've ever had the Lagavulin Distiller's Edition, where you kind of get that PX overcoat. The peanut overcoat it's slight here. I don't think it's as prominent as you get on the Distiller's Edition Lagavulin. I think it's actually relatively well measured and balanced. But look, I mean, compared to the drum, this is a step in the right direction. I'm really looking forward to the regular release of this, because I think it's going to have a really nice. I think it's just married really well, and
I'm really curious about this.
Like a wine cask or a sherry cask peated whiskey is kind of like my wheelhouse, my favorite marriage of flavors, and this one I think is really doing well. And I've revisited this a couple times. I mean, is it $140 whiskey? No, but is it? Yeah, right, exactly. But
I'm curious about the new Beastie, Wee Beastie, whatever that 5-year-old they're coming out with. Ardbeg.
Ardbeg. Okay.
Yeah. I'm really curious about a young Ardbeg, because my wheelhouse is young Kalilas. I really like. Go ahead.
Years ago, I had a friend. Did you meet Jay when you were here the one time? He's a friend of Max. You probably met Jay.
Tall guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember him.
So he brought a bottle of Ardbeg committee release. It was like a 6-year-old Ardbeg years ago. That was I mean, we're talking 10 years ago. Really, really good. But the joke was that he knew a guy to get it.
Well, I love young peated whiskey, because when you get past, I think, 10 years,
it loses
the peat goes away, starts to go away. When Lee's got that 28-year-old Malt Trust Kalila. That's one of the greatest whiskeys I've ever had. But the peat is on the back. Right? Yeah, you did have it. It's on the back end. But I want my peat on the front end, and I want it big and bold. And that's why I like young Kalilas. When you get into, like, even this 14-year-old Cadenheads, it's almost on the back end. I want it. I don't want to
slap in the face.
I want to slap in the face. I want peat, and I want it big, and I want it bourbon cask. And so I'm kind of curious about this 5-year-old Ardbeg, and that's going to be in the standard rotation now.
Okay.
It's going to be on the shelf next to the 10.
I thought it was pretty interesting and rather bold of them to throw the 5.
It is
on it. I mean, like, look, my general feeling about Ardbeg is to kind of bring it all. Like, I think the 10 is clearly like
can't go without it.
Whiskey. I don't think they've done anything better than the 10 and the Ugadal. I think the Corey Vrecken is really good, but I don't think it's significant. I don't think it's a step in any like serious direction from the Ugadal or the 10. The Wee Beastie I can't imagine is going to be, but I think it'll be fun.
It'll be fun.
Admittedly, I've not had some of these older Ardbegs, the 20 somethings. I haven't had the 19. So I'm like, coming from a place of a little blindness on those. But yeah, my general feeling is the equilibrium on peat punch in the face versus complexity with peated IOs is always like the balance I'm looking for. And for me, I think about there's a couple releases, like I look at Lafroig. The 18 Lafroig was like the perfect equilibrium for me. It was like the perfect peat in complexity. The 25 I thought was fantastic, but very pricey. And you got more complexity, but not as much of the peat. The 15 I actually thought was a little bit less than the peat, but like the 18, the 10 cast strength, like I have a hard time saying that anything that they do outside of their way premium releases are like significantly better than those. And with Ardbeg, it's the 10 and the Ugadal.
Yeah.
I'm curious, like out of the core range, which ones you guys prefer? And
you can't go wrong with a 10. I think you have to have that on your shelf. And probably the Ugadal next. And then I get of those three, and then Corvekian. But I don't know. They're always in my cabinet. So I don't know. The 10's just, it's my go-to, I think.
Yeah.
It's a good value. I mean, what's it?
And it's a good value.
50, 60 bucks.
Yeah. It's like the Lafroig 10's the same way.
Right.
And even the cast strength one is a good value.
75.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're getting hammered now with tariffs and shit, but the Trader Joe's would have the standard 10 Lafroig for like $39. It's crazy.
Really?
I don't the standard one, not the cast strength one.
Okay.
So, but now it's not the case.
Meanwhile, I switched to.
You look
Mezcal.
at you. Getting right off the grid here, right off the.
This could be though in the wheelhouse though, especially this one. This one's really good. The Pachuga.
It's good.
That's very.
I love that one. We liked that when we reviewed it.
And it's smoky.
It's
nice.
smoky. Yeah, we're starting to get into mezcal here at Booze Dancing. It's a different category, and we're
Have you had some? Have you had any?
Me?
No, not you.
Or Maul? Yeah. Have you had any mezcals?
I have, admittedly, like not a ton of them. God, if I could remember the name, I've had that Uno. Is it Uno? What is the name of that one?
They all sound the same to me.
There's a couple. I've had like 3 or 4 that I've by and large really enjoyed it. I was a tequila drinker, and so like that kind of. Well, I mean, while it's not exactly the same,
same family.
The same family, yeah. There's one that's called Uno. It's God, man, I wish I could remember the name of it. Mm-hmm. I really enjoyed. I've liked, I saw the one that you just popped up. I've had a couple of those. I've had, they're
very good
and stuff, God, man, I am just blanking on the distillery names of those. Yeah, in other words, had a couple, enjoy them. They give you that profile, which, like, as somebody who came as a tequila drinker, I really enjoyed. But obviously my lack of recollection proves I didn't really buy a lot of them. I mostly just tried them at bars.
Well, I was told from a very early on in our journey that if you like Scotch and if you like peated Scotch, you're going to love mezcal. And I didn't believe it, and I didn't buy it in the beginning. And I'm not sure that I completely buy it now, that there's like this direct correlation between the two.
Oh, I think it's.
I don't know.
I can see it. I mean, I just went from a Kalila to this, and it's they're not the same, but it's like a step over, a little sidestep.
Yeah, I like them.
The one that I was remembering. It's called Union Uno. That's it.
Oh yeah, I've seen Union. Yeah, I never had it.
That one I really liked. I mean, it's young. It's like right there at that 40% ABV. Let me look it up real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you want it aged though. I mean, these are mostly not aged, right?
Well, so that's a good question, right? So like with tequila, and like this actually ties in as a nice bookend to the thing about wanting the punchy peated Scotch, right? Like much like a nice Islay Scotch, with mezcal and tequila, like sometimes you just want that punchy. The hit of the smokiness you get off the mezcal, or that hit you
Yeah.
get off of the pinas, right? You just want that those blue vapors, right? You want it to like hit you in the face, and so like, the younger stuff can be better. I often find that an extra añejo tequila can be like almost too bourbony for me. It's really
they lose all the
what
agave character.
Yeah, it's what you're like looking for and expecting it. And I did enjoy some like reposados, and there are a couple of añejos I really like. But I think the thing that I got, and what led me to Scotch and to bourbon, was really that like as I got more into the aged tequilas, it was like the blurring line, right? It was like,
Right.
I kind of just like the bourbon better because you have more of that caramel, thing going on.
Our friends at Single Cast Nation, they've bottled they've done a couple barrels of tequila, and they did one in a wild turkey cask, and that was really good. Have you had that one?
There's a tequila company that does a lot of like brand named cask finishes.
Mm-hmm.
There's one that if I could remember the name of it now, I think you guys will probably know what I'm talking about. There's one that does like a Pappy Van Winkle finish.
Wow.
Yeah, that does the Pappy Van Winkle.
So they just got the empty barrel of it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
They'll do that. They'll do the like Buffalo Trace. This is the one that does the Pappy Van Winkle finish.
Is it a bourbon or tequila? I mean, it's tequila or a mezcal?
Tequila.
Okay. Interesting. Well, going backwards here, the SWA just last year approved different barrels for finishing for Scotch. So you're going to start seeing mezcal finish single malts, and you're going to see tequila finish single malts. That's going to be very interesting. And I don't know, I'm sure people were playing with it already before the rules changed. So there's probably going to be some stuff coming out in the next 3 or 4 years that you'll see. I'm sure that's already been in the process, just in case the rules ever changed. It'll be interesting. I'm not sure that tequila would change the profile too much, but I can see mezcal changing a lot.
Yeah, it's Expresión del Carzón. So
that's what the tequila company.
Winkle. Yeah, I had to look it up. I couldn't remember. But yeah.
So it was a single barrel thing, though, right?
They're the ones that do the finishes in like, they have a Rip Van Winkle. They have a Buffalo Trace, et cetera.
Interesting.
They do a whole bunch of these.
The lines are going to blur endlessly now. I think now that tequila or Scotch can be pretty much in any barrel now, it's going to just be this complete craziness of people trying all these weird barrels, brandy barrels and wine barrels and Manischewitz barrels and whatever.
Why not?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of shit coming probably.
Yeah, I mean, and I think we were talking a little bit earlier about just like, the scotches that are like annual releases, like they're going to start running out of these things. Like they're going to start running out of like options, right? Like, there's only so many sherry casks you can finish things in. There's only so many red wine casks you can finish it in. Like you're already seeing the like tequila barrel finishes. And I think while it works better with Scotch, I mean, bourbon, God, I mean, I don't know if you've ever had any like PX finished bourbons.
They're weird.
They're weird, yeah. Like,
I'm not a fan.
I don't think I've had any of those.
I mean,
the rum finishes work for me, but the sherry cast don't.
You start getting port finished bourbons, like
say it, Angel. Say it, Angel. That's the one. I think that's like the gold standard. It's the one that works really well.
Angel's Envy.
The rye in the Caribbean cask.
Yeah,
it's really the one that works. And
I haven't had that in about 6 or 7 years.
I had a bottle, used it up, and never got it again. And I should get another bottle. But that was the one that works. And I think you're right that these strange casks don't work with bourbon so well. I'm not sure why that is, but I don't know. It just doesn't work so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are like a couple exceptions. I mean, like I think you were just referencing like Angel's Envy, which is the port. I think they do it well. Like in other words, like Bellamide did a Madeira that I thought was pretty decent. I just think that by and large, it's like adding sweet to sweet.
Corn plus more sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's just not my favorite. But
No,
I mean, I think
and
it
it's
shows the limitations of the bourbon profile in certain ways. But I think there are some, of course, notable exceptions. And then I just, I mean, I think generally speaking, like, the barley malts that you get at Scotch, you're just going to be better at it.
yeah, Scotch just and even Irishes work better as well. But bourbon is just different. It's not barley based, so it's not it. The corn thing just doesn't work so much as well. I think it's like stay in your lane. Stay in your lane.
Yeah. And then, of course, like the price you get with it, right? I mean, Jason Coates just mentioned it here. Like, let me see if I can bring it up. Oh, what's going on here? I mean, I think it's a decent bourbon, but do I think it's like a decent bourbon for, what is that, 60 some bucks these days? Like,
you're paying for that bottle that doesn't fit on your shelf.
The bottle's beautiful, though.
Right.
It is really beautiful.
It has a beautiful bottle. Now, the Willet is the one that won't fit on your shelf. You could find space for the Angel's Envy.
Yeah, the Willet's nuts.
The Willet,
the one Willet, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It looks like, it tastes like, it has the footprint of about 3 bottles.
Yes, it's insane. It's stupid.
It is very good, though.
It is good.
Yeah, Willet's an animal in and of itself. I mean, God, if you can get any, I went and did the Willet distillery last year, but God, if you can get your hands on any of those like heavily aged Willet ryes, I mean, God, it doesn't matter what they finish it in, it's amazing.
One of the first ryes I ever bought was a 4-year-old Willet, and it was head turning. It was so good. It was just. And the aged ones are even better.
But you're not talking the Buffalo Trace Willet, right? This is the Willet family-ist or whatever
Willet
that
family.
is.
Yeah. Right.
That's different. They're two completely different things. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. At that bar, that Old Lightning speakeasy here in LA, the first time I went there with Lee, they had the top shelf of this place must have had 30 Willet ryes. It was,
dude.
It was my brain just exploded.
Yeah,
it was
if
crazy.
you've ever been to Washington D.C. and had the opportunity to go to
Jack Rose.
Yeah.
How much of their whiskey did they wind up selling?
I heard they sold most of it.
I know that they were selling a bunch of it.
Yeah, they sold. I think they sold most of it.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah. I think Jason or Joshua were talking about that, and they said it's almost all gone. But as I said earlier, I think you were here. I think that the owner still has a fair amount of stock somewhere. So if they do reopen, it's not like he's got no inventory. He's got stuff, but he needed cash like everybody else.
Right. Yeah, man. I remember meeting the guy who was like their liaison between Jack Rose and the distillery.
Harvey.
Yeah. I drank
Harvey.
What's his name? Harvey Fry?
Yeah, Harvey.
Oh, yeah, Harvey Fry. Yeah.
I got his card right here in my freaking wallet.
Look at you.
Nice.
He had some of the
I haven't been to Jack Rose yet.
Their Springbank that they had there were just like to die for. Yeah, Harvey Fry.
Harvey Fry, yeah.
What's he like,
so here's my Harvey Fry story. So you don't know, you kind of know Single Cask Nation, right? So they had their own whiskey festival called Whiskey Jubilee, and that's a whole long story, but JEW, because these guys are Jewish, and they started off in New York City. And we went to the second year, and they started off because they were trying to hit the Orthodox Jewish community in New York City.
Malt Advocate, what was it, Whiskey Advocate?
Whiskey Advocate.
They changed the date, right? They went to a Friday night.
They went to a Friday night so that basically the Jewish community couldn't attend in New York City to the what's it called? Whiskey Live? No, Whiskey. What's it called? Whiskey.
Yeah, I think it was Whiskey Live.
Whiskey Live?
No, not Whiskey
So they
Live.
couldn't.
Wait.
What's the other one called? So they couldn't attend.
Whiskey Fest.
So these guys, our friends Jason and Joshua, and their third member at the time, third partner, they asked if they could add on an extra day to this big whiskey festival on a Sunday, so that the Jewish community could show up, and that was the beginning of Whiskey Jubilee. So the second year is my first year that I went, and that's where I met Gilo for the first time, and it was at its own separate festival at a Jewish community center in Midtown Manhattan. Sanger Hall, an very old synagogue that had turned into a community center.
Right across from the garden.
Right. The very next night from that was whatever this show's called, Whiskey Live.
Yeah.
Whiskey Fest.
Whiskey Fest.
So I went to New York for this thing, and then I went to Whiskey Fest also. And the show was almost over, and I was sitting at the Single Cast Nation booth as Jason and Joshua and Seth were closing down their booth and breaking down, because it was 9:00, and all the heavy hitters the security guys were saying, you got to break down, you got to put all your alcohol away. And there's this guy standing near the booth waiting, and he's got overalls on and a big white beard, and he's just kind of and with his, I think it was his wife, and I didn't know who this guy was, and it's sort of odd that he was just kind of hanging around, and he just wanted to talk to Jason Joshua, and they introduced me to him, and I didn't know who he was. And afterwards, we went drinking afterwards, Jason and Joshua and I, and they told me that this guy got like this massive collection in his house.
Dude,
and
he does.
And it's like a fire hazard, and there's no way that he could get insurance on his house. And Jason's been there many times because Jason lives in Virginia, and this guy's like got this incredible whiskey, and he's like this savant of whiskey. I said, that guy? He looks like he's like right out of like, I don't know, some hillbilly show. Yep. And no, this guy's like the man. And I had no idea who I was meeting at the time. And he was the nicest guy in the world. That was my Harvey Fry story.
Dude, that resonates so much. I was there on a date one night.
At Rose?
This is when I lived in the District of Columbia, and I was there was 2 seats at the bar. And where were those 2 seats? It was like Harvey Fry at the end, open, everybody else. So we sat down, and I sat next to him, and I'm looking at the menu, and I'm like talking to this girl, and I'm like, oh, like these are some interesting Springbanks. These are some interesting Lafroigs. And he's like, oh, you're interested in this? Let me like tell you about the single cast. I ended up drinking with Harvey Fry all night. And he gave me
my God, that's awesome.
And, like, when you see, like you sit down for 10 minutes with this guy, and you're like, holy shit.
Who knew?
He knows more about whiskey than you. He's got more knowledge about whiskey in his middle finger than anybody that I know I've ever talked to. And he was just telling me stories and telling me all about like all these times that he, drank with the Lafroig folks and drank with all these people, and like these are the years to get this, and like, oh, like this one here, like let me get you this. Put it. He drank everything out of a cognac glass. He's added a cognac glass. It was a sight to be seen, man. I remember
talking to Jason Johnstone yelling.
Yeah, I know. You're talking about Telex.
From where?
Whiskey Tech. Jason Johnstone is
He's whiskey. He's from Single Cast Nation. He's one of the partners.
Jason Johnstone.
Jason Johnstone Yellen. He's got 3 names. He's very, very famous.
He's Scottish. Tall.
He's Scottish, but he lives in Virginia.
Okay, so this is really funny. I know a Jason Johnston who lives in DC.
Oh, that's funny.
He was Telex the Whiskey Tech on YouTube and is a.
That's funny.
And so I thought you might have been talking about the same person. I'm like, why wouldn't he have told me this?
Oh, that's funny. So should I? I'll give them a plug too. So Jason Johnstone Yellen and Joshua Hatton, Single Cast Nation. They actually have a really great podcast called One Nation Under Whiskey, and it's great. I would definitely check them out. They have great guests. and because they're pretty hooked in. They're a pretty well known independent bottler.
Yep.
So I remember Jason telling me after, I don't know, maybe we were in Scotland together. He said that he went to Harvey's house, and he said it was so weird because like they're sitting at the kitchen table, and it's a very modest house, nothing fancy at all. But there's bottles and boxes. Remember that guy we were talking about earlier who bought 400?
Just sounds like him, right?
Very similar to that person. It's everywhere. And Jason said it felt unsafe because it felt like if you light a match, this place is going to explode.
So no cigars. No cigars.
No lighting matches. No fires. If everything's flammable.
Oh man,
that's really funny.
Yeah, that guy. That's amazing. I like I said, I ran into him on chance, and like we had a long conversation. And I remember when I sat down, at first I was like, okay, like this guy's talking to me. I'm like on this date, but I kept like, I'm talking
being
to
cool,
her, and then I'm like getting pulled over by I'm like, wait, he's saying some interesting shit here. What is?
Was it a first date?
Yeah, this guy was unparalleled. It was amazing.
Was it a first date?
You met that guy.
In my business too, I have these customers who are sort of rural looking. Let's leave it at that. Sure. And you think they're very rural. They're not as sophisticated as you and I. And you find out that they've got this knowledge about something, dwhatever it is, that is just like off the charts. And that was Harvey. It just didn't go together, right?
See? Don't judge a book by its cover.
Totally. That's Harvey. Completely.
Yeah. I remember. I mean, he's got like the ZZ Top beard.
Yes.
The overalls had thing. He had the overalls on, and this is DC, right? So like how the DC culture is what it is.
Yeah.
I remember thinking to myself when I left, I was like, I'm like, I had a good date, but I'm also thinking to myself like,
I just met God.
I need to get back to this place and talk to him because he gave me his card. I'm like, do I call him now? Should I call him some other time? I'm like, I gotta.
You gotta wait 3 nights.
Yeah,
that's right. It's 3. And then 3's the number.
Is it swingers? Is that the rules?
It's like swingers. Yeah.
3 nights, right? You don't want to seem anxious.
It's funny. It's funny you say that. There are people in this business, in the whiskey business, that are like that. That when you meet them, they're these down to earth folk, and you may not know who they are. You've maybe heard their name, and you've seen their like avatar or something, and then you get the chance to talk to them, and you go, "Oh my God, this is whatever you might have heard about them is true, beyond to the nth degree." That same whiskey, what was it called? Whiskey Live? Fest? Whiskey Fest.
Jim McEwen, right?
I met McEwen, and I was at the Bercolotti table, and McEwen is standing there in the aisle.
A showman.
Total showman. And it's a funny story. So he's got Octomore he got a bottle of whatever Octomore was out at the time. And he finds these 2 girls walking down the aisle, down the aisle of this booth, and he starts engaging them in whiskey, and they look like they were just like local. I was gonna say talent, local girls from Manhattan who had bought tickets to this show, and they had no idea about whiskey, but they came out for a big night, and those tickets were expensive, as you recall. It's more than $100 at the time.
I didn't go.
And it was at the Marriott Marquis, and it was a big deal. Everyone's in suit and ties, and these girls were dressed. They were gorgeous, and he stops. I did not wear a rush shirt that night, and he stops this one girl. He starts explaining whiskey and about the flavors and the profiles, and I was just watching this whole thing going on, and he has this girl take this sip of Octomore, and he tells her to count to 5 without swallowing it. And she was blonde, I remember, and she was turning red as she was holding this in her mouth. And he's explaining the complexities of what's going on, and she was just ready to like throw up. But you could see this man who was passionate about this thing, the thing he makes. He made that thing that's it. That's her. How'd you find that picture, man? Dude.
It's on the line, man.
That was awesome. It was great. That was the first time I met Jim, and I met him a few times since then. He's one of those guys. You know, he's got this innate ability to. He's got this amazing knowledge, and he's happy to pass it on. And Harvey's the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There are those guys out there. You know,
Well, he's been on
That's
like
an
every
amazing
single
story
video
now.
I've seen. It's like if you have a video on Isla, you're going to have Jim McEwen in it.
Yeah.
He was on the 60 Minutes piece. He's
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
he's in
James-
everything.
He's in the Dave Broom
Have you seen
video.
that documentary?
he's-
That was
Yeah.
yeah.
no, the 60 Minutes pieces. Yeah, he's just all over that thing.
Right.
And he still lives on the island, and he still lives, I think, near Berklade.
What's the new
And
distillery he started? What's that
Ardenhoe.
called?
Hard no.
Ardenhoe. Yeah. So I think he still lives over behind near Berklade in near Port Charlotte, and he still just commutes to the other side of the island. And
Dogs and
well,
sheep.
it's probably a 20-minute drive. And yeah, he's just totally, these people, there's lots of them. They're savants. They just know they're,
Right.
Broom's a guy like that, you know, on the writing side, and then there's the people that are on the production side. They're just really, and then there's guys like Harvey who's on the bar side, and there's people on the retail side too, that they just know their stuff.
We were talking about what's his name, Robinson.
Robin,
Before you,
yeah,
joined
he's
him.
another one.
Yeah, I got the chance to meet him as part of he came and spoke to the Philadelphia Whiskey Society, I want to say 5 months ago. I got his book signed by him, all this. And
Yeah, the
he
book is fun.
shared some illegal compass box hedonism that was spliced with a couple drops of Glenfarclas 25, and got to hear the whole story about it.
Yeah.
That was something.
We had him for the LA Scotch
yeah.
Southern California Whiskey Club
So
when he
awesome.
was out here, and we helped out run that event as well. And one of the members who kind of helps run the club, Josh Peters, the Whiskey Jug. You probably know Josh or Whiskey Jug. I think it was Josh. Oh no, it was another gentleman that brought a bottle of Peat Monster, the 5 or 10-year-old anniversary bottle, but it was a 1.75. It was like,
Oh, the big one.
like a huge, and it was awesome. And it was impossible to pick up and pour. But Robin had the whole story behind it. It was cool because that was like his era.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's like the plug, right? Like, man, for folks who are, look into your local towns and cities. You find these whiskey clubs. We're really lucky here in Philadelphia. This guy Alex Chang, he's from he commutes between here and Taiwan and brings back tons of whiskeys. He runs he's certified in everything. He teaches certification classes in whiskey and all of this, ambassadorship classes, tasting classes, and he runs a really, really great club here in Philly. And it's been one of these things that's been an eye opener. You learn so much from everything you can try, and all you learn from him. But it's just a testament, especially if you live in major cities, you can find these groups.
Not to tout our own horn, but Robin
Not to
actually,
brag or anything.
not to brag or anything, but Robin put our club in the glossary and the club list in his book.
Oh shit!
And, yeah.
I wonder I don't know if the Philly one is in there, but I'll have to look it up. That's cool.
And one of our friend bloggers, Bozzy. Bozzy's listed as one of the bloggers. He's an LA guy too. So formerly he was in Boston, right?
He was in Boston, right? Yeah,
Boston, yeah. And he's out here in LA.
By way of Turkey.
Via Turkey. Yeah. He was yeah.
Well, look, man, I think we're gonna get close to
5 hours.
hour mark. So I'm gonna wind things down here.
Okay, sounds good.
I do want to say it's been a total pleasure having you both on the channel.
It's great to meet you.
Thanks for the link.
Gilo and I got the chance I randomly caught a video where he was talking about South Philly, and I was like, holy shit, Philly. And so just another one of those subtle ways in which we all make connections through this
It's awesome.
what you not. But I want to thank you guys both for joining and for everybody.
Thank
Thank you for
you.
hosting.
Thanks for the invite. It was great. It was really fun. Cheers.
Totally. Let's do it again. And
All right, we will.
from the stream.
Alrighty.
A lot of fun hanging out tonight.
It's fun.
And we're going to wind things down, and we'll catch
Well, you got to hit the 5-hour mark. You got to hit 5
on
hours.
Mommy's.
We got
So
18 seconds. No, a minute and 15 seconds.
we're close. Any fun?
We gotta. We'll stretch, as we say in TV. We stretch.
You got to hit the 5. You got to
Stretch.
drag it out.
You guys
Stretch,
want
gotta
to
drag it
it's shameless plug time. So give a shameless plug to your whiskey blog.
Shameless plug. Okay, so we're boozedancing.com is the blog, and that'll pretty much lead to everything else: Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, all that good stuff. Or you can go just Booze Dancing on YouTube and find us there.
Yeah.
10-year anniversary
Yep.
of the blog.
10 years. 10 years of blogging.
We all have been in the game for quite some time.
Something like that.
And yeah,
It's weird.
cool. I appreciate that. And like I said, I randomly stumbled across your channel a couple weeks ago, and there was some off mention about South Philly, and I was like, holy crap, is this dude in Philly? And now
You guys are neighbors.
yeah, now we go to some of the same local shops. So Gilo, we should chat a little
Yeah, you
bit
guys should get
more,
together.
email about getting you in.
Yeah,
with-
let me know when you're going to Banash. I'll hit you. I'll meet you
Yeah.
at Banash.
Oh, Banash. I bought something from Banash
Banash is cool.
for you.
And they do discounts for Philadelphia Whiskey Society folks. They do discounts for the South Jersey bourbon drinker folks. So we'll have I'll make sure to
Okay,
get
that's a big one.
Aaron.
That's
I would
a big
love to
group.
connect with you too.
Next time I come out to Philly to visit, I will
Yeah.
we'll get together.
For sure. All right,
Yeah.
you
Okay,
guys.
cool.
All right,
It's
cheers.
been
5
good.
hours.
Bye, Jen.
We did it.
Yeah,
Cheers.
take care.
All right, boys. Good night.
All right, see ya.